Chapter 100.
"Do you understand?"
Abyssinia asked, eyes searching Valkyrie's.
"I need to know that someone understands. Do you understand?"
"I do," Valkyrie gasped. "I understand."
"Good,"
Abyssinia said.
"I wish things had been different. I wish we could have been on the same side."
"So why don't you join us?" Skulduggery asked. "You've got what you wanted. You came back. You rescued Cain. You can stop now. You can help us. Call off the attack."
No, said Abyssinia. "I don't have what I want at all. I want them to worship me, Skulduggery. I want the world to bow down. I am the princess of the Darklands."
"But if you continue down this path, we'll have to stop you."
"You won't be able to."
"Cain."
"You're right," she said. "Cain is gone. He has his own path to take now, which is how it should be. Now I've got to focus on my plans. On the plan."
She looked at Destrier.
"Are you coming with me, my child, or staying with them?"
Destrier didn't answer, and Abyssinia saddened further.
"Of course," she said. "You must do what you feel is right. I bear you no ill will."
"Wait," Razia said. "You can't be serious. Mate, come on."
"No, Razia,"
Abyssinia said.
"Destrier will be staying behind. It's his choice, and we have to respect it."
Razia didn't respond to that, but her lower lip wobbled.
"Nero,"
Abyssinia said,
"please take us away."
"Nero can barely stand," said Skulduggery. "Look at him. He's losing control of his power, Abyssinia."
"He's fine."
"He's broken. He doesn't know what he's doing anymore." "Shut up," Nero murmured. He teleported away, then came back in a slightly different place. He sagged, and Razia caught him before he fell. Skulduggery started forward, and Abyssinia raised a hand.
"Don't," she said. "I can drain your life, Skulduggery. You know I can, before you can take your next step."
"I might be faster than you think," Skulduggery said.
"You might be. But is Valkyrie? You don't want to see her body crumple, Skulduggery. I know you don't. Let us go. Let this happen. Nero, can you teleport us?"
Nero managed to stand on his own. "Hell yes," he said. Abyssinia smiled sadly at Skulduggery.
"I'm sure I'll see you in the battles to come," she said.
Nero flickered. The flickering spread to Abyssinia and Razia, then to Skulduggery, and then to Valkyrie. And then in an eye blink they were outside somewhere, at night. Only Valkyrie and Skulduggery were on one side of a stack of boxes, and Abyssinia was on the other with Nero and Razia. Skulduggery grabbed Valkyrie's arm and pulled her down.
"Are you okay?"
she heard Abyssinia ask. "No," came Nero's voice. I'm sorry. I can't focus."
"You need rest. Find somewhere to lie down, somewhere secure. Razia, you and I have business to attend to."
"You got it, boss." Footsteps moved away. Valkyrie looked around. They were on the military base. Well, holy hell, what were the odds of that? "I planned all of this," Skulduggery whispered. "Oh, shut up." Chapter 101. So far, Augur had taken down 3 convicts, all silently. Omen had taken down no convicts, and still he made more noise than his brother. The universe, he reckoned, just hated him. It just did. When he was born, it couldn't even see its way clear to give him quiet feet. Augur held up a closed fist. Omen had played enough video games to know that meant stop moving, so he did. And he listened to the unmistakable sound of people getting hurt. They crept forward, took a peek around the corner. A woman whirled between 4 convicts. With every movement, there was a fresh cry of pain, and they jerked and staggered and fell, until only the woman remained standing. The blonde hair, the brown leather, the sword. She could be only one person. "Tanith Lowe," Omen said, hurrying forward. She spun, sword up, and he stopped moving immediately. "I'm Omen Darkly. This is Augur. We know Skulduggery and Valkyrie." She lowered the sword. "Are they here?" "Well, no," said Omen. "We don't know where they are." "Damn," Tanith said. "These charming guys at my feet. They're cold-hard inmates, aren't they?" "Yes, they are. There's about 30 of them here. They want to slaughter all the sailors and start a war. We're here to stop them." "You two?" Yes." Tanith shrugged. "Fair enough. 4 is better than 2. Augur frowned. "There are 2 of you." There was a sudden squawk, and a convict came tumbling from the shadows. He hit the ground and stayed there, dead or unconscious. Omen couldn't tell. The bearded man walked out after him. "Boys," said Tanith, "this is Dexter Vex. Dexter Vex, these are the Darkly boys." Dexter Vex, one of the dead men, big and strong and unsmiling, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, despite the cold. "The inmates aren't our only problem," Tanith said. "There's a private army called Blackbrook. They're heavily armed mortals, trained for dealing with sorcerers, and I haven't a clue how they fit into all this, but they're not the good guys." "We need a plan," said Dexter. His voice was hoarse, like it hurt to talk. Tanith nodded. "We identify the convicts' leaders and take them down. Maybe that'll discourage some of the others." She looked at Augur. "Who's the leader?" Augur looked at Omen. Said Omen. "Abyssinia is the overall leader, obviously, but she's not here, I don't think. Parthenius Lilt is overseeing first wave, so I suppose maybe he'd be in charge. Maybe." Tanith nodded. "Dexter, you and Augur do what you can. Augur's the chosen one, so he can handle himself. Omen, I'm going to need you to point out this Lilt guy, so you're coming with me. That cool?" "That's cool. Then let's get going." Chapter 102. Valkyrie pulled the mask down over her face. It sharpened the night as she moved through it, and caught sounds she might have missed. Footsteps ahead, coming up on the other side of this wall. She pulled a shock stick from its mooring on her back and swung it into the head of the convict who appeared at the corner. The stick sparked and the convict went down, and she returned the weapon to its place before its electric blue glow gave away her position. More sounds up ahead. A scuffle. She hurried towards it, arriving just as Skulduggery smashed his elbow into some guy's face. She joined him. "How many?" she whispered. 6, he replied softly. "I got 4. "I'm sure you're trying your best." He was looking at her oddly. "What?" she asked. "It's a little unsettling, that's all. Talking to you while you're wearing a skull mask." She moved on. "Now you know how I feel every single day." He followed after her. "Honoured, privileged, blessed." An energy stream cut through the air between them and swept sideways into her arm. Valkyrie hissed, spinning away, as Skulduggery collided with the energy thrower and the stream was cut off. Valkyrie checked the suit. Her arm was sore, but on the suit there wasn't even a mark. "You'll do," she murmured. Chapter 103. Omen felt better scurrying about in the dark with Tanith Lowe. Tanith wasn't doing much scurrying, if he was being honest. She crept and sneaked and stole through the shadows, as silent as a ghost, as agile as a cat, and as deadly as a cat ghost. She dispatched convicts quickly and quietly. It was, quite simply, amazing to watch. Whereas Omen scurried. His little feet took little steps. He didn't dispatch any bad guys. None of it was even a little bit impressive. But of course, she had the advantage that she could run up the sides of buildings and across rooftops, while Omen had to stay at ground level. And he had to clamber over obstacles, while Tanith just flipped. It was unnerving watching her move. It was also awesome, and Omen felt himself falling a little bit in love. While she was moving across one of the rooftops, she turned and looked down, giving him the order to stay put. He nodded, and she went on to deal with whatever lay before her. Omen looked around, making sure no one was about to jump out at him. And Mr. Lilt jumped out at him. Omen fell back, tried to shout for help, but Lilt was on him in an instant. "Not a sound," he said. Omen nodded. "Mr. Darkly," Lilt said. "You surprise me. I didn't think you had it in you to escape. Of course, that idiot Lapse was guarding you, wasn't he? He couldn't have been that difficult to outsmart." He raised his hand to Omen's face and flicked his nose. "You're annoying," he said. "Telling one's students they are disliked is generally frowned upon in teaching circles, but I feel I am allowed, just this once. I don't like you, Omen. I never have. You would have grown up to be such an unexceptional sorcerer. In that respect, it's a good thing that you won't live to see next week. It just means there'll be one less mediocre mage in the world. Can I say something? If you promise not to scream." "I promise." "Then go ahead." "You're a terrible teacher." Lilt chuckled. "Is that right?" Omen tried to glare defiantly, but he couldn't keep it up. "No," he said glumly. "You were actually a very good teacher." "I know," said Lilt, "but it's nice to be told, just the same. I'm going to stand you up now, and shackle you somewhere so that you can be dissected by mortals in a few days. Okay?" "Yes, sir." Lilt stood, took hold of Omen's jacket, and pulled him to his feet. Immediately, Omen punched him in the groin. Lilt groaned, doubled over, and Omen whacked him in the jaw. That spun him, and Omen kicked the back of his leg, and Lilt dropped to one knee, still groaning. Omen ran round, tried to kick him in the stomach, but Lilt grabbed his foot, held onto it as Omen struggled to tug it back. His eyes watering, his face pale, an impossibly long groan still in the process of dragging itself out between his lips, Lilt managed to topple Omen. Omen lashed out frantically, but Lilt just held him down and crawled up, placing one knee over Omen's midsection, using one hand to pin Omen's right arm, and raised the other one, clenched into a fist, ready to bring it down. Omen snapped his free hand against the space between them, and the air rippled, and Lilt flew backwards. He tumbled, head over heels, came to a stop and cursed, and was just lurching to his feet when Tanith walked by him. She did something, jumping into the air and spinning crazily upside down, and somehow her foot zeroed in on his chin, and Lilt went down in a twisted heap, and Tanith landed and kept walking. "You okay?" she asked Omen. He pointed. "That's Lilt." She looked back and nodded. "Nicely done, but I no longer think taking out their leader is going to stop them. Looks like we might have to take them all down, one at a time. You up for that?" "Yes," he said. "Then why are you shaking your head?" "Am I?" Tanith's gaze shifted, and Omen turned and jumped back as two skeletons emerged from the darkness. He put his hand over his thumping heart. Skulduggery! Of course it was Skulduggery! Skulduggery and a lady skeleton in a hood. The lady skeleton stared at him. "What the hell are you doing here?" Omen frowned. "Valkyrie!" Valkyrie pulled the mask and the hood away and glared at him, I told you to stay out of America. This isn't my fault, Omen said. I was kidnapped. Valkyrie loomed over him. I don't care. When I tell you to do something, I expect you to do it, even if you've been kidnapped. Do you understand me?
Yes, he said meekly.
She looked at Skulduggery. We have to get him out of here.
We don't really have time, Tanith said, and we need all hands, Val. We have Dexter and Auga, and that's it.
Valkyrie's glare turned heat-seeking. Augur is here too? Omen, Skulduggery said. You stay with one of us at all times. Do you understand?
Yes, sir,
Omen said, avoiding Valkyrie's eyes. Tanith, said Skulduggery. What's the situation?
The convicts are here to kill all mortals, Tanith said. There are a few who look like they didn't sign up for wholesale slaughter, but most of them seem to be enjoying themselves.
What about First Wave?
Omen spoke up. Apart from Yenin, they're not hurting anyone.
Skulduggery looked back to Tanith. And Blackbrook?
Dexter and I followed Perkins to a staging area nearby. 3 Blackbrook trucks are waiting there. Don't know what for. They had eyes on this place, so we thought we'd come take a look.
They looked round as Augur and Dexter Vex jogged up to join them. Dexter nodded to Skulduggery, who nodded back, and nodded to Valkyrie, who hugged him.
Good to see you, she said.
They're gathering outside the barracks, Dexter told them, indicating ahead. There's a vantage point on the roof of the mess hall, if we can get up there. I'm sure I can manage that, Skulduggery said, and they all started moving. Omen kept up. He was sure Augur felt right at home, but he felt like a stupid kid hanging around with a bunch of adults. Yet at the same time, it was kind of thrilling. Now that he had seasoned warriors all around him, he could actually relax a little and start to appreciate how cool this all was. Skulduggery swung his arms, and the air took them all upwards to the mess hall roof, and Omen had to stifle a giggle. Chapter 104. Razia quite liked Naval Magazine Whitley. She liked the buildings, because the buildings had names. They were called barracks and armories and latrines and things like that. And she liked the pier. That was huge. And all the cranes. And all those little domes dotted around the peninsula. The concrete domes that held all the bullets and the bombs. They were supposed to be called magazines, but everyone called them igloos, which was fun. She followed behind Abyssinia, straightening her bow tie as she went. She'd worn her best tuxedo tonight. Her hair was perfect, and her makeup was to die for. It was worth all the effort, of course. Tonight was special. The Cold Heart Army, for that was how Abyssinia referred to the ragtag bunch of criminals, had brought the first wave kiddies to the square with the flagpole, the one right in front of the barracks. Only Yenin had actually hurt someone. Razia had expected that. The others were too soft, too undamaged. They had their prejudices and their snobberies, but deep down they were just normal kids, as plain and nasty as any others. But Yenin had the eyes of a killer, and a life of bitterness and entitlement to propel him towards bloodshed. Razia had seen his type before. He was too tightly coiled to really wonder at first why he and his little friends were suddenly surrounded, but a look of confusion did break across his sweaty face when he saw Abyssinia. He didn't even glance at Razia. She didn't mind that. Then the first wave kids were in the centre, and Abyssinia and Razia and the others were standing round them, and Yenin's expression changed from confusion to anger. He jabbed his finger at the other members of First Wave. "They were never going to do it," he screeched. "But I will!" Abyssinia put her finger to her lips.
"Keep your voice down, please, Yenin. You'll wake the sailors."
"Give me a chance," Yenin said, only a little bit less screechy. "I'll do it."
"I know you would," Abyssinia said in that warm way of hers. "Your determination is impressive."
Yenin turned that accusing finger to the Cold Heart army. "We don't need these criminals. Let me do it all. I'll go in there right now and kill all of them on my own."
"My dear, sweet Yenin," said Abyssinia, "I'm not here to blame you. I've been very impressed with you, I really have. And the rest of you, my lovely children, don't be afraid. I'm not disappointed in any of you."
You're not angry that we didn't kill anyone?" Colleen asked, her voice shaking.
"Not even in the slightest," said Abyssinia. "I've been informed that we have suffered some losses, so there are people here, probably sorcerers, probably in league with Skulduggery Pleasant and Valkyrie Cain, who are working against us, who might even be watching us right now. And that's fine, too. This will do. This will do nicely."
"Can we go?"
Colleen asked. Abyssinia smiled. "My dear, I'm afraid there are elements to my plan to which you have not been privy."
"We're starting a war," Yenin said angrily. "We kill everyone in those barracks, and we release the footage, and there's a new Pearl Harbor. What other element is there?"
Abyssinia smiled sadly. "A compromise," she said. "President Flannery, a very disagreeable man, is incapable of seeing the virtues of being a victim. He has a need to project strength at all times. When I suggested that sorcerers attack a military base, he demanded instant retaliation."
Colleen's voice was trembling. "What does that mean?" The Cold Heart army parted, and 6 men in black body armour, with helmets hiding their faces and automatic weapons in their hands, came through.
"These gentlemen are soldiers, or contractors, as they prefer to be called, from a mortal army called Blackbrook," Abyssinia said. "We reached a deal, the President and I. I would send a group of headstrong young sorcerers into a military base, and they would kill and maim and destroy, like villains in a storybook. And then the mortals would fight back, like the heroes, and stop them. Only we can't have sailors from the U.S. Navy fighting back, because we need to kill them all. So we make these nice Blackbrook contractors into the heroes who, regrettably, arrive too late to save the base, but just in time to kill the villains. Is it perfect? No. But I get what I want, and the President gets what he wants, which is a lot of rich mortals becoming even richer."
The contractors surrounded First Wave, guns up and ready to fire. The kids screeched and clutched at each other. Only Yenin had no one to hold. He spun in a crazed circle, eyes flitting from muzzle to muzzle. "What are you doing?" he roared. "What are you doing?"
Abyssinia stepped back. "Tonight will announce to the world that sorcerers exist, that they are all irredeemably evil, and only by going to war will the mortals stand any chance of survival."
"You can't do this!" Yenin screamed. "My father's a grand mage! You can't!"
"Thank you for everything you've done," Abyssinia said. "Your sacrifice will not be in vain, and your names will be remembered."
The contractors flicked the safeties off on their weapons. There was a moment of dreadful, wonderful silence, where nothing moved and nothing breathed, a moment made all the more beautiful by the storm of violence that was about to be unleashed. Razia knew that storm well. Razia lived in that storm. But the contractors turned as they opened fire, away from the First Wave kids, and Razia saw bullets hit Abyssinia, saw cold-heart convicts jerk and fall and scream. And before she could even shout, the dark muzzle of a gun was pointed at her, and fire blossomed from within. Chapter 105. Valkyrie watched as the Blackbrook contractors turned their guns on the cold-heart convicts. She saw Abyssinia stagger back under gunfire, saw Razia fall. The doors to the barracks burst open, but instead of sailors streaming out, there were more Blackbrook guys firing into the surging, panicking crowd of mages. Some convicts fought back. Fireballs and streams of energy hit the Blackbrook troops, but their uniforms protected them from the worst of it. Those convicts got bullets in return, hundreds of them, angry little bees that weren't going to be stopped by paltry human flesh. Yenin ducked and ran, but the rest of First Wave huddled together and cried, right in the middle of a goddamn firefight. Skulduggery stood up. "Omen, stay here. The rest of you, save those kids." And then he jumped off the roof. Valkyrie followed him down. She blasted a convict and charged a contractor. They struggled. The contractor thought Valkyrie was trying to take his weapon, but all she was doing was pulling up his sleeve so she could press her hand against his skin. She let him have it, a full blast of lightning, and moved on before he'd even fallen. Tanith and Dexter were with the First Wave kids, dragging them off the street. Valkyrie turned, and bullets peppered the back of her suit, making her gasp as they drove her forward a few steps. She turned the stagger into a run, got round the corner before she was hit with another salvo. She risked a peek. Convicts and contractors were separating, ducking for cover. Abyssinia waded through what was left of them, hurling the Blackbrook troops through the air, demolishing them where they stood, soaking up the bullets that found her and healing instantly. Another contractor came forward, holding a ridiculously bulky rifle. He dropped to one knee, took aim, and fired. Gouts of steam erupted from the barrel on four sides, and spots of black ink exploded upon Abyssinia's chest. The ink, or whatever it was, instantly spread to her sides and across her back, meeting at her spine. Binding sigils glowed from that blackness. The contractor let the bulky rifle swing free by its strap and whipped a pistol from his holster. Bullets tore into Abyssinia's shoulder, spun her round, a look of astonishment on her face. Muttering to herself, Valkyrie ran forward. Her lightning hit the contractor. His uniform soaked up most of the damage, but at least he dropped the pistol. She crashed into him, knee to his chest. He made a whooping noise as the air left his lungs. She grabbed his helmet with her left hand, yanked it to the side, and punched him in the neck. His legs gave out, and he crumpled, and she pulled the helmet off and sent him to sleep with a kick to the head.
"He bound my magic," Abyssinia said, clutching her shoulder, blood running down her arm.
Yeah, Valkyrie muttered, hauling her to her feet and dragging her on. Chapter 106. Abyssinia wouldn't stop poking at the bullet wound. "Quit it!" Valkyrie whispered, slapping her hand down. The woodland was dense where they were, and completely silent. The only sounds were the gunshots, the screams, the shouted orders coming from the naval base. Every creature in the woodland was keeping their head down.
"How did he do that?" Abyssinia asked. "How was he able to bind my magic?"
"You've got Destrier making cool new weapons for you, right?" Valkyrie whispered. "Blackbrook obviously has someone else making cool new weapons for them too. Now keep your voice down." "Good advice," someone said, and Valkyrie whirled and cursed as Skulduggery emerged from the darkness. He crossed to Abyssinia, sitting with her back against a tree, and peered at the sigils glowing from the black ink. "Huh," he said softly. "Projectile binding sigils. That's deeply unsettling."
"Valkyrie saved me,"
Abyssinia told him. "That was very nice of her," Skulduggery said. "I think, to pay her back, You should go to prison for the rest of your life." Pale and sweating with the pain, Abyssinia managed a smile.
"You wouldn't put me in prison, my love. You have too much fun with me out in the world."
"You're responsible for everything that's happened tonight," Skulduggery said. "Whatever might have been between us at some stage in the past means nothing. Do you understand me? You came here to murder innocent people."
"Only mortals."
"They're still people."
"Only barely." "You would have murdered the first wave kids, too," Valkyrie reminded her. "But it looks like you were double-crossed. By President Flannery, of all people."
Abyssinia grunted.
"And I was all set to double-cross him. I had everything planned out."
"Let me guess," Skulduggery said. "You kill him on live television, yes?" That got a chuckle.
"You know me so well. The plan was he would sit in the Oval Office and make his announcement to the world that evil sorcerers had attacked the brave sailors of Naval Magazine Whitley, and then I would set off the bomb beneath his feet. Every living thing within a 3-kilometer radius of the White House would have had their lives drained from them in an instant. It would have been glorious."
Valkyrie stared at her.
"Why? Just why?"
"Sacrifices must be made," Skulduggery said. "Isn't that right, Abyssinia? With Flannery gone, Vice President Tucker would take over. And I bet you've taken up residence in his mind, haven't you?"
Am I that predictable? With Tucker in charge, I could control the mortal response. You see? I would control both sides of the war. I would guarantee a victory with the minimum loss of life.
"But Flannery got there first," Skulduggery said.
"He did. When I wasn't able to locate Tucker in the last few days, I should have suspected that something was wrong. I just didn't think Flannery to be so cunning."
"Don't feel too bad," Skulduggery said. "He's had help." He looked at Valkyrie. "We need an idea of what's going on and how many we're dealing with." Valkyrie started walking.
"I can do that."
He held up a hand. "You can do that from here." She frowned.
"You want me to do it psychically? Skulduggery, come on, I haven't the first idea how to do that." "You didn't know how to read people's minds either," Abyssinia said, "but you managed that, didn't you? Sit down."
Valkyrie hesitated, then did so. She closed her eyes.
"Reach out," said Abyssinia, "just like you do when you read a mind. But instead of focusing on one person, you're allowing yourself to take more in. It's going to be scary. You're going to want to block it out. Resist that urge."
"I don't think it's working," Valkyrie murmured.
"It will," said Abyssinia. "It's like talking to someone in a crowded room. You can concentrate on that one voice, or you can sit back and let all those other voices in too. Can you hear them?"
"Yes," Valkyrie whispered.
"Without latching on to any of those voices, who can you hear?"
"Sorcerers," Valkyrie murmured. It was hard to maintain this link that had formed between her and her surroundings. The more she grasped at it, the further it slipped. She relaxed and let it flow through her. "I don't know them. They're frightened, angry, excited. Mortals, the Blackbrook guys, scared but intent, disciplined."
"Go further,"
Abyssinia said. "The kids," Valkyrie said. "First wave kids.
They're terrified. Tanith and Dexter, they're with them. They're in trouble. They're fighting. Razia, said Abyssinia. Nero, can you sense them? They're alive, Valkyrie said. Razia's hurt. She knows she's dying.
Abyssinia's voice caught.
My poor girl.
Valkyrie searched for the Darkly brothers. Her head was pounding. She was about to give up when she found them. She opened her eyes. It took a moment for her vision to clear. Valkyrie, Skulduggery prompted. She stood. Ogre's hurt. Omen's in trouble. I'll help them. You stay with Abyssinia, Valkyrie said, heading for the base. I'll go. Chapter 107. Naval Magazine Whitley was strangely quiet for a base under attack. The bodies of Cold Heart convicts and a few Blackbrook contractors lay in the open like spilled rubbish. Valkyrie kept away from the brightly lit areas, stayed close to the walls of the administrative buildings, and kept moving. A piece of wall sprang at her, and she ducked, darting behind a parked car. The rear windscreen exploded. She crawled towards the front, then got to her knees and risked a peek. Immediately she ducked again, and the next bullet punched through the bonnet and thunked into the engine. Keeping low, Valkyrie moved to the back again, settling into a sprinter's crouch. She took a few breaths to ready herself, energy crackling around her, and then pushed off. She ran for the corner, and she could feel the rifle sights tracking her, catching her, and before the finger squeezed the trigger, she lifted off, diving into the air, swooping up and looping round and coming at the armoury from the opposite angle. The sniper on the roof was tracking her lightning trail. He dropped his rifle, going for his pistol instead, and she landed in front of him and rolled and came up in a charge, her shoulder slamming into his chest. They fell back, the pistol spinning off somewhere. He shoved her off and tried to get up, but Valkyrie leaped on his back. Her arm went round his throat and her legs went round his waist, and she tightened her hold. She held it. His struggles weakened. She heard gunshots close by. She abandoned the choke and jumped up. He gasped, turned over, and she hit him full force with a shock stick. He went to sleep, and she returned the stick to her back as she ran to the edge of the roof. Omen and Augur. Augur was hurt. Omen was helping him run between the warehouses. Behind them, Blackbrook contractors swarmed. It was happening. It wasn't exactly as she had seen in the vision. That had taken place in a town. But it was close enough. And she knew what would happen next, unless she stopped it. Valkyrie sprang from the roof. There were 5 contractors. She'd never stop all of them from firing. She changed direction, pulling her hood up and the mask down. It solidified round her face. She landed beside the Darkly boys and lunged in front of them as the contractors opened fire. Bullets slammed into her. She glanced over her shoulder, saw Omen dragging Augur on. A few more steps and they'd be round the corner. The contractors advanced, still firing. Bullets peppered her legs, her belly, her chest. They jabbed at her shoulders and arms. They hammered at her head. She was forced to step back under the barrage. Her knees were weakening. Another glance, just as the brothers disappeared round the corner. Now Valkyrie could bring her arms in to protect her head as she shut her eyes and sank down, making herself as small as possible as the contractors began to surround her. There was a slight lull. She heard magazines being ejected. She looked up and flung out her arms, and lightning danced on the tips of her splayed fingers. It reached across to the first contractor, and immediately to the next, and then it joined with the lightning that was reaching to the contractor on the other side. And this all happened one by one, and yet all at once, and suddenly all those contractors were being flung backwards off their feet. They landed and rolled, and started to get up. Valkyrie kicked the nearest one in the head. She did the same to the next one. She tore the gun away from the third one and swung it so hard into his helmet that he collapsed and didn't move. She turned. The last 2 contractors were standing and about to open fire. And then the Darkly boys tackled them from behind. It was a mad scramble for Omen, but Augur spun with elbows and kicks, and in a moment both contractors were unconscious. Omen got up. "I had him," he said. "Course you did," said his brother. "You're shot," Valkyrie said to Augur. "I'm okay," he responded. "I mean, obviously I'm not, and it hurts like hell, but I'll be okay until I get to a medic. Where should we go?" "This way," Valkyrie said, starting to walk. "Stay close to me." They got back to the barracks. Tanith and Dexter arrived at the same time, escorting the first wave kids, who looked scared and stupid and ashamed. They avoided looking at Omen and Augur as they approached. Whitley was quiet. No guns were firing. Nobody was shouting. The enemy contractors and the convicts appeared to be down. Razia had manoeuvred herself into a sitting position against the flagpole. Skulduggery emerged from the woodland. Abyssinia came with him, clutching her injured arm. The ink round her torso was starting to flake off, but the binding sigil still glowed. She ran to Razia's side.
"My beautiful girl," she said, dropping to her knees. "What did they do to you?"
Razia coughed up some blood.
"Reckon they killed me, fair dinkum."
She laughed.
"Fair dinkum," she repeated softly. "Man, I love being Australian." "We'll make them pay," Abyssinia said. "I'm going to rip out Martin Flannery's spine." "Let's if you can find it,"
Razia replied, and laughed again. Abyssinia brushed a strand of hair out of Razia's face.
"They're all going to die,"
she promised. "It's over, Abyssinia," Skulduggery said. "All of it." Abyssinia shook her head.
"My destiny will not be denied."
"You don't have a destiny. You may have the blood of the faceless ones in your veins, but so do 1 billion other people." Abyssinia stood.
"I'm on a different level."
"No, you're not. I've been doing some digging in the last few days. Cain and Solace. They had children." Abyssinia blinked.
"Cain didn't tell me that."
"They were together for 159 years. As far as I can tell, they had a lot of children." Razia managed to smile.
"Look at that. You're a grandma."
Abyssinia had a weird, faltering smile on her face that disappeared completely when Skulduggery continued. "Damocles' Creed has been searching for the child of the faceless ones for centuries. You know that, right? It brings me no pleasure to tell you that he got his hands on one of your grandchildren, and he activated her."
"No,"
said Abyssinia. "She's kith now. She's standing somewhere with all the others."
"Then I will end his life as surely as—"
"You're missing my point," Skulduggery said. "If you had any special blood in your veins, your grandchildren would have it too. When Creed activated her, she would have become the child of the faceless ones. Instead, she became just another kith."
"I am the princess of the Darklands. My father—"
"Was an extremely powerful sorcerer," Skulduggery said, "far beyond the capabilities of anyone around him, until Malevolent rose up. Your father was powerful, Abyssinia, but he wasn't a king of the Darklands. There's no such thing. Everything you've done has been based on the idea that you're special, that you're destined for greatness, destined to lead. Maybe he lied to you, or maybe his father lied to him. That's the trouble with family legends. Who knows how true they are? Who knows how warped they've become as they've travelled down through the generations?"
"My family is royalty."
"Your family is powerful, but that's not the same thing."
No, you're wrong. I know who I am. I can feel it in my blood."
Abyssinia took hold of the band of ink that dimmed her power. It started to tear. "Abyssinia, stop," Skulduggery said, stepping forward. Valkyrie did too, and Tanith, and Dexter.
"I can't let you stand in my way,"
Abyssinia responded.
"None of you."
The ink tore further. It was about to come off. Skulduggery pulled his gun. Don't make me do it. Don't make me kill you. Abyssinia gripped the last threads of ink with both hands and smiled.
You won't kill me, my love. Not again.
He thumbed back the hammer. Abyssinia tore the ink apart, and Skulduggery fired, and Abyssinia's head snapped back. And then she righted herself and healed the wound and laughed.
Told you,
she said, and looked at them all.
So, who's going to throw the first punch?
Chapter 108. Valkyrie rolled to a stop. Huh, she said. Skulduggery was down. Tanith was down. Dexter was down. Now it was only Valkyrie, trying her best to get up. She stood. Okay, good start. She was on the pier. She could hear the ocean behind her. Abyssinia walked up, unhurried. Valkyrie gathered her strength and went to meet her. Abyssinia hit her, and it was like a mountain picked up a freight train and used it as a bat, because the world cracked and juddered, and Valkyrie was moving backwards and sideways all at the same time. She shook it off. Tried to. The grogginess lingered as she worked to convince her body that everything was okay. She didn't think it believed her. Abyssinia was circling. Valkyrie didn't like that. She didn't like being the prey in any scenario. She reached out with a streak of lightning that spun Abyssinia in place. But when she charged, Abyssinia was ready. Valkyrie missed her grab entirely and was rewarded with a wrecking ball of a punch to the ribs that not even the suit could protect against. She tried to back off, but Abyssinia wasn't finished with her. A pair of jabs rocked her brain in her skull, and a lazy kick to the chest sent her to the ground. Abyssinia smiled down at her.
Don't feel bad. You've never faced anyone like me before.
Valkyrie believed it. Nevertheless, she got up, because she was that stupid. She caught Abyssinia with a sustained blast of lightning, and before she could respond, Valkyrie went at her with the shock sticks. They beat an impossible rhythm against her head, her arms, her torso, her knees, an impossible rhythm that Valkyrie tried to sustain. But her ribs, and surely there were one or two that had been broken by that punch, were screaming at her to stop. So she backed off, the shock sticks glowing brightly in her hands. Abyssinia licked at her lower lip. Blood glistened on her tongue.
Ow,
she said. This wasn't going to work. If Valkyrie had any chance of beating her, she needed a running start, or maybe a flying one. She returned the sticks to her back, and magic burst from her in crackling coils as she shot into the air. Abyssinia had hit her like a freight train and a wrecking ball. Valkyrie planned to combine the two and return the favour. She glanced down to make sure Abyssinia was still in position, standing there on the pier. Instead, Abyssinia was flying next to her and grinning. Before Valkyrie could do anything more than jerk back in surprise, Abyssinia put on an extra spurt of speed and flew past her, cracking her fists into Valkyrie's chin as she went. Valkyrie spun, fell, tumbled. The ground came for her. Energy crackled and she pulled up, skimming the road beside the warehouses. She tried to rise above a parked jeep, but her foot caught at the edge and she cursed as she went sprawling over the roof and crunched to the pavement on the other side. She lay there, in pain, waiting until she could breathe again. She turned onto her back. Abyssinia stood on the jeep roof. "You can fly," Valkyrie muttered. Abyssinia gave her another smile.
My father could fly. My father could do many things, which means I can do many things.
"Yeah?" Valkyrie said, letting her hand flop back so that it was touching the jeep. "Can you dance?" Her lightning passed through the metal frame and locked Abyssinia's legs straight, while the rest of her seized up and trembled for several seconds before she toppled backwards, falling to the street on the other side of the jeep. Not even allowing herself a moment to savour that small, petty victory, Valkyrie got to her feet. Slowly.
"You're a sneaky one,"
said Abyssinia, smoothing down her hair. She was already standing. Of course she was. Valkyrie walked round the jeep, in no great rush. When they were face to face, Abyssinia gave her another smile.
Shall we continue?
Give me a second, Valkyrie said, probing her side and closing her eyes in pain. You broke a couple of ribs.
I'll wait.
Thank you, said Valkyrie, looking up, and twin streams of energy erupted from her eyes and hit Abyssinia in the face. Abyssinia screamed, tried to turn away, covering her head with her arms. But Valkyrie pushed further, harder, the skin round her eyes sizzling, and Abyssinia's legs buckled and she was on the ground now, with Valkyrie standing over her, pouring everything she had into this final, desperate effort. Abyssinia kept screaming. The streams thinned and sputtered, and Valkyrie cut them off and stumbled against the jeep. She was done. She didn't have anything more. Abyssinia lay before her, unmoving. What few strands of silver hair there were left smouldered and smoked. Valkyrie sank to her knees. She couldn't even keep herself upright. Her arms were too heavy to lift. Her mouth was dry. Her stomach was empty and rumbling. And all she wanted to do was sleep for a year. Abyssinia chose that moment to sit up. Valkyrie didn't have anything to say. She just watched as charred skin flaked and fell away, revealing the newly regrown skin beneath. She watched as the silver hair sprouted and lengthened. Abyssinia blinked and smiled at her.
I can see why Skulduggery likes you, she said.
Go away, Valkyrie whispered. Abyssinia got up.
You tried to kill me, she said. You actually tried to kill me. I didn't think you were capable of such a thing.
Valkyrie looked up at her. Can't let you kill Augur. Just a kid.
I don't want to kill him, Valkyrie. I don't want to kill anyone. But I have to. For the world to be the way I want it to be, people need to die. That's not something I'm going to enjoy. But it is something I've come to terms with.
Please, Valkyrie said. Don't make me stand up.
You don't have to. Stay down there. You've fought enough.
Valkyrie grunted, started to get up. Abyssinia sighed.
If you try to stop me, I'll have to kill you.
Valkyrie didn't answer until she was standing. When she had the energy, she said, Can't let you kill him.
Would you prefer me to kill you and then kill him?
Valkyrie raised her fists. Let's be having you.
You poor girl,
Abyssinia said, and reached between Valkyrie's fists to grab her, then launched her through the air. The road smacked into her, and Valkyrie rolled along for a bit before coming to a gasping, painful stop. She tried to get up, but couldn't.
If I leave you here,
Abyssinia said,
will you let me kill the Darkly boy in peace?
Valkyrie put both hands flat against the ground, then blew out a deep breath and started to push herself up. Abyssinia shook her head as she came forward.
I'll make this quick, she said.
She put a foot on Valkyrie's back to push her down, then gripped her head. Someone stepped out in front of them. Stop hurting her, said Augur. Run, Valkyrie moaned. Abyssinia released her hold on Valkyrie and straightened. It's me, said Augur, in case you were wondering. I'm the one they say is going to battle the King of the Darklands.
I won't let you harm my son,
Abyssinia said. I understand, said Augur. So, if you're going to kill me, kill me. Leave Valkyrie and everyone else out of it. Abyssinia walked up to Augur, noting the blood on his shirt.
You're injured,
she said. I've never been shot before.
What do you think?
I don't like it.
You're a brave boy, said Abyssinia, coming out here. It's noble. I wish I didn't have to do this.
I'll make it easy for you, Augur said, and threw a right cross that broke his fist when it landed. He howled, staggering back and clutching his hand. Abyssinia smiled sadly.
I like people who go down fighting, she said.
Valkyrie didn't have the strength to throw a stone, but she could still throw her thoughts. Using the same pathways Abyssinia had invited her in through earlier, Valkyrie swooped into Abyssinia's mind and filled the space with images of Augur's neck being snapped. The same way Cassandra and Finbar and the others had planted false memories in Darkess's mind, so Valkyrie planted a short, unsubtle sequence in Abyssinia's. First, she kills Augur. Then she watches his body fall. Then she walks away. Augur, the real Augur, the one who was still nursing his broken hand, frowned at Abyssinia as she stood there, almost frozen. But then she turned to Valkyrie and a smile broke out.
Oh, she said. Oh, you sneaky little thing. You almost had me there. You almost did. That was a good effort. For a moment, I believed I was actually watching him die. That was good. So where'd he go? Where's he hiding?
Valkyrie frowned. What? Abyssinia walked over.
Augur,
she said loudly.
What's the point in hiding if I know all I have to do is hurt Valkyrie and you'll come back out to save her?
I'm right here, Augur said. Abyssinia sighed and lobbed a light kick into Valkyrie's side that jangled her broken ribs. Hey! Augur shouted. Abyssinia turned.
Omen Darkly, I'm going to count to 3, and then I'll have to kill her.
She can't see me, said Augur. Valkyrie, what did you do to her? You've got to let her see me again. Valkyrie!
1,
shouted Abyssinia. Augur clicked his fingers and threw a fireball. It exploded across Abyssinia's back, and she whirled.
Where are you?
She said.
Why can't I... Oh...
She looked back at Valkyrie.
Bravo. You've hidden him from me. How on earth did you manage that? You never cease to impress me. You really don't. It shouldn't take me long to overcome your little block, but even so...
Augur threw another fireball. I'll lead her away, he said, backing off. Just go, Valkyrie told him. Get out of here. Augur nodded. And I'll take her with me. He threw 2 more fireballs, and Abyssinia swatted them out of the air and laughed as she followed him. Valkyrie tried to remember how she'd healed herself in the cell just a few hours ago. She tried to remember what she'd felt when she reached into Dr. Worrell's magic. But the memories were too slippery to hold on to, and her thoughts were too manic. They yipped and barked like a pack of small dogs. She turned slowly onto her side and froze. The nemesis of Greymire was at the end of the pier and walking this way.
Let it happen,
said Ghastly, crouching beside her. Valkyrie ignored him. Carefully, she raised herself up onto one elbow, then brought her legs in, got her knees under her.
You don't have to keep fighting, Ghastly said. Abyssinia was right. You can just stop. You know you can. You want to.
Kneeling now. Taking a breath and holding it, Valkyrie raised her right knee off the ground and planted her foot in its place. That hurt.
How much longer do you think this can continue?
Asked Ghastly.
How much more can you punish yourself? Haven't you suffered enough?
Go away, Valkyrie muttered.
Stop fighting. Stop resisting. Stop running. Let the nemesis reach you. Let her swing that hammer just once. Once is all it takes, and then you'll be at peace. Wouldn't that be lovely? Wouldn't you welcome that?
Valkyrie heaved herself to standing. Tears sprang to her eyes, and she grabbed her side and sobbed with the pain. But she didn't fall. Ghastly stood in front of her.
You hate yourself, he said. You hate yourself for what you've done. Not just to Alice, but to all of them. all the people who have died because you wanted adventure. No excuse will ever be good enough to wash away that sin."
The nemesis was getting closer. She dragged the sledgehammer along behind her. It rumbled across the concrete. "I don't want to die," Valkyrie said.
"Yes, you do," said Ghastly.
She fixed him with a glare. "I'm not going to die."
"Yes, you are."
"You know what? Okay then. The nemesis there, she's my guilt, is she? Fine." Valkyrie walked towards her, doing her best to keep her back straight. The nemesis brought the hammer up into a two-handed grip. Valkyrie stopped right in front of her. "This is what Greymire does to people, isn't it? Gives them their own private nemesis to run away from?"
"Yes,"
said Ghastly. "Only they can never escape it, can they? Sooner or later it catches up to them." Ghastly nodded.
"And it kills them."
"And what are you? My conscience?"
"No, I'm just your insanity."
"Yeah," Valkyrie said. "I must be nuts, wasting my time with this nonsense. Hey, Nemesis, if you're going to kill me, then kill me. Otherwise, I've got stuff to do." The Nemesis raised the hammer high overhead.
"Accept it,"
Ghastly murmured. "I'm standing here, aren't I?" The Nemesis of Greymire let the hammer go back a bit further, and then swung it down, straight for the top of Valkyrie's head. Chapter 109. It was raining harder as the dark priests finished anointing Temper with their foul-smelling oils, and they removed the gag from his mouth, and Creed came forward.
"All my hopes lie with you, my friend,"
Creed said, speaking loudly to be heard over that wind.
"What you do here tonight, it humbles me."
"I'm not doing anything," Temper said.
"No,"
said Creed, resting a hand on Temper's chest.
"You are doing everything."
"Yeah, that's not what I meant."
"Your sacrifice will be noted in the annals of the church."
"Tell me something," Temper said, straining at the bonds that held him. "Just between us, have you actually worked out what the chances are of me being the child of the Faceless Ones? We know it's in my DNA, but it's been in plenty of people's DNA, and now they're all kith. Have you worked out the odds?" Creed's expression didn't change.
"Yes,"
he said. "So you know that it's pretty unlikely that, when you activate me, I'm going to turn into what you're looking for. What is practically a certainty, though, is that after this I'll be taken down to your basement and stuck there with all the others, right?"
"We have to try, Temper. Sooner or later, I will find someone strong enough to withstand the process. If it's not you, then that simply means we are one step closer to finding the person we're looking for."
The bonds were too strong. Temper stopped struggling. "And what if there is no one out there with genes that are strong enough, and you're lobotomizing all these people for nothing?" Creed smiled gently.
"It's not for nothing, Temper. It's never for nothing. This process, it gives people hope. You used to understand that."
"No, I used to believe you. There's a difference."
"I will lead you back into the light."
At Creed's instruction, the dark priests painted familiar sigils across Temper's chest. Temper knew each and every one of them, as he himself had painted them on the chest of many a willing acolyte who had then gone on to be hidden away somewhere. His past, his dreadful, shameful past that itched away beneath his skin, somewhere he could never scratch. When it was done, the dark priests stepped away, and Creed looked over at Cason and the old woman.
"The prayers have already been intoned," he said. "We are now ready to proceed. I must warn you, however, if he is not strong enough to withstand the process, the resulting physical transformation can be distressing."
"We are prepared," the old woman said,
a little too eagerly. Creed bowed.
Then, with your permission.
The old woman smiled, but Cason took a sudden step forward. "Stop," he said. Creed paused for a moment.
Is there something wrong?
"This isn't right," Cason said. You're torturing him."
No, Creed responded. No, that isn't what's happening.
"Yes, it is," said Temper. The old woman put a hand on Cason's arm.
"My love," she said, "we are merely observers."
Cason stood up straighter. "No. When I was a prisoner, it was the torturers I understood. They were hurting me because they wanted to. They liked it, or they were told to. It was the others I could never understand. The people who passed, who walked by, who looked in. I could see the shock in their eyes, the horror on their faces. But they never did anything. They walked on. They never came back. I'm not... Mr. Creed, I'm not walking on. You cannot hurt this man. You cannot hurt anyone. Not any more."
"My love," said the old woman, "this man is the enemy."
"He's not my enemy. He has never harmed me. He has never harmed you either." The old woman scowled.
"They have all harmed me."
Cason detached himself from her grip. "No," he said, "they haven't. You want that to be true, because then your hatred can be everlasting. But it is not true. China's sorrows put you in that tower. It is China's sin, and hers alone."
"They allowed it to happen,"
the old woman said.
"They allowed her to keep me there, to numb my mind with that infernal contraption."
Cason held her face in his hands. "You say that, but nobody knew where you were. You have rage inside you, as I have. But we've got to focus that rage on the people who deserve it." She brushed his hands away.
"Do you see me? Do you see how old I am? Do you see what they have made me?"
"My love."
"No!"
she roared.
"You do not love me! You cannot! I used to be beautiful. I used to be magnificent. They took that away from me. They took my youth away from me. They took you away from me."
Temper saw it out of the corner of his eye. A figure climbing up onto the platform. One of the dark priests saw it as well, and the figure whirled, the tip of a spear ripping across his throat, and then the spear was darting through the rain, and it passed right through Cason's chest. The figure leaped backwards off the platform and disappeared, and the old woman screamed as Cason fell to his knees. Chapter 110. The Darkly kid, the tubby one, not the chosen one, bundled up his jacket and pressed it to the gunshot wound in Razia's belly. "You're going to be okay," he said, as the blood immediately started to soak through. Razia looked up at him. Her position, lying on the ground like this, gave her a new perspective on things. First and foremost, all those cranes on the pier. They looked even more impressive from down here. The second being the Darkly kid. He was doing his very best to save her life, even though they were on opposite sides, and he must have been worried sick about his brother. "We'll get you to a doctor," he said. "You're going to be fine. Stay with me. Just stay with me." "You're weird," Razia said weakly. "You realise we're enemies, right?" He shook his head. "I don't have enemies. That Yenin kid hates you. Apart from Yenin, I don't have enemies, and you're just a person who's been hurt. Do you have any way to call Mr. Nero? He could teleport you to a hospital or something." "No hospital." "I really think you should go to a hospital, though. I mean, I have first aid training, but—" She smiled. "I'm a goner. There's no coming back from this." Does it hurt?"
No, she said. It's fine.
He nodded.
Good.
She laughed a little.
Of course it bloody hurts, you dingbat. Doesn't it look like it hurts? Look at all that blood. That amount of blood doesn't leak out of a person without there being some pain involved. And a great big hole that's not supposed to be there.
Oh, said the Darkly Kid. Sorry. Her pets squirmed listlessly in her arms. That was the worst bit. She didn't mind the thought of dying. She'd always known it had happened sooner or later, and she'd done way too many stupid things to ever think she'd have a quiet death. But Hansel and Gretel didn't deserve to die with her.
You have any pets, mate?
She asked. The Darkly Kid shook his head.
Want some?
We're not allowed to have pets in Carrival, he said, and my parents aren't too keen on animals. She coughed up some blood. He did his best to wipe it off her chin.
Cheers,
she said. He nodded.
But with these pits, no one even has to know you have them,
she said.
They're very good at hiding.
What are they? Mice or something?
No, not mice. Parasitic murder tentacles, or murdicles for short.
Are they the things that come out of your hands?
Yep.
No, thank you.
Oh, murdicles make great pets, though. They each have their own little personality. And they're great for grabbing a tinny that's on the other side of the room, or like killing people.
I don't drink, and I don't want to kill anyone.
Not yet, no, but I'm pretty sure both of those things will change the older you get.
She heard footsteps, running footsteps. The Darkly Kid looked up, but she didn't have the energy to turn her head, so she just waited as they got closer. Are you okay? The Darkly Kid asked whoever it was. The Chosen One came to a stop beside them. Nero, he said. You seen him? Do you know where he is? The tubby one shook his head. Haven't a clue. What's going on? The Chosen One hunkered down beside them. He tore off his jacket and bundled it just like his brother had done. Then he gently lifted Razia's head off the ground and slipped his jacket under her as a pillow. Abyssinia's son is hurt, he said, like dying. She was chasing me, and there was a whole thing where she couldn't see me, but she got over that, and she grabbed me, and then she had this psychic flash that Cain was hurt. She's panicking. I said I'd help her find Nero. This didn't make sense to Razia. She frowned.
But she wants to kill you.
Yeah, said the Chosen One.
But she wants to kill you.
Well, yes, said the tubby one, but her son is dying. Razia looked at them both. The Chosen One, with his great hair and square jaw, was just a kid. Just a teenage boy. And the tubby one, well, was he really that tubby? He had a few extra pounds on him, and he wasn't chiselled like his brother, but he was just a normal kid. 2 normal kids helping people who'd had every intention of killing them just a short time ago.
You're both weird,
Razia decided. Nero appeared, turned unsteadily, and saw the Darkly brothers crouching over a bleeding comrade, and he lunged. Before Razia could speak, the Chosen One grabbed him, spun him into a chokehold. Abyssinia needs your help, the Chosen One said quickly. Please don't panic.
Calm down, Nero,
Razia said. She was slurring her words. That wasn't good. Nero stopped struggling, and the Chosen One released him, warily. Cain is hurt, the Chosen One explained. Abyssinia needs you to take her to him.
Where is she?
Nero asked, eyes narrowed. His face was pale. He looked sick. She needed a little peace and quiet to get a fix on his position. She said she'll meet us here when she has it. Razia's gaze moved beyond them and above them, and she watched Skulduggery Pleasant drop from the sky. Where's Valkyrie? Skulduggery asked before he'd even landed. His suit was dirty and torn at the shoulder, and he didn't have his hat. She's okay, the Chosen One said. I mean, she's hurt, but I led Abyssinia away before things got too serious. And what's happening here? I think we've called a truce, said Omen. Cain is hurt, and Abyssinia's searching for him. You know, psychically. Skulduggery knelt beside them, started examining Razia.
"It's not good, is it?"
she asked softly. "It isn't."
"I'm going to die, right?"
"Yes," he said, without hesitation. That's what she liked about him. No nonsense.
"What's going to happen to my pets? This isn't fair. Not their fault their mum got herself killed."
Skulduggery brushed her hair off her face. "You're in pain. I can end it for you now, if you'd like." She managed to smile. She was sure she had blood on her teeth, but she didn't mind a little blood.
"No, thanks,"
she said.
"I survived this long without rushing towards death. Figure, why should I change the habit of a lifetime now?"
He tilted his head. "I always liked you, Razia."
"Always liked you, too."
Everyone looked round as someone new approached. Valkyrie's voice. "Glad to see you're still alive." "Same to you," said Augur. Valkyrie came into view, holding her side and looking all beaten up. She stopped behind Skulduggery, put a hand on his shoulder as she leaned over to peer at Razia. "Hey," she said. Razia wriggled her eyebrows because she didn't have the strength to do anything else. "Your tuxedo rocks." She didn't know where the strength to give a goofy smile came from, but it came from somewhere very deep. Valkyrie straightened and Skulduggery stood, and Razia knew Abyssinia was approaching. Skulduggery held up both hands. "A truce has been called," he said. "We won't stop you." Abyssinia hurried into view.
"I want you to come with me," she said. "There are people around Cain. I don't know who they are."
She saw Razia and covered her mouth with her hand.
"Oh, my child."
"Omen and Augur," Skulduggery said. "Stay here. Find Tanith and Dexter. Help them round up the first wave kids. Nero, the rest of us are ready to teleport. Abyssinia, where are we going?"
"A church," said Abyssinia. "Or a temple, made of black stone and black metal."
"The Dark Cathedral," said Valkyrie, taking Omen's place by Razia's side. "Roarhaven."
"They're outside," Abyssinia said, "on some sort of platform."
Nero nodded and vanished. A few seconds later, he was back. "Found them," he said, looking unsteady on his feet. They waited. Nero's hands went to his head. Nobody said anything.
"I'm ready,"
Nero said, and teleported. Chapter 111. Night in Ireland was very much like night in America, except the clouds were blocking out the stars, and it was colder, and it was raining. Still, at least Razia now had a new surface to bleed on, so that was nice. There were a load of people talking and arguing and making threats and a whole lot of movement. Only Razia and Valkyrie stayed still and stayed quiet. The hostile voices calmed. Most of them. From where she lay, Razia couldn't see Solace, but she could hear her wails of anguish. There was a large, brutish-looking man with a shaven head standing around, and Skulduggery was freeing Temper Frey from a big wooden table. And there was Abyssinia, kneeling by Cain, his head cradled in her arms.
"My boy,"
she said.
"My beautiful boy."
Caison's eyes were closed. Razia knew a soon-to-be corpse when she saw one. If she'd had a mirror, she'd have pointed to herself. But right now, Cain was ahead of her in the race to the finish line. The blood that spilled from the wound in his chest had slowed to a trickle. Abyssinia wrapped her arms round him and sobbed, her forehead pressed against his.
"I'm sorry,"
she said, as Solace's wails dipped to a strained sobbing.
"I'm sorry, my beautiful boy. I'm so sorry. My beautiful little boy."
She held him so tightly that Razia expected to hear his bones pop. She'd never been the sentimental type, or the type to really understand other people's emotions. But she wished she could have gone over there and held Abyssinia as she held her son. Instead, all she could do was lie there and watch with the others as Abyssinia's heart tore itself in two. The last signs of strength left Caison's body, and Razia knew he was dead. Abyssinia raised her head to Nero. She didn't have to say anything. He nodded and teleported away. "Don't!" said Valkyrie. Abyssinia glared, and Valkyrie stood up slowly. Temper came over, took Valkyrie's place by Razia's side. Razia smiled at him, and he smiled back. "Don't!" Valkyrie repeated. "Don't do it. Let your son rest. Doesn't he deserve that? Doesn't he deserve to be allowed to rest after a lifetime of suffering?"
"He's dead,"
said Abyssinia, her teeth bared. "So let him stay that way," Valkyrie replied. Her voice was gentle. "The promise you made to your father, you don't have to be bound by it. You don't have to do it. You're not alone, Abyssinia. You have grandchildren. They probably have children of their own. You could have a huge, loving family out there, and they can help you heal."
"My beautiful boy didn't deserve to die like this."
"No, he didn't.
He should be breathing. He should be walking around."
"Putting your father's soul into Caison's body will not bring Caison back."
"I just want to see his eyes open."
Nero appeared, holding a soul catcher that pulsed with a soft, swirling grey light. "You never loved your father," Skulduggery said, stepping forward. "You told us that. You were scared of him. Everyone was scared of him. If you bring him back, you'll bring back that fear. That fear will never replace the love that you have for your child. It won't fill the emptiness any more than anger would, or vengeance, or hatred. Abyssinia, please, let Caison go. Hold your love for him in your heart, and keep him alive in your thoughts. But do not do this." Abyssinia sniffed, and slowly let her son's body lie flat on the ground.
"My father saved my life," she said, "and I made him a promise."
She snatched the soul catcher from Nero's grip, and before Valkyrie could unleash her lightning, or Skulduggery could push at the air, she crushed it with one hand. The grey light, suffused with swirling smoke, exploded outwards and dived straight into Caison's chest. Chapter 112. Valkyrie watched Caison's eyes snap open. But of course, it wasn't Caison. It was the king of the Darklands. It was the Unnamed. He stood up slowly, the broken shards of the soul catcher falling from his shirt. Abyssinia stood too, and took a step back. Valkyrie and Skulduggery also took a step back. Everyone did. The king held his arms away from his sides, his fingers splayed, like he didn't want his body parts to touch. But gradually, the arms lowered and the fingers relaxed, and he released the breath he'd been holding. Valkyrie's aura vision showed that grey light struggling to fill the king's new body. Abyssinia's aura, deep and strong and brimming with power, throbbed beside her father's weakness. She was watching him with wide eyes. There was no relief on her face at seeing her son's eyes open once again. There was only trepidation. The king licked his lips. He blinked. His brow furrowed as he looked down at the wound in his chest. Blood was starting to spill again. He looked up to Abyssinia. "Daughter," he said.
"Father,"
Abyssinia responded, and stepped into his arms. He breathed in, and Abyssinia gasped, and Valkyrie watched the power leave her body and flow into his. She switched off the aura vision in time to see Abyssinia stagger backwards, eyes glazed, while the king's new body repaired itself instantly. In that cave, hundreds of years ago, he had given his power to his daughter. Now he had taken it back. He looked at Abyssinia as she stumbled. Nero grabbed her, kept her up. He looked at Creed and at Skulduggery and at Valkyrie. He narrowed his eyes at Valkyrie. Then he rose into the sky and kept going until he was claimed by the darkness. Abyssinia managed to stand.
"Flannery,"
she snarled to Nero. And they vanished. Chapter 113. Flannery flicked off the TV in the residence for the 6th time that night. He couldn't focus on it, on any of it. The news pundits talked about policies and leaks like the American people cared about any of that stuff. They tried to turn everything he did into some sort of scandal, tried to paint him as the bad guy, when really they should have been chanting his name. They'd regret these criticisms. He'd make sure of it. Martin Flannery was a man who remembered his enemies. Even after they'd all fallen in line, as they surely would, he'd remember all the times they opposed him. Nothing they said tonight mattered, of course. Tomorrow it would all be swept away with the news coming out of Whitley. That's what the headlines would be about. That's what the whole country, the whole world would be talking about. And then it'd be about him. Then they'd all be looking to Martin Flannery to guide them through the terror of the wizards, the horror of the witches. He checked his watch, a Vacheron Constantine that he'd worn for his inauguration. They cheered for him that day. They'd cheer for him again. The operation would be well underway by now. It was a risk, having all those people killed. But you didn't get very far in life without taking risks. He'd learned that from his father. And what a risk he was taking now. If handled incorrectly, it could be disastrous. If the war happened and people found out how he'd been involved, he could be impeached, maybe even jailed. He was sure they'd try to find some way to pin the deaths of anyone who died on him. Of course they would. The mainstream media hated him. But if he handled it correctly, if he did everything right, then no one could stop him. He'd win a 2nd term, and there probably wouldn't even be anyone to run against him. The country would insist that he stay on for a 3rd term, and a 4th. He'd never have to give up this power. America wouldn't want him to. He was hungry. He needed some chicken. He got up and went to the phone, but Abyssinia and the man with the bleached hair were standing in his way. Flannery froze. She was supposed to be dead. He spun on his heel, ran for the panic button. He couldn't remember the last time he'd run. It was a long time ago. The man with the bleached hair appeared in front of him, and Flannery stumbled away. Nero, that was his name.
"I'm going to kill you,"
said Abyssinia, walking over. Her silver hair was plastered to her head. They were both drenched. They dripped on the carpet. Flannery backed away. "Why? What happened? I don't know what happened."
"Did you really think it would be easy?" she asked. "Did you actually think it would work?"
"What would work? I don't know what happened."
"Were you actually sitting here, expecting those mercenaries to succeed in killing me?"
Abyssinia asked. "What mercenaries?" Flannery asked, bumping up against the wall.
"Their weapons,"
the crazy woman said,
"and their uniforms. You've been working on this for a while. You had this planned. You, the idiot, the moron."
She knew he'd ordered it. She knew because obviously he'd ordered it. There was no escaping the truth. He may as well come clean. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said.
"You can't help but lie, can you, Mr. President?"
"I'm not lying. I don't know what—" She touched him, her fingertips to his shirt, and he felt a rush of coldness, like all the warmth was draining from his body. She took her hand away, and he sagged.
"In a lot of ways," she said, "you were the perfect president for my little scheme. Narcissistic, corrupt, completely amoral. But in other ways, you were the worst. You're too stupid to hold a thought, too limited to be truly cunning. With Tucker, at least, I had to infiltrate his mind. But you were ready to betray your country, to betray your world, for the first offer that came your way.
I'm not stupid, said Flannery, trying to straighten up. I've got one of the great brains.
Then you should put it back where you found it.
She raised her hand to his face, like she was going to drain the warmth out of him again, but then lowered it.
Skulduggery said you had help. What did he mean by that? Who has been helping you, Martin?
Flannery found the courage to smile.
Wouldn't you like to know?
She slapped him, hard, right across the face. It snapped his head round. His legs buckled, and he peed a little, and he found himself on the floor, looking up at her, thoughts all jumbled.
I helped him,
Crepuscular Vise said from across the room. Flannery was suddenly overcome with gratitude, not a sensation he was used to. He liked the way the freak drifted from the shadows. He liked his casual walk. He liked the way he oozed confidence. He especially liked the way Abyssinia and Nero regarded him warily. But alongside his gratitude, there was also a part of Flannery that hated Crepuscular for being able to be that ridiculously intimidating. Those were qualities Flannery wanted for himself.
I don't know you,
said Abyssinia.
But I know you, said Crepuscular.
Abyssinia watched him.
You gave Blackbrook their orders.
And you survived,
Crepuscular responded.
Did they?
Your soldiers are either dead or being led away by cleavers as we speak.
Crepuscular shrugged.
That's unfortunate. A lot of training went into that squad. But they don't know anything that would lead back to me, so I suppose I don't really care. But there is the small matter of killing you.
I'll take care of this guy, Nero said, and in the blink of an eye he was behind Crepuscular. But Crepuscular was already turning, and Nero made a sound, and his eyes went wide. He lurched back, the knife in his hand falling. There was another knife, though, and this one was sticking out of his belly. When Abyssinia saw this, she made a sound like a wounded animal and ran to him. Crepuscular shoved Nero into her arms, and she held him and lowered him to his knees.
"Oh, no,"
Nero said.
"You'll be okay,"
Abyssinia told him.
"You'll be all right. Can you teleport? Can you focus?" "Oh, no,"
was all Nero said. Crepuscular's eyes were on Abyssinia.
You've lost your strength.
She stood and didn't answer.
I have one of those guns, Crepuscular continued. The kind that binds your magic. I thought I'd need it to take you down. But look at you. You're not even a fraction of the woman you once were.
"I'm strong enough to kill you,"
Abyssinia said. She lunged at him, and he stomped on her knee, and it cracked loudly. Flannery burst out laughing as Abyssinia went down, screaming. Finally, Flannery got to see her scream.
You've been strong for too long, Crepuscular said. You've forgotten how to be vulnerable.
She reached for him, and he grabbed her wrist and twisted.
No, he said. You're not going to steal any of my strength. I'm going to need it for what I have planned.
He rammed his knee into the back of her arm, and her elbow snapped, and she screamed again. Flannery got up, fixed his hair, then his tie and his jacket. His cheek still throbbed. He walked over, casually, oozing confidence. He stood beside Crepuscular and waited for Abyssinia to raise her head and look at him.
You thought you were playing me, he sneered. But I was playing you the entire time. There's still going to be a war, but it's a war that I'm going to win. There won't be a war, Crepuscular said. What? Said Flannery, frowning. Why not? Because there weren't any sailors killed. I don't understand. I had a change of heart, Crepuscular said. Revealing magic, pitting mortal against mage. We'd be juggling too many variables. And I know how much you hate juggling variables, Martin. I couldn't do that to you. So I pulled a few strings, got some sailors sent home on leave, got a few Blackbrook contractors to patrol in their place. But the camera footage... I'm sure the cleavers are already deleting it.
Panic rose in Flannery's chest. He didn't want to get flustered in front of his vanquished foe, but he couldn't help himself. But what about my re-election? This was going to get the country on my side. You promised me. You promised. His voice was high. He was aware that he was whining, but again, he couldn't help it.
Calm down, Martin, Crepuscular said.
This was going to make them respect me,
Flannery screeched.
This was going to make them love me. You promised. You swore.
Crepuscular twitched like he was going to lunge, and Flannery squealed and fell back over a chair. Crepuscular adjusted his bow tie ever so slightly.
We don't have the second Pearl Harbor that we were hoping for, he said. So we'll hold off for a bit. It's no big deal. We can show magic to the world at any time. Yes, we were planning for a spectacle so grand it would turn every right-thinking mortal into a magic-hating warrior of virtue. But hey-ho, them's the breaks, Martin.
He held out his hand. Flannery hesitated, then allowed himself to be pulled to his feet. Crepuscular brushed dust from Flannery's shoulder.
There, he said. Looking mighty presidential, if you don't mind me saying so.
At least we still have the witch, Flannery said, doing his best to assert some authority. Crepuscular winced and walked over to the other room.
Magenta. Her name's Magenta, and we kind of lost her.
Flannery stared. What? But she reads minds. She influenced senators and she got my policies through Congress. She got me elected. Flannery had to wait until Crepuscular came back. He was holding a big, awkward-looking gun.
Hey, come on now. You did that, Mr. President. You got yourself elected because the people love you. Don't start doubting yourself.
What happened? How did we lose her? Crepuscular walked up to him, put his hand on Flannery's arm.
Someone broke her out of where she was being kept, he said. I say, let her go, you know.
But her son, Flannery reminded him. We have her son.
The son's gone too. Hey, it's unfortunate, but do we really need her anymore? I say no. I say we're fine on our own. It's not the end of the world, Martin. We're still working on that one.
You're doomed, said Abyssinia. Crepuscular looked back at her.
Haven't I killed you yet?
She ignored him, looked straight to Flannery. Her face was tight with pain, but she still managed to smile. It was all teeth, like a shark.
Skulduggery Pleasant knows what you did, she said. He won't forget it. He doesn't give a damn that you're president. He's coming for you, Martin.
No, Crepuscular said. But we're coming for him.
He shot her with some kind of paintball thing. It hit her leg, and the black paint wrapped itself round her thigh. Strange symbols glowed. Crepuscular handed Flannery the gun and picked up the knife that Nero had dropped. He knelt in front of Abyssinia, tapping the tip of the blade against her chest. She didn't even try anything. She was broken. Defeated.
Do it, Flannery whispered. Kill her.
Crepuscular chuckled and pushed the knife into her chest. Abyssinia didn't make a sound, but her eyes widened and her mouth opened as blood deepened the red of her outfit. Crepuscular whispered something in her ear, and amazingly her eyes widened even more. Then she slumped back, and Nero raised his head, looked at her. "Oh no," he said again, and he vanished, and took Abyssinia with him. Chapter 114. Razia died less than a minute after Abyssinia teleported away. Valkyrie watched from across the platform. She died clasping Temper's hands. Slowly, tenderly, Temper picked her up and carried her body out of the rain, disappearing through the doorway. It was then that Valkyrie realized that Solace was no longer on the platform with them. The only people left out here, in the rain, was Valkyrie and Skulduggery and Damocles Creed.
"You have to leave,"
Creed said, with the temerity to actually sound bored.
"You're all trespassing on church property."
Valkyrie didn't know what to do, didn't know what she could do. It had all gone horribly wrong. She wanted to punch someone, wanted to hurt someone, wanted to find someone to blame. So she marched over. "You!" she said, snarling up at him. "You're under arrest."
"I am,"
Creed said, his face impassive. "You've been conducting illegal experiments with the kith."
"That is a gross mischaracterization of a deeply spiritual practice."
"You've been lobotomizing innocent people."
"Your ignorance is as sad as your petulance, Detective. I believe you will find that the practice of activation is covered in the Religious Freedom Act."
She stood within punching distance and looked up. He was smiling at her. "You find this amusing, do you?"
"I find you amusing," he said.
Skulduggery came over to pull her away, and she whipped her arm out of his grip. "You're under arrest. Damocles Creed, I'm placing you under arrest."
"I have committed no crime."
"How about kidnapping? Or what? You want to tell me that Temper volunteered for this?"
"He did," Creed answered. "Many years ago. I have the papers he signed. A contract, if you will, giving the church permission to activate him."
"We all know he walked away from that."
Creed raised an eyebrow. "The contract is still valid. If anyone should be pressing charges, it should be me. None of you have permission to be on church property. Believe me, the Supreme Mage will be hearing about this."
Valkyrie wanted to throw him from the damn platform and listen to him scream all the way down. Creed sighed and pressed his hands together.
"But you're emotional. You look like you've been through quite an ordeal. So I will not call the city guard, and I will not have you arrested. You are free to leave, at your leisure. Go in peace, and may the faceless ones bathe you in their love."
He bowed and walked from the platform. The door into the dark cathedral closed after him. "Skulduggery," Abyssinia said. They both whirled. Skulduggery ran to Abyssinia as she lay there with a knife sticking out of her chest. He dropped to his knees and cradled her in his arms, just like Abyssinia had cradled Cason. Nero slumped over beside them and didn't stir. "Flannery's still alive," Abyssinia said weakly. "I met his friend. He did this to me. He knows you.
He said he's coming for you.
Then I'll be waiting, Skulduggery replied, and I'll give him your regards when I kill him.
How did you do it?
Do what?
Pretend to love me.
His head tilted. Who said I pretended?
Abyssinia smiled.
I'm not easy to love. My son died hating me. My father abandoned me. My devoted followers, where are they? You pretended. Of course you did.
China is sending healers up here. Just hold on.
I loved you, though,
Abyssinia said.
I loved you so much. When we were together, we could do anything. Thank you for that. Thank you for pretending.
She traced her fingers along his cheekbone.
But I have to tell you, I preferred you as a bad guy.
I know you did.
You were always so good at being bad.
I changed my ways. You can too. It's not too late.
She gave a laugh that obviously hurt.
It's far too late, my love. But thank you for lying.
She was silent for a moment.
Valkyrie.
I'm here. Valkyrie went over and knelt by her. Abyssinia took her hand.
Take care of him. He's been through a lot, and he's not nearly as clever as he thinks he is.
I may not have ears, Skulduggery said, but I can hear you just fine.
Valkyrie ignored him and nodded to Abyssinia.
I will.
Even if that's true, Skulduggery said, even if I'm half as clever as I think I am, that's still twice as clever as either of you.
Abyssinia's voice was growing softer.
He needs someone to guide him. He gets these ideas in his head, and he thinks they're good ones. They seldom are.
My ideas are excellent, Skulduggery said.
The fingers that gripped Valkyrie's hand tightened.
He needs a conscience. He needs to be reminded of what it is to be alive. You've got to be that for him, Valkyrie. And he's got to be that for you.
We will be, Valkyrie said softly. Abyssinia released her hand, and Valkyrie slowly stood up and stepped back. The rain stopped.
I shouldn't have brought him back,
Abyssinia said to Skulduggery.
I don't know what I was thinking. That was a moment of insanity.
We're all allowed to go a little insane when the world drives us to it, Skulduggery said.
Surely I couldn't have expected him to be grateful. Surely I couldn't have expected him to show me love. He has never shown me love. My father's obsession with his own legend warped everything he touched. Of course, Malevolent moved against him. Someone had to. Back then, my father was a monster. He is a monster still. But my mother, my sisters, when Malevolent killed them, he broke my heart and tore apart my soul. I never thought I'd find love again. I thought I'd never be in one piece again. But now, I'll leave this world as I came into it. Thank you, she said to Skulduggery. Even if you were pretending to love me, thank you.
Valkyrie left them to their final moment together and walked to the edge of the platform. Roarhaven twinkled beneath her. Chapter 115. Tanith met Skulduggery by the side of the road. It had stopped raining, thank God. 3 days of rain since Abyssinia had died, but now the blue was finally pushing the grey back across the horizon. A bit late for Tanith's bike, though, splattered as it was with 3 days of mud. Unlike the Bentley. She wondered how long he'd been waiting for her here. Wondered if maybe he'd turned up early just to give it a sneaky polish. She wouldn't put it past him. She leaned the bike onto its kickstand, took off her helmet and hung it off the handlebar. Skulduggery was leaning against the car, wearing a facade. "How did you do it?" she asked. Skulduggery raised an eyebrow. Tanith could never quite tell if his facial gestures would have convinced her if she hadn't known the face wasn't real. "I'm not entirely sure," he said. "We sat down and we talked, and I told her the people she'd imprisoned weren't members of Black Sand, and that she knew it. And then she agreed to release them." "Just like that?" "Apparently so." "And she didn't ask for anything in return?"
"Not a thing."
"So, I don't have to turn myself in then? China doesn't even know I'm involved in any of that?"
"I wouldn't go so far as to assume anything," said Skulduggery. "China knows an awful lot about an awful lot. But the fact is, your friends are out of prison, and you don't have to take their place."
Tanith crossed her arms and leaned back against the Bentley beside him. "I'll take that as a win," she said. "Thank you. A lot of good people have been reunited with their families."
"Are you sure about this?" he asked. "About what Black Sand is doing? Actively fighting against the sanctuaries?"
"Not sanctuaries," Tanith said. "Just the one, the High Sanctuary. Just China."
"You could work with her."
"She's too powerful, Skulduggery. You do see that, right? You see how far she's gone." He didn't say anything. Tanith sighed. "She's dangerous. She wants to control it all. If you sided with us—"
"I have other priorities," he said. "Right now, China is a known quantity, as much as such a thing is possible."
"And if she makes a move that you don't approve of?"
He hesitated. "Then we'll see what happens."
Tanith looked out across the fields. "It's been good seeing you again," she said. "I've missed you guys."
"And we've missed you. Are you moving on? Back to Africa?"
"Eventually. I'm going to let things cool down a bit before my return."
"Have you heard from Oberon?"
She nodded. "He's doing good. His son and his ex are free, and he's helping them set up their new lives under new names."
"Any idea how he got past the 7 as 1?
"Not a clue. But he's a man of hidden talents, that guy."
A tractor trundled by. They watched it until it was gone from sight. "So," Skulduggery said, "seeing as how you've suddenly got some free time on your hands, would you be interested in a little side project?"
She looked at him. "Take off the face and talk to me." He deactivated the facade.
"The King of the Darklands is out there. We need a way to stop him."
"I thought Omen Darkly was going to stop him."
"Omen Darkly is going to fight him," Skulduggery corrected. "There's no guarantee he's going to win. So, we need to either find a way to stop the Unnamed before the prophecy comes true, or find a way to help the Chosen One emerge victorious."
"What can I do?"
"The Obsidian Blade killed the Unnamed the first time round," Skulduggery said. "I'm going to need you to find it, so it can kill him again."
Chapter 116. Gripping the bar with both hands, Valkyrie planted her feet flat on the ground, took a moment to settle herself, then exhaled as she lifted. Her arms trembled, and she waited for that to stop.
Balance it, Panthea said, standing behind her. Good. Okay, go ahead.
Valkyrie brought the bar down, inhaling as she did so. It tipped off her chest, and she immediately pushed it back up again. Then it came down, and then it went up, inhaling on the drop, exhaling on the push. The gym buzzed around her. She was used to working out alone, in silence, driven by the voices in her head. Here it was easier. Here it was Panthea's voice she was listening to, and Panthea wasn't nearly so critical.
That's it, Panthea said. Nice. Stay at that pace.
Valkyrie's arms were starting to shake. She enjoyed that. That was when she knew she was pushing herself, when her body was telling her, "No, that's enough now, let's just stop and go for a coffee." She ignored the shaking and kept going.
3 more, Panthea said. Just 3 more, that's all. Come on, you have them in you. 1, that's it, push yourself. These are the important ones. 2, nice. She moved in and her hands appeared beneath the bar, ready to catch it if it fell. 1 more, Valkyrie. 1 more. Come on. 3. Well done.
Panthea gripped the bar and helped Valkyrie put it back on the rack. Valkyrie's arms dropped and she laughed.
Good girl, Panthea said. That was impressive. Take some water.
Panthea moved away to note something down in her logbook, and Valkyrie swerved her upper body out from beneath the barbell and sat up on the bench. She wiped her brow with her towel and took a long gulp from her water bottle, noting with amusement how suddenly hard it was to lift her hand that high. Panthea took her to the mats after that for a cool down, and they chatted a little while people worked out around them. Valkyrie thanked her and headed to the showers. When she was dressed, she slung her gym bag over her shoulder and headed homewards, sipping from a protein shake that had aspirations of being a milkshake but couldn't quite make it. She slowed as she approached Haggard. Finally, she pulled in by the side of the road and stared at the steering wheel. Her mind was clear. There was no internal debate. Not anymore. Abyssinia had seen to that.
I'll leave this world as I came into it.
Alice deserved to have her soul repaired. Happiness wasn't everything. Without the dark, there was no light. She deserved to know sadness and regret and pain and sorrow. She deserved to miss the people she loved when they were gone, because only then could they live in her memories. She needed to be human, as frail and as damaged as that was. It wasn't Valkyrie's place to protect her sister from every bad thing. It was only Valkyrie's place to try. She put the car into gear, pulled back onto the road, and continued on to Haggard. When she walked into the house, both her parents were home, and Alice was waiting for her with a little purple suitcase. Valkyrie had to laugh. "What's this?" she asked. "My suitcase," Alice answered, frowning at her big sister's stupidity. "It has my clothes in it for tomorrow, and my pyjamas, and my teddy bear in case I get lonely, and it has 3 books in case I get bored, even though I know I won't get bored, and it has my hairbrush, and my toothbrush, which is electric, and hair clips, and a plastic bag in case I need to put something in a plastic bag, and an apple and a banana in case I get hungry." "You won't get hungry," Valkyrie said. "Tonight you get a pizza." The smile that spread across Alice's face seemed never to stop. "Bye, Mum," Alice said, giving Melissa a hug. She lunged at Desmond. "Bye, Dad." "Bye, Squid Face," Desmond said, kissing the top of her head. "Have a good time." Alice bounded over to Valkyrie. "I'm ready," she announced. "Cool," said Valkyrie. She hesitated. "Everything all right?" Melissa asked. Her parents looked at her, interested, attentive, loving. "Yes," Valkyrie said slowly. Desmond laughed. "Are you sure?" "I may have something to tell you." Her mum glanced at her dad and raised an eyebrow. "Is it bad or good?" It's not bad. It's not bad news. It's just... I don't know. It's just news. Something you don't know, and something I think I should tell you.
Desmond frowned.
Oh, God! Does it have anything to do with... He wiggled his fingers in the air, his incredibly subtle code for magic.
No,
said Valkyrie. He smiled, relieved. So the world is safe, then?
Yes. Well, as safe as it ever is.
His smile vanished. What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. We're safe, we are.
Is there an apocalypse coming?
Not that I'm aware of.
What's an apocalypse? Alice asked.
It's a load of bad things happening, Valkyrie said, but there isn't one, so we're fine.
Alice shrugged, satisfied with the answer.
So what do you have to tell us? Melissa asked.
Valkyrie's insides churned, and she felt so stupid because she knew they'd be fine with the whole thing. But she also knew that when she told them, they'd view her differently. Not in a bad way, never in a bad way, but from this moment on, they'd have an extra bit of information that they'd have to absorb into what they already knew about her, and that would change things. She didn't want them to think of her differently. She liked how they thought of her now. It was warm and loving and understanding, even about the whole magic side of things. It had been a huge adjustment, after all, when they'd found out about that. They'd had to drastically change how they thought about her then, and compared to that, this was nothing. This was barely worth mentioning. Even so, the words caught in her throat. So she found new words and blurted, "I have a girlfriend." The kitchen went quiet. "Oh," said Melissa. The kitchen went quiet again. Valkyrie watched her mother absorb the information, and watched her father butt up against it. "But I thought you liked boys," he said, confused. "I still do," Valkyrie responded.
"She's bisexual," Melissa told him.
"Oh," Desmond said, nodding like he'd figured it out himself. "Best of both worlds, eh?" Melissa came forward, hugged Valkyrie and kissed her, right above the ear.
"We're proud of you. We love you, and I'm sure we'll love whoever you love. Won't we, Des?"
Desmond came over, hugged them both. "I always wanted you to be a lesbian," he said. "This is the next best thing." Valkyrie laughed, surprised at the tears in her eyes.
"I don't understand anything you're saying,"
Alice said.
"I'll tell you in the car,"
Valkyrie promised. Chapter 117. They drove to Grimwood and sang songs the whole way. Crazy World by Aslan came on, though, and Valkyrie's voice cracked with emotion halfway through the second chorus, so she changed the station. After a few moments, she'd got herself back under control and started singing again. Alice didn't notice. When they entered the house, Alice hollered Zena's name, and Zena came bounding into the hall, and Alice dropped to her knees a moment before the dog collided with her. They were sprawling across the floor, Zena a whirling tornado of excitement, and Alice the giggling focus of its energies. Valkyrie watched and made herself laugh. She hoped they would sprawl forever. But that's why she went for a workout that morning. That's why she pulled over to the side of the road. That's why she sat at the kitchen table for a chat. Because she was delaying it. But she couldn't delay it any longer. When both Zena and Alice had settled down, Valkyrie took Alice into the living room and asked her to lie down on the couch.
"What are we doing?"
Alice asked.
"We're just going to rest," Valkyrie said, kneeling beside her. "But before we do, Alice, I love you. Before you came along, I didn't know that I needed a sister. I thought my life was full, but it wasn't. I can look back now, and I can see that there was a gap that I would never have known was there if you hadn't been born."
Alice giggled.
"You're being weird."
Valkyrie smiled.
"Yes, I am, but sometimes you have to be weird. I love you, sweetie. I wish we could have had a normal life, and I wish I could have spent more time with you, and I'm really desperately sorry that I went away for all that time. I missed you every single moment I wasn't here."
Alice nodded automatically.
I missed you too, she said.
Tears in her eyes, Valkyrie leaned over, kissed her forehead.
You're such a sweetie. I'm sorry for everything that happened. I'm sorry for what I did. And I'm sorry for this. But no matter what, my darling, darling sister.
And here Valkyrie started properly crying.
Please remember that I love you more than anything or anyone else in the whole entire world. Alice Edgley, fall asleep.
Alice closed her eyes and slept, and Valkyrie curled up and sobbed. Xena came in, nudged her with her snout, tried to lick her face. Valkyrie wrapped her arms round the dog and hugged her until the crying stopped, and then she kissed the top of Xena's head and gently shooed her away. She stood, took the skull amulet from her pocket and pressed it to her hip, and the suit flowed over her. It was slightly different this time around, as if it knew what was required of it and designed itself accordingly. Valkyrie pulled up the hood and pulled down the mask. She picked up the soul catcher and turned away from Alice to shield her, and then she sent her magic crackling through her hands, and the soul catcher exploded. Shards of glass bounced off Valkyrie's chest and mask as the swirling orange light burst free, twisting through the air. For one terrible, horrifying moment, Valkyrie thought it was going to disappear through the ceiling. But it turned suddenly, sensing home. She stepped back, watching as it dipped and dived straight into Alice's chest. Valkyrie tore off her mask and activated her aura vision. Her sister lay there, sleeping gently, and her aura burned as brightly as any Valkyrie had ever seen. Valkyrie sat downstairs, waiting for her sister to wake, her eyes on the music box on the coffee table. The lid was down, the music box silent. She could have done with just a few seconds of that tune. She was nervous, sitting down here. Her anxiety was starting to bite. It wouldn't take much to calm her nerves. All she'd have to do is reach forward, flick up the lid, and after a few seconds, close it and sit back, and everything would be good. But if Alice called out during those few seconds, would Valkyrie even hear her? And of course there was no guarantee that those few seconds wouldn't stretch to an hour, or more. It had happened before. That wonderful, soft, lilting tune had a tendency to draw her in while the world rushed by around her. Besides, when Alice woke, she'd need Valkyrie to be alert and responsive, and the music box, while brilliant and amazing and so incredibly helpful, also dulled Valkyrie's emotions in ways that weren't always helpful. She'd have to be careful about using the box in the future. She wouldn't want to get overly dependent on something like that. She blinked, realizing that night had fallen and that she was sitting in darkness. She got up, leaving Xena asleep on the couch, and went through the house, turning on lights. She got to the kitchen, but the kitchen wasn't a kitchen, and there was a girl sitting on the edge of a bed. Valkyrie jumped in shock, and the vision wavered, started to fade. Hold on, she grumbled, and calmed herself, and the image grew solid again. The girl was sitting with her head down, blonde hair falling over her face. She was wearing black, the kind of clothes Ghastly Bespoke used to make for Valkyrie. She stood. She was tall, strong, maybe 15 or 16 years old. She tied her hair back into a ponytail. She was pretty, too, had a look of determination, had a look of... Valkyrie frowned. "Alice," she whispered. The girl spun, eyes wide, teeth bared, but frowned. "Who is that?" she asked. "Can you hear me?" Valkyrie said, stepping closer. It was Alice. Older, bigger, but Alice. "I can hear you," she said, eyes fixing onto Valkyrie's. "I can see you too, but you're faded." She hesitated.
Valkyrie?
Valkyrie sobbed, and her knees went, and she collapsed, and Alice rushed to her, tried to pick her up, but her hands went right through Valkyrie's shoulders.
Valkyrie!
Alice said, crying now herself.
How is this happening? You're a vision,
Valkyrie said with a half laugh.
You're in the future. Where I am, you're 8. That's 8 years ago. Are you okay? Tell me you're okay, please. I'm fine, Alice said. I'm good. I love you so much. So much has happened. I don't know how much we should say. Anything you tell me could mess up the way things are meant to unfold. The future isn't set. This science fiction stuff can really do your head in, can't it?
Alice said, grinning.
It really, really can.
Valkyrie should have cut the vision off right then and there. She knew that. But...
So you're a sorcerer now?
Alice laughed and wiped her eyes.
Yes, I suppose you could say that. Magic's in our blood, isn't it? It's what we were born to do.
All the energy left Valkyrie's body, and she sat, her legs curled beneath her.
I thought I'd be doing you a favour by keeping it from you. Yeah, I know. But you can't cheat destiny, dear sister. I'm about to step out that door. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a door over there. And face down my arch-enemy. Can you believe it? I have an arch-enemy. Me!
Valkyrie wanted to reach out and grab her.
Do you have help? Alice, you can't do this alone. You need to... I've been doing this for years, Alice said, smiling gently. Don't worry about it, okay? I've got our Edgley family heritage on my side. We not only have magic in our blood, we have a very specific type of magic. I can feel it bubbling within me.
The smile faded.
But I'm about to change.
What do you mean?
I have to win. I've got no choice. This is the last stand, you know? Either we win this battle or they do. And we can't afford to let them win. The world actually hangs in the balance. How are you going to change, Alice? I'm not certain. I don't think I'll be me anymore.
No, don't do it.
It's okay. I'm okay with it. We've all got to sacrifice something for the future we want.
She turned her head, listening to something Valkyrie couldn't hear.
I have to go.
Who is it? Valkyrie asked, getting to her feet as Alice straightened. Who are you fighting?
Tell me and I'll stop them here, in my time, before they're even a threat. You can't prevent this, Alice said sadly. This has been written in the stars. The final battle between the child of the ancients and the child of the faceless ones. I can help you. This is my fight. I really have to go.
Alice started walking away.
I love you, Valkyrie. I love you too. I miss you every single day.
And then the vision was over, and the kitchen was the kitchen again, and Alice was calling her name from upstairs. For a long moment, Valkyrie didn't move. She couldn't. Her feet were locked in place. She couldn't even answer. Her throat was too constricted. And then she was moving, running for the stairs, and suddenly she was across the landing and at the bedroom door, about to burst in. But she stopped, and gently turned the handle, and stepped in.
Hi, sweetie, she said. Is everything okay?
Alice was sitting up in bed. Her face was in darkness.
I don't know,
she said. There was something in her voice, a hitch, a catch.
I don't feel well, I don't think.
Valkyrie pushed the door open wider, and the light from the landing swept slowly across the bed until it uncovered Alice's tear-stained face.
I don't know what's wrong,
Alice said, her mouth turning down, and Valkyrie rushed over to her. "Oh, baby," she said, sitting on the bed and wrapping her arms round her sister. "It's okay. You're okay. I've got you. You hear me? Everything's going to be fine. I love you so, so much. I'm not going to let anything bad happen to you ever again. I promise, sweetheart. I promise." She held her sister close and hugged her tight, feeling every one of her sister's sobs as they echoed through her own body. And she sang to her. Crazy World by Aslan. Chapter 118. It was a Sunday. Omen and Augur were back at home, back in Galway, back at the big house in the country. Augur's bullet wound was healing well. He barely felt more than a twinge, he said. But he'd always been a fast healer, even without magic. Conversation in the Darkly household was restricted, unsurprisingly, to the King of the Darklands. For all the assurance, all of the effortless confidence they'd demonstrated over the years, Omen suspected that Emmeline and Caddoc Darkly had secretly believed that Augur would never have to actually embrace his destiny. Maybe they thought it would all be averted before it arrived. His parents had always loved the prestige of having a chosen one in the family, but now Omen saw real worry in their eyes. The years were ticking down, and in the last few days, the future glimpsed in the prophecy had only become more likely, more real. They took their frustration out on Omen, of course. Nothing he did was right. Everything was commented upon. The glory he'd shared with his brother over their naval magazine Whitley heroism had been as short-lived as he'd expected. Their constant sniping chipped away at him, got him down. But he was used to it. Their priority had to be Augur. Had to be. In 2 years' time, once Augur had faced the King of the Darklands, as prophesied, and kicked the crap out of him, as expected, then the Darkly prophecy would be over, and Omen's parents could open their hearts to both brothers. Omen was sure this would happen. He was looking forward to it. He actually had dreams about it. But that day was still 2 years away, and right now it was Sunday, and it was half-term break, and Omen had been at home for 5 days, and his parents were getting sick of the sight of him. So he was in his room, lying on his bed and making his way through a stack of comics that never had dropped over a few hours earlier. He heard his mother come up the stairs. Her shoes, high heels even at home, clicked pleasingly as they passed his door. They stopped at Augur's room, and Omen heard a delicate knock. A few moments passed, and she knocked again. She strode back, knocked sharply on Omen's door. "Where's your brother?" I don't know," Omen said. "Find him. Lunch is ready." Omen hopped off the bed and walked quickly to the door. But even as he opened it, his mother was already heading downstairs. He watched the top of her head disappear. He'd been hoping for a glance from her. Not even a smile. A glance would do. He checked the rest of the house, then went outside to the training hall. This is where they'd spent most of their time as kids. Augur learning from the best combat instructors in the world, and Omen trying to be an adequate sparring partner. He'd never succeeded, of course, but he knew Augur appreciated it nonetheless. This afternoon, the hall was quiet. The punch bags hung like stalactites. The weapons were racked. There was a trail down between the trees that led to a little clearing where Augur liked to go sometimes to think. Omen didn't need places like that, because Omen's thoughts were pretty simple. He wouldn't have liked to have the kinds of thoughts that required places. Those thoughts were probably deep and scary, and the sort to give you nightmares. Omen hurried down the trail. It was bright day, and dry but cold, and Omen's thin fleece didn't do a whole lot to keep in the warmth. He passed the tree stump that usually had an axe buried in it. A moment later, he got to the clearing and Augur wasn't there. But he heard someone behind him and turned, and Yennen Ispelin ran at him, the axe in his hands. Panic exploded, and dread and terror. Yennen's face was a portrait of hatred, and he kept getting closer. That axe kept swinging. Omen didn't know what to do. But he knew that if he backed off, he was dead, so he lunged forward, grabbing Yenin, pulled him over his hip. It was a clumsy throw, and they both went down, but the axe spun away. Omen got up, and Yenin got up, and Yenin reached behind him, to his waistband. Took out a knife, showed it, didn't smile, laugh, say anything, but wanted Omen to see the knife. Wanted Omen to know what was coming. Omen didn't shout for help. To shout for help was to lose focus. Teeth bared, Yenin stepped in. Omen shot both hands down, managed to grab the wrist before the blade reached him. Yenin's other hand seized Omen's fleece, and Yenin powered forward, slamming Omen into a tree. Omen twisted to one side and pulled, and the knife went into the trunk. Omen threw an elbow, and then he tackled Yenin, pushing him away from the tree and away from the knife. They turned and turned again, feet sliding in the leaves and the twigs and the dirt. Yenin snarled and snapped, straining to gain the advantage. Omen knew enough to conserve his energy. A feint, and Yenin went low, arms encircling both of Omen's legs, and he lifted. Omen had a brief moment to shift himself higher before he was slammed to the ground. The shock ran up his spine and did its best to empty his lungs, but he'd been expecting it, and now he had the makings of a triangle choke. Yenin recognised the move. He stalled it, pulled back, protecting himself. Omen abandoned the triangle and swivelled into an arm bar. Almost got it, too, but Yenin had always been good at the technicalities. Omen released it, kicked Yenin away, got up. Yenin was breathing heavily through his mouth. He lashed out, his fist crunching, Omen's head rattling. Swung again, another strike, swung again, another one. Omen retreated, covering up, wilting under the onslaught. Yenin in control now, asserting his dominance. Threw a kick, threw another. Now he spun. Omen stopped faking and grabbed him, picked him up mid-spin, dumped him to the ground on his left shoulder. Yenin crumpled and moaned, started to get up. Omen threw a kick of his own, low and to the face. Yenin tumbled back, then lurched up and fell again under Omen's fists. Omen stopped, crouched over him, Yenin's face a bloody mess. Enough. Look at him. He'd had enough. He stood, stepped away. "Ogre," he said, though he meant to shout. He turned to the trees and tried again. "Ogre!" No response. He turned, and Yenin was right there, and he stuck the knife in. Omen made a sound. Omen fell, sliding off the blade onto the ground, clutched at his belly. All that blood, staining his fleece. Looked up. Yenin staring down at him, at the mess he'd made, at all that blood. Not in shock, though. In his eyes, something else. Triumph and happiness. On the far side of the clearing, Omen saw a lion charging through the undergrowth, except it wasn't a lion. It was his brother, and Ogre leaped from that side to this, an impossible distance, and Yenin whirled, and Ogre's knee hit him, and Yenin's knife was somewhere between them, and they went down and rolled, and Ogre rolled free, and he had a knife sticking out of his chest. "No!" Omen screamed. "Ogre! No!" Yenin moaned, turned over, holding his shoulder, face tight, started to get up. Someone, somewhere, calling out for Ogre, for Omen. Omen on his knees, not able to straighten, spine curved to keep the wound closed. All that blood. Eyes on Yenin. Yenin standing. Omen standing. Omen moving. Feet clumsy, crashing. Tangle. Curses. Hands in his face. Fingers in eyes. Omen biting. Punching. Pounding. Yenin wasn't moving anymore. Yenin barely breathing. And then, his name. Someone shouting his name. He tried to answer, but fell sideways instead. He looked around, started crawling. Before he reached Ogre, his strength left him, and he collapsed. His brother's eyes were open, blinking, his arm outstretched. Omen reached out. Before their fingers touched, Omen fell into darkness. Chapter 119. China lay beside him. It was a cold night, the fire in the hearth having long faded to glowing embers, but the bed was warm, and the sheets were soft, and his presence was comforting. All through her childhood she'd had trouble sleeping, plagued as she was by the stories her parents would tell her of the faceless ones. Once, when reflecting over that day's sermon, her mother had smiled and asked her, "Doesn't that comfort you, knowing our gods are out there, watching over us, reaching out with unknowable fingers, aching to come home? Doesn't that make you feel happy?" And China had said, "No, Mother, it gives me bad dreams." And her mother's face had changed in an instant, and China had spent the next 3 days on her knees, praying to the faceless ones, begging their forgiveness. Since that day, she had hidden her fears from her parents and suffered those nightmares in silence. But here, in this bed, by his side, she sank into sleep gratefully, knowing she would surface in the morning, untroubled by half-remembered visions of doom and damnation. This, she thought, was what happiness was. Love and contentment. At 19 years old, she had found the love of her life, someone who cared not for her beauty or her status, but who loved her for the jokes she made, and the things she said, and the things she did and wanted to do. He was a kind man, fierce with others, but gentle with her. Her parents, were they to learn of this, would do their best to tear them apart, but he offered her something they never did. And so, smiling, with her hand on his back, she fell once again asleep. She woke while it was still dark. Her hand was still on his back, but his back, like the hearth, had lost its heat. China lay there. Her body was heavy. Her back was cold. Slowly, she raised her heavy head off the pillow as she moved her heavy hand up to his shoulder. She said his name, and he didn't answer. But he always answered her. He always did. She pulled him gently towards her and turned him onto his back. His arm fell limply, as if it had no bones. His chest was still. It did not rise, and it did not fall. His eyes were open and looked to the ceiling. He did not see her, but he always saw her. He always did. A low, guttural sound twisted up from her belly and burned through her chest and emerged from her lips, a sound of pain not yet comprehended, the beginnings of loss and despair and utter helplessness, and it would not stop, and she wanted to hold him and shake him. But her body moved away instead, her knees rising to her chest, her hands in her hair, her eyes on his great unmoving form, and the sound turned to a wail, that turned to a scream, that turned to a roar of pain and unfathomable emptiness, and... China woke, her body stiff, the sheets wrapped around her, staring at the empty side of the bed. Her bed, her apartment, her high sanctuary. She was here, now. She wasn't 19 anymore. She wasn't in that little hut on the mountainside. It was a dream, just a bad dream. China sat up, took a deep breath. She hadn't dreamed about that night in a long time. She had refused to even think about it. It was the stress of everything, piling in on top of her, that was dredging up all of these bad memories. She'd have one of her sensitives take care of it in the morning, to scrub the nightmares from her mind. But why wait? She reached for the phone and froze. There was someone standing at the foot of the bed. It was an old woman, hunched. China couldn't see her face, but she could feel her eyes on her. China met those eyes.
"We found each other after all these years," said Solace. "And now he's been taken away from me, and I'm never getting him back. All that time I was trapped in that tower, my mind numbed by that infernal music box. There was always a part of me that knew he was out there, and that given a chance, he would find me. That hope kept me alive through the loneliness, through the madness of that place."
She wasn't really here. A sliver of moonlight came through from the window, and the old woman didn't cast a shadow.
"Caison's was the only love I have ever known," Solace continued. "And you knew that, yet you still betrayed him. And you put me in that tower, so I couldn't help him."
"I loved him too," China said carefully. "I raised him. But I did what I did to protect you." She could feel the old woman's sneer.
"You're twisted," Solace said. "Your heart is blackened and sour. You betrayed Caison, and you put me in that tower, and then you chose to forget about us both. You buried us as memories, and on our graves you built an empire."
The old woman leaned forward.
"Power is the only thing you care about, the only thing you love. And I'm going to take it all away from you. Every last bit of it. Sleep well, Mother. I'll see you soon."
She stepped back and faded to moonlight, and China was alone again. Chapter 120. Lily's scooter ran out of petrol 10 kilometres from the portal, so Sebastian abandoned it in the dust and started walking. Lily wouldn't be happy. None of them would be happy, since he'd failed and everything, but Lily especially wouldn't be happy. She loved that scooter. She'd made him promise to bring it back. Just another way in which he'd screwed up. Just one more reason for people to hate him. He was maybe 4 kilometres to the portal when he realised he'd forgotten his hat. "Damn!" he said. It was quiet. That word was the only thing he could hear, so he said it again. "Damn!" A bit louder that time. He opened his mouth wider. "Damn!" He raised his head to shout at the red sky and the heavens beyond. Darkness hovered there. Sebastian froze. The desiccated corpse watched him. It held his hat. "Please help us," Sebastian said. "Please help me. We need you. We need you to come back, and we need you not to kill us. You were tricked in order to make you leave. We had to do that. You understand, don't you?" The corpse offered no reply. "But the world faces a threat no one is ready for," Sebastian continued. "You are the most powerful being we know. You are an impossible being, in the same way the faceless ones are impossible. But I think, that you can be on our side. I think you have a spark of humanity inside you. Even now, even after everything you did back on my world, even after you thought you destroyed us all. You're still one of us, Darkess. We need you." The corpse floated down. Its feet sank gently into the dirt before him. Sebastian cleared his throat and puffed out his chest. "Or you can kill me," he said. "If all you're going to do is come back and finish what you started. If all you're going to do is wipe us out, then you may as well just kill me now. Just get it over with." He took a breath and held it as he winced, waiting to be turned to dust with a click of the fingers. But the corpse didn't click its fingers. It looked at him, with its dried-out eyes sitting in their sunken sockets, as if it was considering his proposal. Then those eyes cleared, and colour came back to the skin, as the body regrew the meat on its bones, and radiance rippled through its black hair. The corpse took a breath and became a person, tall and strong, and wearing a peculiarly dispassionate version of Valkyrie Cain's face. Chapter 121. It was a sunny day. Valkyrie took that to be a good sign. After everything that had happened, after all the hardship and pain and loss and guilt, today was the day when it could all turn around. She was going to get good news today. News that would spur her on in her adventures. For that's what they were. Gallivanting around the world with skullduggery, fighting bad guys, saving lives, doing magic, flying, dealing with people from alternate dimensions. If all that wasn't adventuring, she didn't know what was. She was going to enjoy it again. From this day on, she'd meet each new challenge with a grin. If she grinned enough, she was quite sure she could keep the bad thoughts away. There was no amount of guilt, no amount of self-loathing, no amount of pain that couldn't be kept at bay with a grin and a witty line. And the music box. The music box helped. She fell asleep to the music box every night now, and woke fresh and calm, and ready for the challenge. Things were good. Corrival Academy was on its half-term break, so she was spending more time with Militza. She was enjoying her new training regime with Panthea. Alice was still crying, and her parents didn't know what to do, but the Necronaut suit was working out well, and Valkyrie had pretty much decided to keep it. She had made a hefty, anonymous donation to the museum, and one of these days she'd talk to the people in charge and confess her little crime, and she was confident that they'd understand, especially if she offered to make another hefty donation right then and there. Yep, today was the day she got back control over her own life, and it started here, with this conversation. Dusk was waiting for her, standing on the same rooftop in the Fangs where she'd met Cason. "Thanks for coming," she said. He didn't react to that. He just looked at her. "Are you sure you want to know this?" She smiled. "I'm sure. Whatever it is can't be any worse than what I've been through already. So come on. What did you see in my blood?" He looked away, over the rooftops. "I had only been a vampire 8 years when I came upon a door," he said. "It was in the middle of the countryside, and I was starving for blood. When a vampire is that hungry, he can sense living creatures nearby. It's like hearing a gurgling stream." Valkyrie liked the way he talked. "The door was wooden and set into the ground, secured with a metal lock. I had very little strength, but I managed to prise the door open just enough to slip through into the darkness. Wooden steps led me to a single vast room, filled with people. They were naked and staring straight ahead, and they didn't move. I thought at first that it was a mirage brought upon by my hunger, but no. These people were real, and they were here. I grabbed the closest and sank my teeth into his neck." Dusk shivered slightly. "His blood was different. There was a power in it, a potency. I didn't like it. It tasted sour. So I moved on to the next, and the next, and the next, and they all had this taste, this power. It made me sick. It almost killed me." "And what does this have to do with me?" Valkyrie asked. He turned to look at her. "When I drank from you, I tasted that same power, but magnified. The power they held in their blood was nothing compared to yours.
They were echoes. You were the song.
I'm not sure
I learned later who they were, Dusk continued. And I learned who put them down there. A man I believe you have had dealings with. Damocles Creed. Valkyrie looked at him and said nothing. Those people were what is known as kith, Dusk said. When I drank from you, I knew. The legends are wrong, Valkyrie. You are not descended from the last of the ancients. You are descended from their enemies. You have their power, and you have their blood. You are a faceless one. He stood up on the ledge and turned to her. I'm sorry, he said, stepping backwards and leaving her alone. That was Skulduggery Pleasant, Bedlam, by Derek Landy, read by Kevin Healy. This programme was produced by ID Audio. A HarperCollins children's audiobook. Text copyright Derek Landy, 2019. Production copyright 2019 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Derek Landy asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.
Chapter 49. Serial killers, it had to be said, were not among Sebastian's favourite people in the world. They were scary and nasty, and on occasion in the past had tried to kill him. Silas Nadir, in particular, had a habit of trying to do just that. But things were different now. Sebastian was now the plague doctor, his face hidden behind a mask, his voice distorted. Nadir wouldn't see the fear, wouldn't hear the tremor. Sebastian was bigger, stronger, and better than he had been the last time they'd tangled. He hoped. Nadir stood in Demur's living room, smiling to himself as Forby got the portal machine ready. He had a beard. He hadn't had a beard when Sebastian had seen him last. No one said anything. Everyone, apart from Nadir himself, was looking decidedly grumpy. "Okay," Forby said. "We're ready." "Before we do this," Demure said, stepping forward, "I just want to make sure you understand, Mr. Nadir. I do not approve of your lifestyle." Nadir raised a lazy eyebrow. "My lifestyle?" Demure cleared her throat. "Your serial killing. I don't approve of it." "Wow," said Nadir. "That's actually pretty powerful, you saying that to me. Does anyone else disapprove?" Hands slowly went up. Nadir nodded. "I see," he said. "This is quite a shock, I have to admit. I mean, I guess I always knew that what I was doing was wrong, but it has taken me until now, until this moment, with you fine people, to make me realise just how wayward my life has become. I want to thank you, each of you, for shining a light on my darkness. I think I'm cured. Glory be to God, I think I'm cured." "You're being sarcastic," said Bennett. "Duh! Your disapproval didn't stop you from sneaking me into the city, did it? I think you've all long since fallen from your moral high ground, and you know what? You didn't have to fall very far." "You're disgusting," said Demure. "Yeah," Nadir responded. "I am. Big surprise there. But even though I don't know why you want a door opened into this particular dimension, I'm going to go ahead and assume the reason you're keeping it secret is because no one else outside your little group would be in favour. Am I right? Yeah, I figured." "That's enough," said Sebastian. Nadir turned to him. "Says who? You? The freak in the bird mask? Who are you, freak? I can see your eyes through the glass. You're looking at me like you know me. Do you know me?"
I know you.
Nadir stepped right up to him. The others tensed, but Sebastian didn't react. "Who did I kill?" Nadir asked, smiling, staring right into Sebastian's eyes. "Parents? Family? Girlfriend? Boyfriend? Kids? Who? I've killed all sorts, all kinds, of all ages, and you're looking at me like I've personally hurt you. I know that look. I know it well. So who did I kill?" Nadir peered closer. "Oh, was it you? Is that why you wear the outfit? Did I scare you up? Are you wearing the mask because of what I did to you?" He laughed. "If you're waiting for me to remember, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. You all blur into one after a while." "You won't remember me," Sebastian said, "but I remember you. And none of that means anything, because we brought you here to do a job, and you're going to do it." "Am I?" said Nadir. "Or am I just going to walk on out of here? What are you going to do? Call the city guard? Get the cleavers onto me? File a complaint?" "We'll stop you," Sebastian said. Nadir sneered. "You're too scared to stop me." "There are 7 of us and only 1 of you," said Lily. "And would you be willing to kill me?" Nadir asked. "Would any of you have the guts to end my life? Because I'll tell you, I reckon I'd kill 3 of you before anyone laid a hand on me." "This is getting ridiculous," said Ulysses. "Mr. Nadir, we upheld our end of the deal. We got you in here. Now please do as you promised and open the portal." Nadir considered it, then smirked. "Sure," he said. "There's not one of you who looks even remotely competent, so I'm sure this is going to backfire on you all. It'd be a hell of a kick to contribute to that." He rolled his shoulders and held out his hands. "Get ready, kids. This is going to be awesome." Chapter 50. It was almost 2 in the afternoon, and it was raining, and it was freezing, and Valkyrie's feet were so numb that when they landed in the garden behind her parents' house, her ankles almost gave out. She stomped around to get the feeling back, gave the soul catcher to Skulduggery, and blew into her cupped hands. "If you need some time to rest," Skulduggery said, but she cut him off. "We're not resting. We're getting the fragments today. We've let too much time go by as it is. Come on." She led the way inside. Her mum was out, and her dad was asleep in his armchair. They found Alice upstairs.
"Stephanie!"
Alice squealed, running to her.
"Skulduggery!"
"Hello, little one," Skulduggery said, patting her head as she hugged him.
"Why are you here? What are you holding?"
"I'll show you," Valkyrie said, taking the globe from Skulduggery and setting it down on Alice's desk. "See this? This is a magic globe." Alice's eyes widened as she came forward. "What does it do?" "I don't know yet. Want to find out?"
"Yes!"
"Put your hand on it," Skulduggery said. "What's it like?"
"Cold,"
said Alice. "Tell me when it's warm."
"OK."
She frowned in concentration, then smiled brightly.
"It's getting warm now."
"Good girl. Give it a big spin, OK?" The tip of her tongue sticking out between her teeth, Alice spun the globe as hard as she could. It rattled in its stand as it blurred, and then suddenly locked itself in place. The surface rippled. It reformed itself, zooming in on 2 points of light in Ireland and 1 in Scotland. "The soul has been split in 3, Skulduggery said, tapping one of the lights. The globe rippled again and changed as it zoomed in once more, and Valkyrie recognized Haggard. The light emanated from a familiar structure.
"That's our house!"
Alice exclaimed.
"Look, Stephanie!"
"So it is," Valkyrie said. She'd seen something like this before, but even so, it was, all things considered, pretty cool. "See that light coming from inside? That's you." "Is it?" "Part of you, anyway." Alice peered closer.
Wow!
Skulduggery tapped the globe again, and it zoomed out, then rippled and focused on a small town that became a street that became another house with a light shining within. The first lost fragment of Alice's soul. "This is about half an hour from Roarhaven," Skulduggery said. "It didn't travel too far."
Valkyrie frowned. "It's moving." "It is, isn't it? Look."
"It would appear so." Her heart became heavy. The fragment had found a host.
"What's this one do?" Alice asked, tapping the third light.
The surface rippled, focusing on Scotland, showing a city that seemed strangely familiar to Valkyrie.
"Where is that?"
she asked. "Right where I thought it might be," Skulduggery said. He didn't sound pleased. "I imagine this is where traumatized souls tend to flee to."
"Where?"
"Meren Ta'ul, the city below."
"Oh," said Valkyrie, sagging. "The necropolis."
Chapter 51. They touched down on the roof of a car park. Carrying a bag containing the soul catcher, Skulduggery activated his facade, and they took the elevator to the ground level. Valkyrie's thoughts were on fire again. She tried to remember the tune from the music box, but it remained just out of reach. She needed something to focus on. She needed words.
"How are we going to find the fragment in the necropolis?"
she asked. "We're not," Skulduggery said. "I am." She was aware of how fast she was speaking, but she couldn't actually stop.
"Then how are you going to find it? How are you going to find a part of a soul in a city filled with souls? It's impossible. It sounds impossible."
"Not according to Dr. Nye," Skulduggery said. "Once we've captured the first fragment, the soul catcher will act as a metal detector of sorts. All I'll have to do is walk the streets of the necropolis until I find what we're looking for."
"We have to get it fast, though. We have to. I mean, if the first fragment can merge with some random soul it bumps into, then won't the second one be at a higher risk? In the necropolis, there are souls everywhere you turn. We should have gone there first."
"It's been 6 years, Valkyrie. A few more hours aren't going to make a difference." Valkyrie nodded. Nodded again. That was true. She knew that. It made sense. Made a lot of sense. "Are you feeling okay?" Skulduggery asked.
"I'm grand," she said.
The elevator doors opened, and they emerged onto a pavement, and she just followed Skulduggery. The town was small. She didn't even know its name. It didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was retrieving that fragment of her sister's soul. They got to the house, a quiet house on a quiet street. Valkyrie went to slam her fist against the door, but Skulduggery caught her wrist. With his other hand, he gently, politely knocked. Valkyrie nodded. She had to calm down. Had to. She was going to hurt someone if she didn't. She took a deep breath and smiled as she exhaled. The door opened. A woman in a flowing dress nodded somberly at them. She was calm, but her aura was in chaos. It writhed and twisted like a yellow snake chasing its own tail. There was a smaller aura, an orange aura, in there with it. They hadn't merged. Not yet. "Hi," Valkyrie said. "We're here." The woman held up a hand.
"I know why you're here."
"You do?"
"Of course."
She stepped to one side and held the door open.
"You're here for a reading."
Valkyrie hesitated, but Skulduggery nudged her forward, and then they were both inside a living room strewn with bowls of cheap crystals. This was the living room of a fortune-teller, and not one of the good ones either.
"My name is Margaret," said the woman. "I'll be your guide today."
"Our guide where?" Skulduggery asked.
Margaret smiled softly. "Into the realms of the unknown."
"Oh, good," said Skulduggery.
"Actually," Valkyrie said, "we just had a few questions for you."
Margaret guided them to 2 chairs at a small table.
I don't like questions, she said, sitting opposite. Questions get in the way. They lodge themselves in the spiritual pathways we'll need to traverse. Banish all questions from your mind. Happiness is acceptance.
That's what I'm always telling her, Skulduggery said. But will she listen?
That's a question, Valkyrie pointed out. Not allowed to ask questions.
It was rhetorical, he responded. There was supposed to be a percontation point after it.
Well, now, I think we're both fully aware that you just made up that word, Valkyrie said, so I'm not going to argue with you. Margaret, we're not here for a reading, or to get our palms read, or anything remotely spiritual like that.
You came here looking for answers,
Margaret said. We came here looking for you.
Because I have the answers you seek.
How can we have answers, though, if we're not allowed to ask questions?
That's a question,
Skulduggery said. Margaret smiled again.
You're sceptical. I understand. I don't even blame you. You're young, with your whole life stretching out ahead of you. You don't yet know just how fragile we are as humans. You think you're immortal. You think spirituality is nonsense. You don't believe in psychics.
Valkyrie smiled back. Got me there? She watched Margaret's aura as they spoke.
I was like you when I was your age, said Margaret. But as I got older, I accepted the fact that there will always be facets of this life we will never be able to even glimpse. 6 years ago, I was visited by a spirit, and it joined my own.
What's that like?
Oh, it's wonderful, Margaret said. It's not without its drawbacks, of course. The spirit that attached to mine is broken, I think. I can't hear its thoughts. I don't think it has any, but I can feel its sadness. I do what I can to soothe it, and in return it grants me a certain sight. Give me your hand, and I'll show you.
Margaret held her own hands out, waiting, but Valkyrie didn't move. We're not here for a reading, she said. We're here for the spirit.
I'm sorry?
The spirit that bonded with you. We're here to take it back. Margaret smiled again.
I'm not sure I understand.
It isn't yours, Skulduggery said. You were right when you said it was broken. It is broken, but we can fix it. We can put it back where it belongs.
You can't just take a spirit.
Actually, Valkyrie said, we can. Skulduggery put the soul catcher on the table. Margaret frowned.
Who are you?
That doesn't matter, he said. We didn't come here to cause you any distress, but we are going to take the spirit with us when we leave.
Is that a crystal ball? Margaret laughed. No one uses a crystal ball anymore.
What's your second name, Margaret? Skulduggery asked.
Kennelly.
Margaret Kennelly. Don't panic.
Margaret nodded and smiled.
Margaret Kennelly, lie down on your couch.
Why do you want me to do that?
Margaret asked as she got up and led the way into the living room.
Wait, what am I doing? How are you making me do this?
Margaret Kennelly, don't worry about it, Valkyrie told her. Margaret lay on the couch, head on the cushions, hands by her side. Valkyrie switched on her aura vision again. The 2 souls writhed as she held both hands over Margaret's belly.
What do I do now?
She whispered. Skulduggery stood beside her.
You can see the souls, can't you? Can you feel them?
Valkyrie frowned, concentrating on the tingling of her palms. Yes, she said. Yes, there.
Can you draw them to you?
I don't want to damage them. I don't want to disperse them.
You're not going to, he said. What happened to the ghost pirate was unfortunate, but it only happened because he wasn't protected by a physical shell. Besides, you're not using your lightning. You're not scared. You're calm. Feel the souls. Can you tell which one is Alice's?
Yes.
Then draw it out to you.
I don't know how.
He put a hand on her shoulder. That's just because you haven't done it before. Magic is all about doing the same things with different intent. Magic obeys. That's why things go wrong when we panic, because we're too confused to tell it what we needed to do. Your magic wants to help you, Valkyrie. Guide it.
The auras buzzed beneath her hands. Something connected them to her skin, like static electricity, like magnetism. A finger twitched, and the smaller aura twitched with it. Valkyrie breathed out so very slowly. This was going to take a while. Chapter 52. It was another hour before she could create a gap between the souls. The smaller one responded easiest. That's the one she wanted. That was the fragment. She raised her right hand, aching now, and brought the aura slowly with it. The first part of it passed through Margaret's body, like a child's drawing where they'd coloured outside the line. Margaret whimpered.
Margaret Kennelly, remain calm and feel no discomfort, said Skulduggery.
Valkyrie used her other hand now to coax out more of the fragment. She turned both hands, curling her fingers ever so slightly, trapping the churning soul in the space between them. Higher she went. Higher. The soul fragment broke free of Margaret's physical shell and thrashed out of Valkyrie's grip, spun in the air, and then darted into the soul catcher that Skulduggery held out. It churned with a bright orange. Valkyrie slumped onto her back and blinked wearily at the ceiling.
Is it over?
Margaret asked.
Did you do it?
She did, Skulduggery said. How are you feeling, Margaret?
I think my connection to the spirit world is gone. I feel empty.
The feeling will pass. You're back to your old self.
I'm very tired.
Margaret Kennelly, go to sleep.
Margaret closed her eyes. Skulduggery helped Valkyrie up. She gazed into the soul catcher.
Hey, little sister,
she murmured.
I think you need a break, Skulduggery said.
No, we have to go after the next one. Then it'll all be over.
Valkyrie, you need rest. You're about to collapse. I'll take you to Malitz's, okay? Temper needs my help with something, so I'll go off, help him, and I'll be able to pick you up in the morning, and we'll go straight to the necropolis.
Maybe a little sleep. He took the soul catcher from her and scooped her up, and she put her head against him and closed her eyes. She was aware of them leaving the house by the back door and rising into the air. And that was it. Chapter 53. Temper found him on a bench beside Black Lake, throwing chunks of bread to the gathered ducks.
Hello, Adam, Temper said, sitting beside him.
Pretend like you don't know me,
Brait whispered. He still had his sunglasses on. Temper pulled his collar up.
Can we just get to it? It's February, man. It's cold.
A guy passed them, walking his dog, and Brait waited until both were out of earshot before talking again.
Where are Skulduggery and Valkyrie?
On their way, but we don't need to wait. You tell me, I can tell them.
No, dude,
Brait said, shaking his head.
Like the song says, we're all in this together. The Three Musketeers, right?
Temper sighed.
I guess.
A few minutes passed. Brait kept feeding the ducks, and Temper kept shivering. Finally, Skulduggery appeared. Temper shuffled over to make room on the bench. Typically, Skulduggery stayed standing.
Hello, ducks,
he said, as the ducks quacked around his feet. Brait glanced up at him and whispered,
Valkyrie not with you?
Afraid not.
She gonna join us later, or what?
She's busy on another case, Adam. We'll have to make do without her.
Brait nodded.
That's cool. Although I was hoping that it'd be all three of you here. Safer, you know. I mean, it's not that I don't feel safe around you guys, but like, she's Valkyrie Cain, you know? She's done some things.
Well, said Skulduggery, we've all done some things.
Not like her, though.
A bit like her.
But she's been to, like, the dark side, you know?
Some of us are well acquainted with the dark side.
Not really, though.
Actually, Temper said, I agree with Adam. Valkyrie is intimidating. Skulduggery tilted his head. I'm intimidating.
Oh, yeah, you are. But not like her. One time I made her smile and I immediately shut up for the rest of the day in case I went too far, and she gave me one of her looks.
That's ridiculous, Skulduggery said. I'm scarier than Valkyrie.
Sorry, man, you're not.
I'm a living skeleton.
And she can be quite blunt.
I don't believe what I'm hearing, said Skulduggery. I came back from the dead.
And so did Valkyrie, didn't she?
Skulduggery let a moment go by. It's not the same thing, he said, and brushed a speck of dust from his sleeve. Can we focus on why we're here?
Yeah, sure, okay, said Brait.
He looked around to make sure no one was listening, then covered his mouth with his hands and spoke.
So, I think Creed is doing all this activating stuff right here in Roarhaven. Right in the Dark Cathedral, in fact.
Temper frowned at him.
What are you doing? What are you doing with your hands?
Satellites, man, Brait responded. They got cameras on some satellites that can read your lips. Do what I do. See? Like this.
I can see what you're doing, Adam. You're right beside me. May we remind you, said Skulduggery, that you are not a spy.
I know, said Brait. I know. But, I mean, precautions, dude. Please.
Maybe we should, Skulduggery murmured. Temper gave him a look.
What? Are you serious?
In case someone is observing us through a long lens. It's better to be safe than sorry.
You kidding me?
We'll all do it, said Skulduggery.
Please, said Brait. I'll feel a lot safer if we hide what we're saying.
Temper glowered and put one hand over his mouth.
Fine, he said. If we're all doing it, then fine.
You think Creed is doing the activations from the Dark Cathedral, do you? Why?
Brait took another look around, then leaned closer, once again speaking through his fingers.
A friend of mine has a friend who works there. Nothing too glamorous. Just cleaning up and stuff, unblocking the toilets, changing light bulbs and whatnot. This friend told my friend, and then he told me that he's heard these weird noises from the vents, coming up from the ground, you know? Screams and crying, and then silence.
Your friend has heard silence?
Yes.
And what does silence sound like?
Brait frowned.
I don't know. Quiet, I'd imagine.
And you think this is Creed performing more activations? Skulduggery asked, his arms folded.
Hey, said Temper, hand over your mouth.
Skulduggery looked at him. Why? I don't have any lips to read.
Temper glared.
That's right, said Brait.
My friend says that his friend says that there's this weird feeling in the air, like electricity, but not electricity. This invisible thing that doesn't affect anything, but it's still there. He says it's a bad feeling, and when the screaming and the crying stops, it goes away.
I don't know, said Skulduggery. As far as incriminating evidence goes, that isn't much.
Also, Braith said, he says there are people who go down into the lower levels and, don't come back.
That, said Skulduggery, is more interesting.
Braith nodded. Or at least, they don't come back during his shift.
Skulduggery sighed.
Is that useful? Braith asked.
It's something, said Temper, and looked up at Skulduggery. It's the only lead we have. And listen, we're here. The Dark Cathedral is just down the street.
What do you say we take a look?
You're suggesting we break in, Skulduggery said.
Yes. I know a secret way, Braith said, forgetting for a moment to hide his mouth. He squealed and covered up. You know a secret way into the Dark Cathedral? Temper asked.
Braith nodded.
A tunnel into the lower levels, yes. I can't go with you. If Archcanon Creed knew I was involved, he'd do awful, unspeakable things to me. But I can definitely show you where to go.
Temper raised an eyebrow at Skulduggery. You're an officer in the city guard, Skulduggery said, and I'm an arbiter, and you're suggesting we commit a crime. What's wrong? Temper asked. You've broken the law before. Yes, Skulduggery said, but it's only fun when I suggest it.
Do you want me to pretend that it's your idea, or—
Forget it, Skulduggery grumbled. It sounds silly now. Let's just break into the place.
Chapter 54. Valkyrie woke. Took her a moment to figure out that she was in Melitza's place. Took her a moment to remember why she was here. She sat up. Her body was heavy. Her muscles were useless, and her eyes stung so much they hurt to open. She untangled her leaden feet from the bed covers, set them on the floor. The door opened. Melitza came in, moving immediately to sit by her, arm round her shoulders. Hey, no, back to bed. You need your sleep. I've had my sleep. You've barely had an hour of sleep. You're exhausted, Poppet. Look at you. You can barely open your eyes. Valkyrie opened her eyes and smiled, made sure to keep any irritation out of her voice. A good shower is what I need. I'm stinky and my hair's a mess. I'm not arguing with you there, but did Skulduggery tell you about the soul fragment? You told me, Melitza said. He dropped you off, and while I was putting you to bed an hour ago, you told me all about the pirates and the mermaids and the soul fragments. I told you about the mermaids. Melitza grinned. Yes, you did. You don't remember any of that, do you? Melitza, the last soul fragment. If we don't get it in time, it could fuse with one of the ghosts in the necropolis. Skulduggery mentioned that before he left, Melitza replied. He said it's been there for 6 years. One more night will hardly make a difference. But it might, said Valkyrie. What if we get to it tomorrow and we realise we were 1 day too late? That we were a few hours too late? Sweetie, come on. It's a part of my sister. I can't leave her there alone when I know where she is. I have to get her. I have to bring her back. I understand that, said Melitza. I do. But Skulduggery's helping Temper with something, and there isn't a whole lot you can do without him, now is there? Go back to sleep.
You'll be bright and alert in the morning, and you can get it then.
Valkyrie shook her head. I don't have to wait for skullduggery.
Yes, you do. You can't walk into the necropolis, Val. It's for dead people only.
Valkyrie took her hand. I have a plan, but I'm going to need your help.
I don't particularly like the sound of any of that. It's a good plan. What is it?
I can't tell you.
If it's such a good plan, why can't you tell me?
Because you probably won't want to do it. Melitza folded her arms.
That doesn't sound like a good plan.
It's a very good plan. It's very clever and totally safe.
How illegal is it?
Only mildly.
Val, come on now. You know I don't do illegal things.
But it's only mildly illegal, said Valkyrie,
which means it's barely illegal,
which means it's practically legal. What time is it?
Just gone 6.
In the evening? That's perfect. We'll probably need Tanith's help on this. She grabbed her phone. Are you in? Melitza looked uncomfortable.
You're going to do this tonight? I've got so much homework left to mark.
Valkyrie dialed Tanith's number.
Melitza, please.
A sigh.
Fine.
Thank you. I'm going to grab a shower. Do you have anything to eat?
I'll make you something,
Melitza said, resigned to her fate. She left the room as Tanith answered the call.
Hey,
she said. I need your help, said Valkyrie. Can you get to Roarhaven in the next hour?
Shouldn't be a problem.
Want me to bring my sword?
No,
said Valkyrie. I reckon this part should be pretty non-violent.
Ah,
said Tanith.
I'll bring it anyway.
Valkyrie gave her the details and tapped the call off. She stood, took a step towards the bathroom, and the world tilted and her legs gave out and she fell.
Val?
Melitza called from downstairs.
Was that you? Are you okay?
I'm fine, Valkyrie called back.
Drop my phone.
It wasn't the best lie, but it didn't provoke a further response from Melitza, so it obviously did the job. Valkyrie lay on the bedroom floor, taking a moment to just give in to the exhaustion. She could have fallen asleep right there and then. It would be so easy. She counted to 20. At 20, she rolled sideways, kept rolling until she came to the dresser. She opened her drawer, the one at the bottom that Melitza had designated for Valkyrie's stuff. It had been a big deal. Beneath the fresh set of clothes, a packet of dried leaves that dulled pain. Hidden between the leaves, a little square of paper with a sigil painted on it. A little splash of magic. She wished she had the music box with her. It had been too long since she'd listened to that wonderful, wonderful tune, and her thoughts were growing edges. She shook her head. She didn't have the music box. She had the splash, and that would have to do. Valkyrie put it on her tongue, felt it dissolve. Strength flooded her body. Her eyes widened, the light in the room flaring as she sat up with a gasp, every muscle knotted, her bones cracking. She sat like that until she regained control of herself, until she sank back, giggling. She sprang up. She felt good, strong, capable. Her magic jumped between her fingertips. She took a shower and washed her hair, then dressed and went downstairs to the kitchen. A cup of tea was waiting for her, beside a plate on which lay a massive sandwich. Her stomach rumbled. "Thank you," she said, sitting at the table.
"You're looking brighter,"
Melitza said. Valkyrie grinned. "I told you all I needed was a shower." Chapter 55. Tanith's bike was parked outside the Museum of Magical History, and Valkyrie and Melitza met her inside, by the reception desk. The guy at the desk frowned at them. This nice gentleman has been telling me that they're about to close, Tanith informed them with a strained smile. We won't be long, Valkyrie promised, and walked quickly to the east wing. Tanith Lowe, this is Melitza Gnosis. She and I are a thing. Hello, Melitza said, shaking Tanith's hand. It's very nice to meet you. Likewise, said Tanith. Do you know why we're here? Not a clue. She's being all mysterious. I've seen that happen, Tanith said, nodding. She gets it from Skulduggery. Really? Valkyrie said without turning. I always thought he got it from me. They arrived in the east wing. This part of the museum was a lot less spacious than Valkyrie remembered, and now resembled a cosy old antiques shop, every surface packed with curious oddities. They're refitting one of the other wings, Melitza explained as they squeezed between exhibits. Everything in there is now in here. It's a bit of a mess, to be honest. What are we looking for? Valkyrie stopped before the glass case in which stood a mannequin wearing the Necronaut suit. There were 2 layers to it. The outer layer was a frayed, burnt, torn fabric, but it was covering something else, something black. It had a hood and a mask, a white skull, stylized, angular, with glass-covered eye sockets. This is what I need, Valkyrie said. Melitza nodded and looked around. What is this? The mannequin? The mannequin? Why would I need the mannequin? No, the suit. What's so special about it? Tanith asked. It's designed for deep venturing, Valkyrie told her. Necromancers would go exploring the realms of death, and they'd wear a Necronaut suit like this to protect themselves. They wouldn't need food, wouldn't need water, wouldn't need air. So you put this on and you can just walk into the necropolis? Yep. Okay, that's pretty cool. None of this was computing for Melitza. But it's part of the museum. They're not going to just give it to you. I think Valkyrie means to steal it, Tanith whispered. Oh, Melitza responded, her eyes widening. Oh, right. Wow. A lady walked by. The museum is closing now, she said with a smile. They smiled back. When she was gone, Valkyrie turned to Melitza. How do you feel about that? I'm not sure, Melitza said. On the one hand, it goes against absolutely everything inside me. All my little nerve endings are screaming, no, no, don't steal from a museum. Melitza laughed uneasily. But on the other hand... On the other hand? Valkyrie prompted. You'd do anything to make me happy? I would, Melitza said. I totally would. Well, almost. It's just, the 2 of you, you're used to this sort of thing. You break the rules, you break the law, you go rogue and do cool stuff, but that's not me. I'm the one who thinks that rules are actually a pretty good idea, and the world would be better off if more of us respected them and, just did what they told us. But the rules won't let me use the suit, Valkyrie pointed out. So the rules aren't perfect, are they? I never said they were, Melitza countered. They're just better than the alternative. Look at it this way, said Tanith. The rules hold most people in check. Those that the rules don't hold in check, Valkyrie goes after. She finds them, beats them up, and throws them in a cell. Bit simplistic, Valkyrie murmured. But there will always be those people who are too far gone, and, when they appear, the good guys, like Valkyrie, need to be able to transcend the rules in order to go after them. And sometimes it's not even a person. Sometimes it's a circumstance. Sometimes it's a weird suit behind a glass case in a museum that smells of dead things and disinfectant. I need your help with this, Valkyrie said, and I know I'm asking a lot. I know how much you hate this kind of thing, but... Please? Even the thought of breaking the rules makes me feel sick, Melitza said. And since I feel like I'm about to throw up, I suppose that means I'm in. Valkyrie squeezed her hand. You're the best. We should probably continue this discussion away from here, Tanith said, eyeing the museum lady who was on her way back. They went to the restaurant across the street, sat at the window and huddled close. The security system is pretty standard for sorcery museums, Melitza told them. The doors and windows are alarmed. Each individual exhibit is alarmed. The floor is electrified, and the air is mined. Valkyrie tapped her finger against her chin. Repeat that last part for me. The floor is electrified, and the air is mined, said Melitza. Once the building is locked up, if any movement is detected, these tiny microscopic mines are released, and they basically float through the air. If you hit one and it goes off, you'd barely notice more than a spark and a slight sting. But the mines work by setting off the other mines around them. So instead of one mine and a slight sting, you get 1,000 mines and your head explodes. That seems elaborate, said Tanith. What if there are mice? What if mice set them off? There are no mice, said Melitza, and looked sad. Any more? Tanith made a face. Harsh. I don't suppose bringing an elemental with us would help, Valkyrie asked. The mines were introduced to stop elementals, said Melitza. Any manipulation of the air currents results in detonation. Would we prevent the mines from being released in the first place? Tanith asked. Probably, said Melitza, if we had the time and the resources, not to mention the know-how. Tanith looked at Valkyrie. Do we have any of those things? Not that I'm aware of, Valkyrie said. Damn. Although, Melitza said. Valkyrie leaned forward. Yes? The security system is controlled by a series of sigils, Melitza said. I saw one carved on the wall in the East Wing just before the entrance to the Haitian exhibits. These sigils will be linked to a large master sigil in a secure location. If we set one of these off, the master sigil will instigate the security countermeasures. You're dumbing this down for me, aren't you? Do you mind? Not at all. Melitza continued. But if I can get to the sigil in the East Wing before it goes off, I can possibly delay the signal and stop the mines from being released, Tanith said triumphantly, which was my plan. Valkyrie ignored her. What about the electrified floor? When it detects us, we'll have about 2 seconds before we're fried to 3 very cute crisps. But that's electronic, I'm afraid. I haven't a clue how to deactivate that. Then we'll stay off the floor, Valkyrie said. OK then, I think we have the makings of a plan. Melitza paled. We're doing this tonight? But I can't. I need time to prepare. I need a high-quality heat pen to do the carving, and I need to practice and... Valkyrie gripped her hand. A wise man once said to me, doers do, triers try. Those who can't don't bother, and those who don't bother never will. They both frowned at her. Forget it, Valkyrie said, sitting back. I just made that up. I thought it would sound deep, but I should have thought it through a little more. Maybe made it rhyme. It's stupid. But the central point remains. What central point would that be? Melitza asked. Valkyrie pressed her hands together. Please, she said. Please, please, please. Melitza sighed. Maybe I could manage it. Yes! I knew it! I knew you could! Don't get too excited, okay? If I can get a heat pen, then I might know a way to possibly delay the release of the mines, if we're lucky. Valkyrie grinned. If might
possibly, and another if. I don't know about you girls, but I'm feeling confident.
I'm not,
said Melitza, at all.
Me neither, said Tanith.
We should form a squad, Valkyrie said. Just the three of us. It'd be so cool, wouldn't it?
She nodded.
This is going to work.
No, it's not, Melitza said. We're all going to die.
Valkyrie pointed at her. And now we have our battle cry.
Chapter 56. The darkness swirled around them, and when it whipped back to Melitza, they were standing in the east wing of the museum. Tanith sprang for the ceiling, flipping as she did so to land on her feet. Melitza scrambled onto the nearest table, and Valkyrie jumped onto a cabinet. A moment later, the floor started to crackle with blue-white electricity. It was actually quite pretty. Melitza stepped to the edge of the table and leaned against the wall dangerously.
Careful,
Valkyrie warned.
I'm fine,
Melitza said, heat pen in hand, already working on the sigil.
How will we know when it's working?
Tanith asked.
Not sure, Melitza answered. We won't die, I guess. You guys should probably do your bit.
Still walking upside down on the ceiling, Tanith hurried over to Valkyrie, and Valkyrie jumped and grabbed her hands. They took a moment to make sure the grip was secure.
Ready,
Valkyrie said. Tanith took a step along the ceiling, and Valkyrie left the cabinet behind her. She hung, swaying over the crackling floor. It was an unsettling sensation. Slowly, Tanith carried her down the row of exhibits, her muscles straining. They got to the glass case.
Here comes the tricky part, Tanith muttered.
Valkyrie took a deep breath, and as she let it out, she raised her legs. Her foot tapped against Tanith's wrist. Once, twice. On the third tap, Tanith released Valkyrie's left hand and grabbed her left ankle instead. Valkyrie hung there.
I'm good, said Tanith.
Valkyrie crunched her abdomen as her right foot tapped Tanith's other wrist, so that when Tanith let go of her hand to grab her other ankle, Valkyrie stayed curled, stayed in control. Slowly, she straightened her body.
How's it going?
Melitza called. I'm hanging upside down, Valkyrie called back, feeling her face darken as the blood rushed to her head. How are those silly little mines?
Staying put for the moment.
Valkyrie slid her lockpick from her pocket and went to work on the case. It was tricky doing this upside down, but the last tumbler fell into place and the glass door opened with a light click. Tanith moved her closer and Valkyrie reached for the mannequin.
Said Melitza.
Valkyrie frowned. Everything okay?
Melitza,
Tanith said, the strain evident in her voice. What seems to be the problem?
It's not working as well as I'd hoped, Melitza said. I think we don't have long. Get back here now.
I almost have it, said Valkyrie.
Get back here,
Melitza commanded, and then they heard it, like the whir of an air conditioner. The mines were being released. Valkyrie looked up, straight into Tanith's eyes. They weren't going to make it. Valkyrie gripped the top of the case. Go, she said, and yanked her ankles out of Tanith's hands. Her knees hit the top of the case, almost cracking the glass. Tanith was still looking down at her. Run! Valkyrie shouted. Tanith bolted along the ceiling, and Valkyrie swung her legs down and dropped into the glass case, jostling for space with the mannequin. She grabbed the door, swung it shut, pulling her fingers in right before it clicked. She steeled herself for an explosion. That didn't come. Valkyrie stood there, waiting. Nothing happened. And that meant they'd made it. Tanith and Melitza had shadow walked out of there. She wished she had enough room to take out her phone and check. She breathed out and gave a little laugh. Now all she had to worry about was herself. There wasn't enough space in here to do much, but Valkyrie managed to turn enough so that she could start to take the suit off the mannequin. Her fingers searched beneath the torn fabric to the black material beneath. It felt a lot like the armoured clothes Ghastly had made for her. Slightly rougher, maybe. She tore the fabric away. It ripped easily, like tissue paper. But she couldn't find a zip or buttons anywhere. Slowly, she moved her hands up, careful not to let her elbows nudge open the glass door. The hood seemed to be attached to the skull mask, which was smooth and hard. She tinked her fingernail on the glass over the eyes. Her fingers curled under the chin and found a seam, and she pulled the mask up, and immediately it crumpled like cloth. The rigidity, the smoothness was suddenly gone. She pulled the mask up further, and it disappeared into the hood, which she could now pull down off the mannequin's head. Still no zip, though. Still no buttons. But she could feel something on the mannequin's chest. She pulled away the grey fabric. Attached to the suit beneath was a brooch of dark metal, about the size of her palm, engraved with the same stylized skull as the mask. Valkyrie was almost sure it hadn't been there when the hood was up. She tried to prise it off. It was cool to the touch, but wouldn't budge. She pressed her thumb against it, hard, then tried turning it. She gazed at it for a few seconds. Then a thought occurred to her, and she tapped it, and the suit instantly withdrew into the brooch, and the brooch fell off the mannequin, and Valkyrie snatched it. "Huh," she said. The mannequin was now wearing the torn grey fabric and nothing beneath. Valkyrie turned the brooch over, examining its smooth underside. Not a brooch, she saw now. She slipped the amulet into her pocket. She could figure it out later. Right now, she had to get out of this case and out of this museum without being killed. First thing to overcome was the electrified floor. If Skulduggery was here, he'd just float across it like a well-dressed balloon. But Valkyrie's flying style had more in common with a barely controlled missile than a balloon. But in theory, she could do it. In theory. Then there was the issue of the mines. That force field thing she did, that would probably keep them at bay. But she'd have to maintain the force field while she flew, which is something she hadn't had to do before. But again, this was something that, theoretically, she was entirely capable of doing. At least, until she lost her concentration. Once that happened, she'd drop to the floor and lose the force field at the same time, and then it'd be a race to see which security measure killed her first. But if she could keep her focus, then a few seconds would be all that she'd need to get to the door. From there, maybe she could blast her way out. Maybe. Valkyrie nodded. So that was the plan. It wasn't a very good one, but that's pretty much how she lived her life. She'd give it a try and improvise when it didn't work out. She was okay with that. Placing her hand on the door, Valkyrie focused on the magic inside her. She felt it churning, and she brought it out. It expanded from her chest, passed through her skin until it was crackling all around her. Then she pushed open the glass door and jumped out, and her magic expanded even further, enclosing her in a bubble of energy, even as she felt the propulsion potential at her feet, that desperate need to burst upwards, to hurtle, and her fists clenched, and her eyes squeezed shut as she fought that urge and just hovered there, unsteadily. Her breathing was shallow. Her insides were knotted. She was suddenly sweating, and she needed a pee so badly. But she stayed where she was, hanging in mid-air, until she could open her eyes. She could feel the mines all around her, pressing in against the force field, itching to find something physical within it that would set them off. Turning her body to the right, Valkyrie locked her eyes on the end of the aisle and, with a series of jerky starts, moved slowly towards the wall. Halfway there, she crashed into a display stand, breaking the glass, sending the exhibits tumbling. She watched as the floor sizzled them down to charred embers. She muttered a "sorry" and rebounded off and kept going. When she got to the wall, she again turned her body and again followed the next aisle. She got too close to a stack of undoubtedly valuable books and scorched the lot of them. When reaching out to steady herself, she knocked over an entire stand of presumably priceless artefacts. She misjudged a burst of speed and flew way too fast and had to rise up and flip over a display cabinet. She came down on the other side and put all her focus into staying still. Her eyes closed, her hands out for balance, her feet unsteady. Valkyrie reminded herself of someone trying to surf for the first time. When she felt that she was in control again, she propelled herself to the doorway, got there without wrecking anything else. The corridor beyond was long and straight. She set off. For a while she did well, but by the time she reached the end, she was ricocheting around like a pinball. She emerged, spinning slowly but uncontrollably over the reception desk. It was making her dizzy. There was a knocking. Someone was knocking on glass. Bit by bit, she turned round. Tanith and Militza stared at her from the street on the other side of the window. Valkyrie waved, then wobbled, and decided not to wave again. Militza indicated the force field, then mimed expanding it. It took Valkyrie a moment to figure out what she was proposing, and then she nodded quickly. Taking a deep breath, Valkyrie pushed herself up towards the ceiling and let the force field grow. When there was enough room, she nodded again at the window, and the darkness wrapped itself around Militza at the same time as a swirl of shadows appeared within the bubble, right beside Valkyrie. Militza vanished from the window and lunged out of the swirl and wrapped her arms round Valkyrie, and then they were falling and the darkness was everywhere. They fell from the darkness onto the street outside. When they hit the ground, there was no life-ending jolt of electricity. There was just a thump and a groan and a little bit of pain. Valkyrie pulled her magic in and cut off the force field. Tanith stepped into view, looking down at her. "At least you're not dead," she said, then took their hands and pulled them both up. They were, thankfully, alone on the street. "So, what do we do now?" "First, I thank this one for saving me," Valkyrie said, grabbing Militza and giving her a huge kiss. "And then I proudly announce that I have the Necronaut suit." Militza staggered a little after the kiss. "Ooh, light-headed," she said, blushing, and then looked down at Valkyrie's empty hands. "But I think you might have left the suit behind, baby." Valkyrie smiled and took out the amulet. "Great," said Tanith. "You nicked a badge from the gift shop." "Not a badge," said Valkyrie. "An amulet. And I'm pretty sure what I'm going to do next will definitely, probably work." She pressed the amulet to her chest and tapped it, and the Necronaut suit flowed outwards, covering her own clothes in an instant. Militza's eyes widened. "Oh, wow!" Valkyrie turned to the museum window, examining her reflection in the glass. The suit was black and tight, and it fitted her perfectly, as if it had been designed for her. "Should have known a necromancer suit would have a few tricks built into its sleeves," Militza said. "It must redesign itself according to its wearer. That is brilliant." "How does this feel?" Tanith asked, and punched Valkyrie in the shoulder. "Ow! Did that hurt?" Valkyrie frowned. "Actually, not really. I mean, it's not as good as Ghastly's clothes, but it's pretty good all the same. Still, don't punch me. It's rude." "Sorry. Where's the mask?" "In the hood." "Let's see." "Okay, but you can't punch me anymore." "Let's see, you wuss." Valkyrie tucked back her hair and pulled up the hood. It looked pretty cool. She searched the lining on the top, found the crumpled material and pulled it down. The moment the mask covered her face, it became rigid, and the entire suit sealed, and Valkyrie gasped. She felt every beat of her heart. More than that, she felt the blood in her veins. She felt her lungs and how they filled and expanded, and she felt the air as it left those lungs. She felt her skin, every bit of it, nestling against her clothes. She felt alive in a way she had never felt before. Every inch of her was now covered. The mask was solid. The glass at the eyes was so clear, it was like there was nothing there. The mask, the hood, none of it muffled the sounds around her. If anything, she could hear better now. "This is amazing," she said. The mask didn't muffle her voice either. "You look awesome," said Tanith, then took her sword from her bike and stabbed Valkyrie's leg. "Tanith!" Melitza cried. "No cut, no blood," Tanith said, returning the sword to its scabbard. "The suit's armoured. Sweet." Melitza glared. "You didn't know that when you stabbed her." Tanith shrugged. Valkyrie spent another few seconds like this, just listening to and experiencing her own body, the feel of her own life, before she made herself lift the mask. It immediately crumpled, and she pulled the hood down. "That felt amazing," she said. "That felt—" She shook her head. "Back to business. All right, okay. Now I get the soul fragment back." Melitza put her hand on Valkyrie's arm. "Are you sure about this?" "Don't I seem sure?" "You do, but—" "Look at me," said Valkyrie. "I'm ready. I'm feeling strong and confident. I don't need to wait for Skulduggery. I can do it myself. You believe in me, right?" "Always." Valkyrie smiled. "Good. Get back home." She took out her phone and tapped out a message. "I'm just asking Fletcher to teleport me to the necropolis. I'll call you when I'm done, okay?" "The moment you're done." Valkyrie put her phone away. "I promise." "What about me?" Tanith asked. "You said I could help with this Abyssinia thing, but I've been sitting alone in a rented room for the last week. I'm bored, Val. Give me something fun to do." "I have the perfect thing," Valkyrie said. "Abyssinia had a spy working as an aide for President Flannery. I know, we don't usually get involved in mortal stuff, but in this case, mortal stuff seems to have got involved with us. Anyway, this spy, Wilkes, has gone missing, which might mean that Flannery knows about sorcerers. We've been working with a man named Oberon Guile to track down someone called Crepuscular Vise, who seems to be behind at least some of this. But we've been busy with a load of other stuff, so right now, Oberon is having to do most of this on his own. Also, he's pretty hot for an older guy." "I volunteer," said Tanith. "Thought you might. I'll get Fletcher to drop you off in the States when he's done with me." "Oh, joy," said Tanith. Melitza's eyebrows went up. "You don't like Fletcher?" Valkyrie laughed. Fletcher has had a tendency to drool over Tanith in the past, but a lot of time has passed since then. Fletcher's grown up. "Yeah, right," Tanith said. "No, he has," Melitza tried. "He's a very good teacher, and he's really responsible and mature now." Valkyrie nodded. "Very mature." Fletcher appeared on the other side of the street. He saw Tanith and he froze for a moment, before walking over with a seductive smile sliding onto his face. "Hey there," he said. Tanith sighed. Chapter 57. They appeared in the Scottish Highlands, at a doorway cut into a rock wall. "You're sure this'll work?" Fletcher asked. "It's what this suit was designed for," Valkyrie answered. "Yeah," Fletcher responded, "but a lot of things fail to do what they're designed for. Planes crash, boats sink." He paused. "I can't think of a third example, but you get my point." "I do," she said, "but I'll be fine. If I need a lift home, I'll give you a call." "You sure you don't want me to wait out here?" Valkyrie smiled. "Honestly, I don't know how long this'll take. Go home, Fletch. Thanks." He gave her a hug. "Good luck," he said. and vanished. With the soul catcher containing the fragment of her sister's soul in one hand, Valkyrie walked through the doorway. Down black marble steps she went, her way lit by the weak torches on the walls. It got colder. A lot colder. She got to the bottom. The necropolis lay before her, a vast city with a sky of rock. She took a deep, deep breath, pulled up the hood and pulled down the mask. The suit sealed itself. Her life, her vibrancy, shuddered through her, and she stepped over the threshold into the city of the dead. Chapter 58. After 15 minutes of walking through this secret underground tunnel, Temper and Skulduggery arrived at a wall. They found a lever and pulled it, and the wall parted. They stepped out into the dark cathedral, and the wall sealed behind them. They watched 2 cathedral guards in black armour walking away from them and headed in the opposite direction.
"So, how are we going to play this?" Temper asked quietly. "Are we going to sneak? Are we going to—"
"We're going to walk," Skulduggery said. "No sneaking."
"But everyone knows who we are. They'll know we're not supposed to be here."
"Which means they'd expect us to be sneaking. Because we're so obviously not supposed to be here, they'll assume we are supposed to be here, and they'll let us pass without interference."
"Are you sure?"
"I've studied human behaviour for the last 400 years, Temper. I know how people react."
"You two!"
said a cathedral guard from up ahead.
"Stop! You're not supposed to be here!"
Temper looked at Skulduggery. Skulduggery didn't say anything. Temper smiled at the guard.
"Actually, we've been invited. It's all on the down low, so keep it to yourself. You get me? Good man. Carry on."
He went to walk by, but the guard stepped into his path.
"You're a traitor. He's the enemy. We have orders to detain both of you on sight and kill you if you resist." "Seriously? Kill us? At the slightest sign of resistance?"
Temper exhaled loudly.
"This is awkward. I mean, we definitely have an invitation. This is one of those embarrassing mix-ups you hear about. You know those? Ever get those? That must happen all the time."
"That has never happened."
"That strikes me as unlikely."
"We are very particular about who we let down here," said the guard. "There are many levels of security you have to pass through. How did you get this far?"
"I told you, man. We were invited. We were taken through all those levels of security you were talking about. Every single one of them. You know what I think, personally? I think you got way too many levels. I do. I think you don't need 'em all. Maybe take one away. Maybe the last one. You don't need it. Who escorted you?" "Tall guy. Stern, dressed a lot like you."
"What was his name?"
"Kevin, I think." "There are no Kevins working here." "It was something like Kevin. It wasn't exactly Kevin. It sounded like... You know what? You can ask him yourself when he gets back. He's just gone to the restroom. We told him we'd meet him at the place where you're keeping all those Kith fellas. Where is that? That's a few floors down, right? Or up?"
"You're not going anywhere."
"Kevin's probably going to wait for us there, though."
"There is no Kevin."
"Well, I don't know what to tell you, okay? It was Kevin or something that sounded a lot like Kevin. Maybe I should speak to your superior. Is he around?"
"She.
Is she around?"
"She's upstairs."
"Can you run and get her? Then we can sort out this whole Kevin thing once and for all. Get to the bottom of this mystery. The more I think about it, the more I'm remembering some pretty suspicious behaviour that Kevin was demonstrating. Now you got me wondering, you know. Was he meant to be here? Have you got an intruder on the premises?"
"The sparrow flies south for winter," Skulduggery said. Temper frowned at him.
"What?"
Skulduggery caught the guard completely unawares, connecting with a right cross that spun him and sent him to the ground. Temper stared. "Can you warn me the next time you're going to do something like that?" "I did warn you," Skulduggery said, dragging the guard into the shadows. "You said something about birds and then you sucker-punched the guy." "Now you know the phrase," Skulduggery said, coming back. "When you hear that, violence is imminent." "We didn't need violence," said Temper. "I was talking our way out of that situation just fine." "You were dreadful," Skulduggery said, as they started walking again. "I was in the process of convincing him. Besides, who was it who assured me no one would stop us because we were so obviously not supposed to be here? Who was it that said that?" "I think you know who it was," Skulduggery said. "Yeah, I think I do too. So much for your 400 years of studying human behavior. Do you know what I've learned in all my years of studying people? Is it to admit when you're wrong? It's that people can always surprise you." "So it's not admitting when you're wrong, then?" They continued on, sticking to the shadows a lot closer than they had been. Down they went, level after level. It got darker and colder and quieter. And finally they came to a cavern filled with thousands of smooth-headed people, all standing in perfect rows in the dark. None of them moving, none of them reacting, just standing there. "Well," Temper said, "you wanted evidence." Great lights flickered on above them, banishing the darkness and giving Temper a good look at just how many kith were stored down here. It was a lot more than he'd thought. Skulduggery nudged him, and they both turned. For a man whose big secret had just been uncovered, Damocles' creed seemed remarkably chilled as he came down the stone steps into the cavern. He was carrying a towel and wearing sweatpants. Perspiration glistened off his bald head and broad chest. They'd obviously interrupted a workout. Such a shame. "Detective Pleasant," said Creed as he neared them. "Officer Frey. I didn't hear you come in. How did you get in, just out of curiosity?" "Through one of the secret entrances that are all over this place," Temper said, "and that you know nothing about. That must be so annoying for you." "Archcanon," Skulduggery said. "Apologies for the surprise visit, but sometimes that's the only way to catch evil people doing evil things." Creed used the towel to wipe the sweat off his face. "I'm not going to debate good and evil with you, Detective. You have your priorities, and I have mine." "Mine include not lobotomizing tens of thousands of innocent victims." "You say victims, I say volunteers." "Well," Temper cut in, "I don't think it matters much what any of us say, does it? What matters is what the Supreme Mage says when she finds out what you've been up to." Creed flicked the towel over his shoulder and clasped his hands before him. "The Supreme Mage has enough troubling her without being called on to decide matters of religious freedom." "If that's how you're going to frame your argument," Skulduggery said, "it will be a very short conversation." Creed laughed. "Ha ha ha! I'm sorry, but what exactly do you expect to happen? Do you expect the High Sanctuary to shut down the Church of the Faceless? Do you expect them to oust me from my position? Roarhaven's success depends on its bank, and its bank depends on me. As fearsome as China Sorrows is, do you really think she'll do something that will invariably lead to the downfall of her own seat of power? Detective Pleasant, you know her better than anyone. Is that what you expect of her?" Skulduggery observed Creed a moment before answering. "I learned a long time ago that China tends to be 2 steps ahead of whoever's trying to outmaneuver her. Be careful, Damocles. This isn't going to go the way you think.
Creed smiled. You should leave. Maybe try the main door this time.
We're going to go, said Skulduggery, but because we want to, not because you told us to.
Yeah, said Temper.
They walked by him to the stairs. Nice one, Temper whispered. I know, Skulduggery whispered back. Chapter 59. Never limped into study hall, her face hidden by her hair. Omen waved and Never came over, squeezing between the desks to sit beside him. The teacher on duty never even looked up from her newspaper. What happened to you? Omen asked softly. Never settled, put her bag down, and with a flick of her hair she showed him the gigantic bruise on the left side of her face. A bruise that ran from her bloodshot eye down to her cut lip. Despite the injuries, she was grinning. Pretty nasty, huh? She whispered. My ribs are bruised as well, and my leg. My bum, too. But I'm not really sure how that happened. And no, you can't see it. You don't get to view the goods. Omen leaned closer. What happened? Fight, she responded, so only he could hear. Huge one. Augur was brilliant, as usual, as were Case and Mahala. But you know what, Omen? Do you know what? What? I didn't embarrass myself, Never said, and was suddenly bubbling with excitement. I helped. I actually helped out. I wasn't just standing there or teleporting uselessly around. They were in trouble and I jumped in and I wasn't useless. I doubt you're ever useless, Omen said. Never flicked her hair back again. You're sweet. But no, in life or death battles I'm beyond rubbish. At least I have been. Well done, Omen said, smiling at her obvious delight. Thank you. Augur said I could have died. Seriously? She nodded quickly. He said, don't do that again. You could have got yourself killed. I really feel like I'm one of the team now, you know? And did you almost get yourself killed? Oh, yeah. God, yeah. Hilariously so. And when was this? Like 3 hours ago? And you're all right. I'm right as rain, Omen, my dear. You're not, like, in shock or anything, are you? I don't think so, Never whispered. I mean, how would I know if I'm in shock? Are your hands shaking? Everything's shaking. Maybe you should go to the nurse's office, just in case. But I have homework to do. So much of it. I mean, I could copy someone's work, I suppose. Someone smart, someone good. Not you, basically, but someone else. Anyone else. Literally anyone. Are you insulting me on purpose or just out of habit? Little bit of both, Never said. OK, I'll go see the nurse. Toodle-pip, monkey. She sat there and started frowning. Why can't I teleport? Can't use magic in study hall, Omen reminded her. Never made a face. Yikes! I must be in shock. OK, distract the teacher for me. Omen looked up, but the teacher was still reading her paper. When he looked back, Never was on her hands and knees and was scuttling between the desks towards the door. She'd have been faster walking, Omen reckoned, and would have drawn less attention. Chapter 60. The portal shimmered in the middle of Lily's living room. It was quite beautiful, in an eerie, heart-stoppingly scary kind of way. The members of the Darkess Society stared at it, fully aware that on the other side there could very well be an entire race of faceless ones ready to reach through and grab them. Sebastian nodded. I'm ready, he said. Let's do this. Demure hugged him. I just want you to know,
that we all think you're incredibly, incredibly brave.
Thank you.
Anything might happen to you over there.
I suppose.
You might be eaten by something.
Wow.
Can you swim?
Yes.
If you go into the water, watch out for sharks.
I will.
And cannibals.
In the water?
In general.
Good advice.
She released him and stepped back, wiping tears from her eyes.
I'm not dead yet,
Sebastian pointed out with a chuckle. Demure smiled sadly. That's the spirit, she said. Lily stepped up. We're counting on you. I know that's a lot of pressure, but it's all up to you now. Don't let us down.
I'll try not to.
She tapped the beak of his mask. For good luck, she said. He nodded and turned, and Ulysses filled his eye holes. I've never had a brother, he said. I was the only boy out of a family of 18, and every time my mother got pregnant, I'd pray for a boy. It never happened. But now with you, I like to think that I finally have the brother I've waited my whole life for.
Oh,
said Sebastian.
Wow. That's really nice of you.
Did I make it weird between us? I feel like I made it weird. Maybe not a brother, maybe a cousin?
Cousin's cool.
Yeah? Then you're like a cousin to me, Ulysses said, then rapped a knuckle against Sebastian's beak. Or a neighbour. Sebastian turned to Forby and Tarry. Forby nodded and handed him the scanner, a small box with a series of tiny bulbs built into it. Sebastian nodded back. Tarry started to say something, but his phone rang and he mouthed a silent, "Sorry," then answered it and left the room to talk. Now there was an arm round his shoulder, and Bennett was leading him to the portal. If it gets too dangerous, he said, come back. We'll figure something else out. We'll load up with supplies and make a proper expedition out of it.
I'll be fine, said Sebastian. It's going to be fine.
Demure was right, you know. This is one of the bravest things I've ever actually witnessed.
Yeah,
said Sebastian.
Me too.
Bennett hesitated, then tapped Sebastian's beak and allowed Sebastian to take the last few steps alone. Sebastian stared into the swirling vortex of the portal. For all he knew, the moment he walked through, his body would be torn inside out. For all he knew, he'd disintegrate. For all he knew, there was a faceless one waiting on the other side, and the instant he saw it, his mind would snap. He took a deep, deep breath and let it out as he stepped through the portal. The ground on the other side was hard, cracked. The sky was red. Dark clouds rolled. There were no trees, no grass, no plant life at all. No animals or birds that he could see. In the distance, there were mountains. The scanner clicked, and one of the lights lit up, pointing to those mountains. Across all that flat, hard ground. Sebastian stuck his head back through the portal. Everything okay? Bennett asked.
All good,
Sebastian answered, then looked at Lily.
Could I borrow your scooter?
And that was how Sebastian travelled across this alien landscape, trundling along on Lily's yellow scooter, his black coat flapping behind him like some weird, majestic bird. On a scooter. Chapter 61. The dead watched her. They filled the streets Valkyrie walked upon, and she moved between them, slowly. Some of them were so faint they were barely there. Others, so distinct, they looked almost solid. They all turned their heads to follow her with sunken eyes. The only sound in Necropolis came from Valkyrie's footsteps and the occasional whistle of the wind that found its way down here, through all that rock. When she passed, their gazes fell on the soul catcher in her hands.
The soul fragment inside turned in on itself endlessly. It didn't point the way like she'd hoped, and so this was taking a lot longer than she'd expected. All night, Valkyrie had been walking these streets. She was exhausted. She could feel her hunger, feel her thirst, but the suit stopped it from becoming a problem. Her eyes were heavy, and her feet were concrete blocks she had to drag along the ground. That dose of splash had long since worn off. Coming here, as weak as she was, had been a mistake. She knew that now. The suit was working well. It contained her life like a glove contained the hand that filled it. It kept death at bay. But her head was filling with voices, all her own, shouting at her, calling to her, telling her to stop, to lie down, to give up, to take off the mask, take off the suit, let death in, let it seep in and swamp her. It's what she wanted, the voices said. It's what she thought about. It's what you dream about, said Ghastly. She froze. He stood there, solid among all those ghosts. Take off the suit, Valkyrie. End your pain. You're not here, she said. You weren't designed to suffer this much, he said. No one was. Your mind has broken. You're never going to get back to the person you were. She's gone. Shut up. She's dead, Ghastly said, walking with her as she moved. It's time for you to join her, Valkyrie. Join these people. Look at them. Ghosts. They don't care. They're not tortured. You can be like them. Don't you want to be like them? Valkyrie stopped. The nemesis of Greymire was ahead of her, standing there with that sledgehammer. Valkyrie's breathing quickened. She was panicking. Suddenly the suit felt too tight. It was too tight and too close, and the mask. Oh, God, the mask. It was itching. It was itching, and she was sweating, and she needed to take it off, to rip it off. And her hand, her free hand, went to the mask, fingers digging at the seam, trying to pull it off, and then she'd be able to breathe again, to gasp, to... What are you doing? Valkyrie blinked. Her fingers stopped digging. She lowered her hand. Kess stood there, frowning at her. I was itchy, Valkyrie said. I can guess what kind of suit that is, Kess replied. And I can guess what it does. You do know that if you took the mask off, you'd die, right? I wasn't going to take it off. I just got claustrophobic. It's past now. Ghastly was gone, and the nemesis. Valkyrie started walking again, Kess beside her. How did you know this place wouldn't kill you? Valkyrie asked. Kess shrugged. I didn't. I was bored, so I thought I'd see. I do love the suit, by the way. Skulduggery seen it yet? Valkyrie shook her head. He'll probably think you're wearing it to honour him. He doesn't know I'm here. This place is so creepy. I'm assuming this has something to do with little sis. Her soul has been split, Valkyrie said. I've got one fragment with me. The second one is here somewhere. I can fix her, Kess. She's going to be okay. That's great, Kess said, a huge smile on her face. That's brilliant. Can I help you look for her? She won't go to you, or it won't. The fragment. That's why I have the soul catcher, like a metal detector, or a beacon, or both. Cool, said Kess, looking at her weirdly. How are you doing anyway? You okay? Yes. You sure? Yes. No, it doesn't matter. Valkyrie, come on. If you can't talk to the sliver of the god you were once upon a time, then who can you talk to? Valkyrie bit her lip beneath the mask. I think I've gone nuts. Kess shrugged. No argument from me. Something happened. I was gassed and buried. I think something broke in my mind.
Kess frowned at her. Seriously?
Valkyrie stopped again and turned to her.
I'm seeing things, she whispered. Things that aren't really there.
Like me?
No, you're real. I know you're real. But other things. People. Ghastly. I see ghastly. And this thing, this woman called the nemesis of Greymire. They're not really there, but I see them. They talk to me.
But they're not real.
No.
Then why are you whispering?
Valkyrie leaned closer.
Because they might hear me.
Kess looked at her. When was the last time you slept? Properly slept?
Walking again. I'll sleep when I'm done here.
Hey, hold on.
No, said Valkyrie. I have to keep going.
Hold on, I said. Is it supposed to be doing that?
Valkyrie looked down, and a sudden shot of adrenaline buzzed through her body, almost making her drop the soul catcher. The fragment was twisting and writhing and throwing itself against one side of the sphere. She turned slowly. The fragment kept pointing in the same direction.
Let's go, said Kess. Valkyrie, come on.
Bleary-eyed, Valkyrie nodded, stumbled, then led the way, holding the soul catcher out in front. They hurried through the streets. The dead watched them go.
There!
Kess cried.
Look!
Something moved towards them, a shape, almost translucent, that distorted the air as it moved. Valkyrie wouldn't have seen it if Kess hadn't pointed it out. Her head pounding, Valkyrie managed to switch on her aura vision and instantly recoiled. The ghosts were so bright they hurt her eyes behind the skull mask. The city glowed, a dizzying array of colours. She forced herself to look up and saw the piece of the soul that was flitting towards them. Crying, Valkyrie held up the soul catcher and the fragment passed into it, and both fragments swirled and whirled like excited puppies, and then they melted together. Valkyrie fell to her knees. She shut off the aura vision. The world darkened, went back to normal.
I have to go,
said Kess. Valkyrie sniffed and raised her head.
Already? I don't have the strength to stay visible for very long.
Kess's face was suddenly pale and lined.
Are you okay?
Valkyrie asked.
Don't worry about me,
Kess replied, smiling. You're about to fix our little sister's soul, so you get home and you do that. I'll drop in on you when I'm strong enough, okay? Hug her for me. Kess faded and vanished. Valkyrie didn't have the strength to stand, but somehow she managed it. The soul catcher was so heavy in her hands. She brought it up, pressed it against her mask.
I'm going to take you home,
she said softly.
Won't be long now. Won't be long.
She turned. A woman stood there in a black robe with a porcelain face.
Who goes there? She asked.
My name is Valkyrie Cain.
Why are you here?
My sister's soul was damaged, Valkyrie said. It was split, and a part of it came here. I'm just getting it back.
To do what with it?
Return it to my sister.
I'm afraid I cannot allow that, said the woman. I am called the Sentinel, and the necropolis is a place of safety, of peace. Once a soul seeks us out, it has found its home.
But her soul was split. It needs to be put back together.
The Sentinel was silent for a moment.
We have considered your proposal, she said. We agree that the pieces should be reunited, so we are willing to accept the fragments you have found.
She held out her hands.
Excuse me?
Said Valkyrie.
The soul catcher, please.
Valkyrie put the catcher behind her back.
No, that's not how this works.
I'm afraid it is.
Listen to me. Even if I left this here, it still wouldn't fix the problem. Her soul was split into 3. I have 2 pieces, and the third is still with my sister. You understand? The only way the soul is repaired is if I take these 2 pieces with me when I leave.
The sentinel shook her head.
There is another option.
No, there really isn't.
You bring your sister here, the sentinel said. Her physical form will die, but her soul will be reunited.
You're asking me to kill her?
The sentinel paused.
Yes.
Valkyrie surprised herself by laughing. God, she sounded insane. She looked away, chewing her lip while her mind struggled to sort itself out.
I killed her once before, she said at last. That's how her soul was damaged in the first place. I'm not going to do it again.
Why not?
The sentinel asked. Because she's my sister. She deserves to live.
Life is but the first step on the journey we all take, the sentinel responded. It is nothing to be especially cherished. Death is where we break free from the physical universe.
Valkyrie indicated their surroundings.
Excuse me for saying so, but you don't exactly look free to me. You spend your days haunting a place you can't leave. How is that better than living?
This is only a fraction of our existence.
My sister should have a chance to grow up in the world. She should be able to feel the sun on her face. She should be able to travel and meet people and fall in love and experience life before she gets to a place like this. Please, let me help her.
Even if I wished to, I could not, said the sentinel. It goes against our most ancient laws.
People break laws all the time.
People do, said the sentinel, but we do not.
I'm not leaving here without it.
You have trapped one of us in your little cage, the sentinel said. Do you think we could ignore this?
Valkyrie stared at her. She softened her tone.
It doesn't have to be like this, she said. I came here to heal a soul. That's what we both want, isn't it?
It is.
Your way, listen to me, your way can't be done. I can't bring my sister here. I can't kill her. I just can't. Do you understand me? I am unable to. This is my law. This is my unbreakable law. But my way, where I leave with the pieces I have, that can be done. It's achievable. It's simple. You just have to let me.
It is far from simple.
No, you listen. You just have to let me walk out of here. It's easy.
It is impossible.
No, it isn't.
Please, said the sentinel. Hand over the soul catcher.
No, Valkyrie said. Tears were in her eyes. Don't do this, please. I want my sister back. I want to help her.
Your sister is not a thing of flesh and bone and blood, the sentinel said. Your sister is more than this, as are you, as is every living thing. Your view is limited because your experience is limited.
I'll fight you.
Why?
I won't give it to you.
The sentinel reached for the soul catcher, and Valkyrie went to shove her. But her magic crackled round her hand, and when she touched her, the sentinel staggered. Valkyrie froze, and there was a moment of shock. And then the ghosts changed and became angry, and they crowded her, and Valkyrie couldn't help it. The energy built up inside her, churned and burned, and they reached for her, and reached for the soul catcher. And her power exploded, and there were 1,000 flashes of crackling light, and her scream was the only thing in the world. And then... Chapter 62. She was flying. The surprise broke her focus, and she wasn't flying anymore. She was falling towards the fields and the trees and the roads beneath her. The soul catcher slipped from her hands. Energy crackled, and she righted herself, swooped low and snatched up the soul catcher, then ascended again, passing through the low-hanging clouds. The suit kept the cold at bay. The crackling energy didn't make it smoulder or burn. She still had the hood up, still wore the mask. She could feel her heartbeat. She'd been
Where had she been? The necropolis, yes. She'd found the soul fragment, and the sentinel... The sentinel. Valkyrie piled on the speed. Her face beneath the mask was wet with tears, so she went faster. Faster still. She glimpsed Grimwood House through a gap in the clouds and flew down, wincing as the thoughts in her head grew louder. She tried to stop the images from forming, but they slipped round her defences. The sentinel. The spirits. The city. She landed, heavily, and stumbled to the front step. She patted her suit, searching for the door key. Cursing, she slapped the amulet on her chest. The suit retracted, and the amulet fell. She ignored it, pulled the key from her jeans and turned it in the lock, and the door opened, and the nemesis was there. Valkyrie ducked the sledgehammer, threw herself back, scrambling away as the nemesis stepped out of the house and swung again. Valkyrie rolled, kicked at the nemesis of Greymeyer's leg, and the nemesis didn't notice. She got up, fell, got up again, the soul catcher in her hands, ran into the house, up the stairs, got to the top. But now the nemesis was coming out of her bedroom, and Valkyrie dived under the swing of the hammer, the soul catcher rolling across the floor, and Valkyrie lunged for the bedside table, managed to grab the music box as she fell. She hit the floor and opened the lid, and the music flowed. She breathed out. Her body relaxed. The noise in her head went away. There was nobody in the doorway, no nemesis in the house. Valkyrie reached across, scooped up the soul catcher, and held it to her chest. Xena poked her head in, and Valkyrie held out her hand, and the dog came over, wagging her tail happily. Chapter 63. Love, Razia often thought, was the stupidest of all emotions. It got in the way of just about everything there was to get in the way of. It ruined friendships and disrupted families and left a trail of trauma in its wake. Love made people do the dumbest of things for the dumbest of reasons. Just because one synapse said to another synapse, "Hey, let's spark up and see what happens." Stupid. Just stupid. That didn't mean that Razia herself wasn't prone to feeling this particular emotion. She wasn't a robot, or a hollow man, or some kind of plant. She had feelings, proper ones. She'd even fallen in love with a mortal once upon a time. And what a mortal he had been. Big smile, flashy suits, total lunatic. It had got weird and she'd had to end it, but not before falling deeply, madly in love. So she understood why Cain had asked for help to break Solace out of Greymeyer Asylum. He'd been married to her, after all, before being captured by Seraphina, and she understood why Abyssinia had said yes to helping him. It was love, that pesky little creature, chucking a stick in the bicycle spokes of harmony. It was love, that look on Caison's face when they'd taken Solace from the tower. The pure kind of love, the kind that doesn't fade. Solace herself was not what Razia had been expecting. She'd imagined someone young and pretty and strong. She had not been expecting a frail old lady who looked like a stiff breeze could blow her off course. But such was love. There was no accounting for it. Razia was in her quarters, feeding her pets, when Abyssinia turned up at the open door. She stayed there for a while, watching as the parasites snapped hungrily at the diced-up chicken. Then she came in, sat on the bed, smiling at Gretel, who by now was stealing some of Hansel's dinner. When the plates were clean, the parasites retracted into Razia's hands, and her palms closed up, and she felt them settle inside her forearms. "Cain seems happy," Abyssinia said. Razia nodded. "I'm glad he has someone," Abyssinia continued. "It's important to have someone in your life. It gives you meaning. It gives you purpose." Razia nodded again. She knew exactly what Abyssinia was talking about. "For me, that person was Cain," Abyssinia said. "When I was in that box, just a heart, reaching out to you all, I tried reaching out to him as well, but
But he was always too far away. That was Seraphina's doing, of course, blocking him from me. But I never stopped trying. When I finally saw my boy again, after all these centuries, it was the happiest day of my life.
Abyssinia fell silent. Razia waited.
Solace seems nice,
Abyssinia said. Razia nodded.
For an old chick? Watch it, you. I'm a lot older.
No, said Razia. Age doesn't work like that. Young bodies tend to have young minds. It's all in the brain chemistry. Once those chemicals dry up, however, and you're faced with the irreversible onslaught of years upon your physical form, you tend to surrender to the ravages of time. So, old bodies, old minds.
Abyssinia studied her for a bit.
You surprise me sometimes. I've looked inside your mind, and I know you better than anyone. Yet you still surprise me.
Razia shrugged. What can I say? I'm a surprising person. Chapter 64. Tanith met the tall streak of goodness in a bar on Charlotte Street, the kind of place where mortals got hammered and listened to good music through bad speakers. He walked in, scratching his stubble, looked around and saw her, sitting all the way at the back. He had a nice walk. His hair was dark, going grey, but lustrous. He had eyes that crinkled when he smiled. He smiled now as he shook her hand.
Oberon Guile, he said.
Tanith Lowe.
Pleased to meet you. Buy you a drink?
Already have one, Tanith said. I'll buy you one, though. She waved over a barman, and Oberon ordered a scotch, because of course he did.
How much do you know?
Oberon asked, after he'd taken his first sip. Everything up until right now, Tanith said. Last I heard, you were about to interrogate a mercenary. Bolton, how did that go for you?
Wasn't easy, said Oberon. A sensitive would have made short work of it, but I had to resort to old-fashioned methods. Even so, I got him to talk eventually. Little while after that, I got him to actually tell me the truth. The group Bolton works for, they're called Blackbrook Services, a private military company.
You mean a private army?
That I do. They've been fighting wars that governments don't want to be seen to be fighting.
How does Bolton know about sorcerers?
They all do. Blackbrook is the same as any army. It's got its regular grunts, and then it has its elite squad. Bolton's one of the elite, and he says everyone in his squad is well aware that sorcerers exist.
Tanith sat back. Whenever groups of well-armed mortals find out about magic, it never ends well.
That's what I was thinking.
Did he say what Blackbrook has to do with this crepuscular vise guy?
Far as I can tell, he's their boss, been secretly bankrolling the whole thing since it was set up back in the 1980s. But it's only in the last few years that he's stepped out of the shadows.
What's he after?
Oberon took another sip. I do not know, but whatever it is, he's got a squad of black ops killers at his beck and call, and a whole army behind that, should he need it.
Oberon paused, sloshing the drink around in its glass. His eyes were green.
Tanith, I have to be honest with you. I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know where to go from here.
That's why Valkyrie sent me, she said. I've been through stuff like this before. You've done well, with the questioning and the interrogating and the finding stuff out. That's all good. It's all helpful. But now's the part that I'm good at.
Which is?
Kicking down doors and beating people up. Oberon gave her another one of those smiles. Valkyrie was right. He was pretty hot. "Lead," he said, "and I'll follow." Chapter 65. Omen had pulled a sickie. It was his first one. He thought it would have been a bigger deal, like he'd have to prove that he was genuinely feeling ill and couldn't possibly go to class. But the nurse believed him and told him that maybe he'd feel better by tonight and that he should go back to his dorm room and sleep it off. But Omen wasn't in his dorm room. Omen was in Dublin. Omen was skipping school. Augur skipped school all the time, and now that she was a part of the team, so did Never. They were all off somewhere today, and nobody knew where, and the teachers just sighed and shrugged and carried on. It was chosen one business, they reckoned. Augur never got in trouble for it. Omen wondered if he would. He made it to the spire on O'Connell Street and waited. 3 o'clock came and went, and there was no sign of Colleen. He started to worry. If Abyssinia had found out that they were planning on leaving, he didn't want to think what she'd do to them. The last time someone tried to leave, Yennon had pushed her to her death. He probably wouldn't hesitate to kill the others too. And then he saw Colleen on the other side of the road. She stared at him as he crossed over. Kept staring as he neared. "You came," she said, when he was standing in front of her. "Of course," Omen said. "I told you I would. I don't know. I'm not used to anyone coming through for me, I suppose. Do you have the papers?" "Yep," Omen said, reaching for his bag. "Not here," Colleen said, eyes widening in alarm. "This way. Come on." They started walking. Omen shrugged and followed. They didn't talk as they walked. Colleen made sure to stay ahead of him, probably so that no one would think they were together. Omen didn't know a whole lot about this sort of stuff, but he reckoned that was probably smart. They turned onto a smaller street. There was a door open ahead of them, and in they went, into the back of some restaurant. There was nobody else around. "We should be safe here," Colleen said, turning to him. She gave a little laugh. "Oh, God, you probably thought I was leading you into a trap, didn't you? Here, come, follow me away from everyone else where you'll be safe, and step into an empty kitchen where we'll spring our ambush." He laughed along with her, slightly annoyed that this had never crossed his mind. "So," Colleen said, "the papers." He handed over the bag. "They're not too bad, actually. I think if I had this kind of pressure with all my classes, I wouldn't have to cheat so much. So what now? Are you all going to sneak away at the same time, or leave one by one?" We haven't really decided." "Do you think you'll get away without anyone noticing?" Colleen shrugged. "Aren't you going to check the papers?" Omen asked. "I mean, I appreciate the faith you seem to have in me, but my forgeries have not been the best in the past." "I'm sure they're fine," said Colleen. They stood there, and Omen began to feel uneasy. "Well," he said, "you'd probably better get going before anyone becomes suspicious. If you need anything else, just let me know, okay?" "There is one more thing," Colleen said. It's kind of embarrassing, but this might be the last time I ever see you, so if I can't say this now, then when can I? I love you, Omen. I'm in love with you." "What?" "I've loved you for years." "Sorry?" "You're all I've ever wanted." "Who is?" "And I know I was horrible to you, and I said horrible things, but that's just because I was afraid of my feelings for you." "Pardon?" "I don't expect you to love me back." "Huh?" "But I need you to know this." "Me?" "I love you." He blinked at her. "Really?" She nodded, then stopped nodding and laughed. "No, not really. Damn, I couldn't keep that going. Wouldn't it have been like a twist if I did actually love you?" He laughed along with her, although he wasn't exactly sure why. "I suppose," he said. Colleen put a hand on his arm, as if to steady him. I don't love you, though. Yeah, I understood that. I could never love you. Well, okay. I hate you. You're a waste of space. I have literally never seen the point of you. Your brother? Absolutely. But you? Why do you even exist? You just bumble around in the background, and you're barely noticeable until you are noticed, and then you're just, everywhere, like a bad extra in a movie who you can't take your eyes off because they're literally so annoying. Right, Omen said quietly. Colleen burst out laughing again. I'm joking! Oh my God! The look on your face! I'm only joking, Omen! Huh, he responded, managing a weak smile. I'm sorry. That was mean. That was very, very mean. But I was kidding. I don't think any of those things. No one else would have done what you've done for us. No one else would have risked it. Sincerely and genuinely, thank you. Well, no problem. I bet no one else would have even believed me, she continued. Especially after I insisted that you'd have to forge the papers without telling your friends or the people you trust. Anyone else but you, Omen, would have suspected that something was up, right then and there. They'd have thought, oh, hold on, Colleen's asking me to do this stuff just so I'd agree to meet her outside Roarhaven, where I'm alone and vulnerable. I'd better not do it because, I'm not stupid. That's what anyone else but you would think, Omen. She wasn't smiling anymore. Neither was Omen. I should go, he said. Could I have a goodbye hug? She opened her arms and waited. He didn't step towards her. I should probably just head back. Just one little hug? I'm not much of a hugger. Please? He looked around. They were still alone. I wasn't being serious, she said. I know. She said, grinning. I didn't say which part I wasn't being serious about. Which do you think it was? Do you think I wasn't being serious about the leading you into a trap part, or the other part? I'm not sure. I'm getting kind of confused. Colleen nodded. You are quite dim. Will I tell you? Omen stepped back. You know what? I'm just going to leave. Good luck with everything, and say hi to the others for me. She dropped her arms and looked hurt. Dude, I'm only messing with you. I didn't mean to, make you uneasy or whatever. No, Omen said, smiling again. You didn't make me uneasy. I'm such an idiot. You do all this to help us, and what do I do in return? I mess with your head. I'm sorry, Omen. I hope I do see you again, but if I don't, thank you so much for this. You are literally saving our lives. She took out her phone, checked the time, and put it away again. I have to go. When all this is over, will you tell our friends that we had nothing to do with the bad stuff that's going to happen? What bad stuff? I can't tell you. The more you know, the more dangerous it'll be for you. Colleen, please. If people are going to get hurt, I need to know. Tears glistened in her eyes. So many people are going to get hurt. Then tell me. Right now, before you go, tell me, and I can tell Skulduggery and Valkyrie and they can go and stop it. You'll be saving lives, Colleen. Colleen chewed her lip. You chose to go with Abyssinia, Omen said. You chose to be on the wrong side. But you changed your mind. You saw where all this was headed, and you realised you wanted nothing to do with it. But this is your chance to be on the right side. This is your chance to do something to help people. Colleen sniffed and wiped her eyes. Help people, she echoed. That's kind of a new one for me. You probably hadn't noticed this, but usually I'm actually pretty selfish. Help people, eh? That does sound nice. Is that the word? Nice? Wait a minute. I'm feeling something. Something inside. Something warm. Is this... She looked up. Is this what it feels like to be good? Oh, crap. This was a trap. He spun for the door, just as Yennen Ispelin stepped through.
"Hello, moron," he said.
Chapter 66. Omen got out. He didn't know how, but he got out of the restaurant, and Yennen was bleeding from his nose and shouting and running after him, and this narrow little street suddenly seemed very, very long. Laps burst out of a doorway ahead, laughing like they were in the middle of the best prank ever. His hands were glowing. A burst of energy shot out, hit Omen in the shoulder. The impact spun him, nearly made him fall. But Laps had never been a particularly good energy thrower. He'd never been able to focus enough to give his blasts much power. 2 more bursts followed, each weaker than the last. Omen didn't even bother trying to dodge them as he ran. They exploded against his back with all the force of a half-hearted slap. A year ago, Omen wouldn't have had a chance of outrunning Yennen, but he wasn't the short little ball of podge that he'd once been. All those aches, all those growing pains, had brought with them longer limbs, and the longer limbs helped even out his weight. He wasn't particularly fast, but he wasn't especially slow either. And then Gaul came from nowhere and barged into him, slamming him against the brick wall. Omen dodged a ridiculous spinning back fist and grabbed him, twisting and throwing him into Yennen's path. They fell over each other, cursing, and Omen went to run on, but the air smacked into him, threw him sideways. He rolled through filth and broken crates. Colleen strode up, fire in both hands and a smile on her face. The others were coming from the other direction, blocking his escape route. Omen snatched up a heavy piece of wood and hurled it. It spun as it went. He didn't expect it to actually hit Colleen, but it actually did, smacking her diagonally across the face. She went down, howling, and Omen leaped over her and ran back the way he'd come. There were shouts from behind. Panic! He was going to escape. And then Mr. Lilt stepped out, waving his hand, and Omen flew backwards. He hit the ground and rolled, tried to get up, but the air was pressing down on him, impossibly heavy. Omen stopped fighting and lay there, struggling to breathe. First Wave crowded round him. "There are 7 of you," Lilt said, his voice quiet. 7 of the most ruthless students I could find in Corrival Academy. 7. And you couldn't stop one measly, insignificant little nobody. You couldn't stop Omen Darkly. No one in First Wave responded. "I thought I'd recruited the best and the brightest," Lilt continued. "I assured Lethe, I assured Abyssinia, that the students I had picked were destined for greatness. They were worthy to stand by our side in the war to come. But to look at you now, as you scramble and flail and panic in your attempts to apprehend quite possibly the worst student I have ever had the misfortune to teach, I am disappointed. I am dismayed. He has made a fool of you, and I am ashamed to be your teacher." The pressure keeping Omen down vanished, and he gasped in relief. "Pick him up," Lilt said. "Try at least to do that right." Chapter 67. Valkyrie was feeling good. She'd slept like the dead for close to 20 hours, and woken to a dozen missed calls and Milica banging on her front door. She couldn't answer half of the questions that she'd been bombarded with. She only had a vague memory of finding the soul fragment, and couldn't remember at all how she'd left the necropolis. All she knew was that when she got home, she must have fed the dog and opened the music box, because it was still playing when Milica arrived. And now she was driving into Roarhaven, singing along to the radio and waving at cleavers as she passed. She'd done it. She had everything she needed to fix her sister. The soul catcher was safely tucked away in the secret room, back in Grimwood House. According to Dr. Nye, all she had to do was break it near to where Alice lay, and the fragments would find her and sort themselves out. And then Valkyrie was going to take some time off. Nobody knew how Alice was going to react to having a fully functioning soul again, so Valkyrie needed to be there for her, for whatever she needed. Skulduggery would understand. He'd partner up with Temper again, and they'd handle this crepuscular vise thing and this Abyssinia thing, and by the time Valkyrie was ready to come back, everything would be cool. She parked underneath the high sanctuary. She had intended to head straight up, but instead went to the back of the car. The boot sprang open. The music box sat there, nestled in her gym bag. She opened the lid. That tune, smoothing out her thoughts, hushing all her anxieties. She didn't know what she'd ever done without it. She really didn't. Valkyrie shook her head and laughed to herself. She couldn't just stand here all day. She had people to talk to. She closed the lid, then took off her jacket and draped it over the box. It was always the perfect temperature in the high sanctuary. She took the whirling, twirling tiles up to the foyer. Skulduggery wasn't there, and she couldn't see Cerise, so she told the guy at the huge marble desk that the supreme mage was expecting her, and off she went, wandering towards the elevators. China and Skulduggery were supposed to be in the room of prisms, with all those wonderfully shiny slivers of glass that hung from the ceiling, and the throne, of course. But they weren't. "Hello?" Valkyrie called out. Nope. No one. She grinned. Quickly she climbed the steps and sat on the throne. Nice view from up here. All those slivers of glass made it impossible for anyone to sneak up. Kind of a paranoid feature. But China didn't get where she was today by embracing a casual lifestyle. Valkyrie dug into her pocket for her phone to send a selfie to Militza, then remembered that her phone and her wallet and her amulet were in her jacket, back in the car. She shrugged, got up, and left the room, nodding to the cleavers standing guard on the other side. She finally found someone who would answer a simple question, and was told that Skulduggery and China had been last seen strolling along one of the corridors. She found them, deep in conversation, and ran up. "Sorry I'm late," she said, smiling. China raised an eyebrow. "Tardiness is not like you. But Skulduggery tells me you've been quite busy lately on a personal project." "I have," Valkyrie said, "but it's just about finished now." "That is good news," said China, "because I'm going to need all your focus, I'm afraid. Both of you." "You have another case for us to work on?" Skulduggery asked. "We're not even finished with the one we have now." "I'm sure you can handle one more," China said. "I need you to find a traitor in our ranks." Valkyrie made a face. "We have a new traitor? After Tipstaff, this is getting silly. If you can't trust a sprawling organisation full of centuries-old killers, then who can you trust, I ask you?" China didn't react. Not even an unamused twitch of one of her perfect eyebrows. She was angry. She was, in fact, furious. It was a cold fury, and it radiated outwards. Valkyrie could feel it from where she stood. Not even Skulduggery seemed to appreciate the joke. He hadn't even reacted. "What did this traitor do?" Valkyrie asked, trying to be more serious. "They passed top-secret information to the enemy," China replied. "Beyond top secret. The good news is that the suspect list will be short. There is a very limited number of people who even know Greymire Asylum exists, never mind where it is." Valkyrie's good mood vanished. "What happened?" Skulduggery asked quietly. "Cain and Abyssinia broke into the place," said China, "and left with one of the patients." "Who?" "You don't need to know that." "If we don't have all the facts—" "Just find the traitor," China snapped, then immediately calmed herself. "That's all you need to do. Who they set free is not relevant. I'll give you whatever resources you need, but you have to—" "It was me," Valkyrie said. China turned to her slowly. "What?" "They took the old woman in the tower, didn't they? In K-49. China's blue eyes travelled from Valkyrie to Skulduggery and back again. Valkyrie stood up straighter. "I'm sorry."
"You're sorry?"
China said softly. "Skulduggery had nothing to do with it," Valkyrie said. He started to protest, but she cut him off. "Skulduggery, no. It was my decision." A strand of China's hair fell out of place and brushed lightly across her forehead.
"You're sorry?"
she repeated. "Cain had information I needed," Valkyrie said. "He promised me he would free one patient and only one, and that no one would be hurt. Was anyone hurt?" China shook her head. "Good," said Valkyrie. "I'm sorry, China, I am. I knew the location was supposed to be kept a secret, but I didn't have any other choice." "I'm prepared to accept whatever punishment you hand out." China nodded, pressed a point on the back of her hand. A sigil glowed briefly on her skin, then faded, and 2 cleavers appeared. China looked at them, then at Valkyrie. "Arrest her?" They came forward and took hold of Valkyrie's arms. Skulduggery stepped in to push them away. "Don't," Valkyrie said. "Skulduggery, please." He hesitated, then backed off as the shackles locked round her wrists. Her magic dulled. The world got smaller. "China," he said, "you can't do this. You've fought beside her. You know she'd never do anything like this unless she absolutely had to." China ignored him. "Get her out of my sight," she said, and they hauled Valkyrie away. Chapter 68. Mr. Lilt didn't say anything as he brought Omen before Abyssinia. Omen was glad about that. It went against his nature to curse at a teacher, but with Lilt he reckoned he would have made an exception. Abyssinia stood in the control room, looking out onto Coldheart Prison with her back to them. "I have him," Lilt announced. "First wave were underwhelming in their—" Lilt suddenly groaned, his hands going to his head. Omen watched as he paled, as his legs buckled, as he fell to his knees. "I am vexed," Abyssinia said without turning. "I am irked. One might even go so far as to say I am irate." Lilt curled up into a moaning, groaning ball. Omen would have run off if there was anywhere to run off to. Abyssinia turned. "You, boy, do you know the American president?" Omen wasn't trying to be cheeky, but even so he found himself saying, "Personally?" Abyssinia didn't explode his brain. She just looked at him without really looking at him. "Do you know of him?" "Yes." "Thoughts?" "He doesn't come across as a very nice man." "He's not," Abyssinia said. "He's not a very nice man at all. I want to kill him. Usually when I want to kill someone, I kill them and immediately feel better. But he needs to stay alive in order to do what I tell him. That annoys me." Right then, that precise moment, was not the time to be an amateur detective. Asking clumsy questions would only get him killed. And yet, Omen knew, if Skulduggery or Valkyrie or Augur were in his position, they'd find some clever way of interrogating Abyssinia without her even realizing it. "What did you tell him to do?" Omen asked. That was a mistake. He knew that immediately. Abyssinia's gaze flickered, and she noticed him now. "You were there," she said, "in Cadaverous Gant's house when I found my son." "I was," said Omen, giving a nervous smile. "How is he? Is he feeling better?" She ignored him, and Lilt got up slowly. "Apologies, Abyssinia," he said. "I should not have walked in unannounced. I merely wished to bring the boy. I shall now take him to his cell." Abyssinia didn't respond, and Lilt grabbed Omen and dragged him out. It gave Omen a little burning nugget of satisfaction, deep in his soul, to have seen his self-important teacher being dismissed so casually. They went down some steps and across one of the tiers. Omen peeked over the edge. It was a long way down. Lilt threw him into a cell and closed the door and walked away without speaking. Omen took out his phone.
"You really think it'd be that easy?"
Yenin said, appearing on the other side of the bars. He was wearing a black uniform and polished black boots.
"Hand it over, fatso."
"I'm not fat."
"Hand it over, or I'll call you worse names than that."
Omen hesitated, but he finally gave his phone to Yenin.
"Oh, this is a nice one," Yenin said. "This is a really good one."
And then he tossed it over his shoulder, and it dropped behind the barrier and fell all the way down. Omen sagged. All his contacts were in that phone.
"How scared are you feeling right now?" Yenin asked. "You must be terrified, petrified. Your little mind must be racing with all the terrible things we're probably going to do to you."
He leaned his head against the bars.
"See, I did want to kill you. I mean, that's all I wanted. But then I realized there are way worse things to do to you than just, like, ending your suffering."
Omen shook his head.
"Why me, man?"
"You interfered," said Yenin. "You spied on us."
"No," Omen said. "I mean before that, before all this. What did I ever do to you that made you hate me so much?"
"You existed."
"That's it? That's your sole motivation? You were a bully and I was your victim?"
"You're everyone's victim, Darkly. You're weak and pathetic and pointless. You're a pointless person."
"And there's nothing more to it than that?"
Yenin sneered.
"Heh, there doesn't have to be."
"I suppose not, though it is kind of disappointing."
"I wouldn't worry about it if I were you. You've got other things to think about. You like movies, don't you?"
Sure."
"You know in movies when there's a twist at the end that you don't see coming, like, 'Oh my God, I can't believe he was the bad guy all along,' that kind of thing. Well, there's a twist coming for you, too. Want to know what it is?"
"Wouldn't that spoil the twist?"
Yenin laughed. "The twist's not for you, you idiot. It's for everyone else. But it's funnier if you know it ahead of time, because then you get to think about it and fully absorb what it means before it actually happens. So do you want to know Abyssinia's big plan?"
"Sure."
Yenin's grin got wider. "Okay, cool. So this whole thing, right, is about a war. Abyssinia wants to start the war between sorcerers and mortals, and then basically rule the world. With me so far, Darkly?"
"I'm just about managing to keep up, yes."
"Good boy. She's got Martin Flannery involved in this too. Or he thinks he's involved. From what I've heard, he's got no idea what's in store for him. But I don't really care about any of that. I care about how this all starts. Tell me, Darkly, do you want to know how the war is going to start?"
"Sure."
"It starts with us," said Yenin, tapping his chest. "First wave. We're going to do a whole new Pearl Harbor."
"What?"
"Pearl Harbor," said Yenin. "You remember Pearl Harbor, right? It was one of Mr. Lilt's favorite topics to teach. Good God, Darkly, were you not paying attention to anything in school?"
Omen shrugged. It just didn't seem relevant.
"Well," said Yenin, "it's relevant now. Do you know what World War II was? You remember being told about that? See, the war was going on, but America was staying out of it. The American people just weren't motivated enough to get involved, you know? Then the Japanese targeted an American naval base in Pearl Harbor. Surprise attack. Sank ships, killed loads. They even made a movie about it. It's great. Anyway, this riled up the American people so much that the USA finally joined the war effort. And that's what we're going to do."
Omen stared. Abyssinia is going to attack Pearl Harbor.
Not Pearl Harbor, you moron. It doesn't have to actually be Pearl Harbor to be another Pearl Harbor.
I don't understand.
Yenin sighed. You're so incredibly dumb. You make me dumber just by talking to you. Nero's going to teleport us to another American naval base, okay? Naval Magazine Whitley is a small base in Oregon with only 24 mortals stationed there. And we're going to kill them all. Isn't that cool? It's going to be... I don't know how to describe it. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be the best night of my life. Can you imagine it?
Yenin's eyes were alive with the thought. They gleamed.
This will change the world. The mortals are going to have camera footage of evil young people with horrifying powers, killing their proud soldiers and sailors like they were nothing. And, they'll have you.
Yenin leered.
They'll have you, Omen. You'll be wearing our uniform, but you'll have been injured by one of their soldiers, so, unfortunately, we'll have to leave you behind. Maybe I'll be the one who gets to shoot you. I hope it's me. I've asked, and Mr. Lilth said yes, but you know how things go. Anyway, that's the twist. We frame you. Isn't that cool? You get hauled away by the mortals, and for a few days they have a real-life sorcerer to photograph, and maybe do some really painful tests on. And then we'll teleport in and kill you when you're alone in your jail cell, providing the mortals haven't beaten you to death by then, which is a real possibility. So then America will, go nuts, and the rest of the world will go nuts. And when the pinnacle rises to the perfect level, President Flannery will discover where the American sanctuaries are, and he'll bomb the crap out of them.
Yenin's voice quivered with excitement.
He's going to bomb his own country. He's already agreed to it. Can you believe it? It's going to be insane.
And that's the big plan, Omen said quietly.
That's it. And you play such a big part in it. Until the war kicks off, you will be the most famous person in the world. The most hated person in the world.
Chapter 69. Valkyrie sat and waited. The shackles were on too tight. They chafed her wrists and bit into her ankles. She'd only been a criminal for a few hours, and already she was hating it. A door beeped. She watched Skulduggery come in. He sat on the other side of the glass. This was just like in the movies, except they didn't need phones to talk. "I need to get out of here," she said. His head tilted. "You're the one who confessed." "Yeah, because my whole life people have been telling me that honesty is the best policy. But guess what? People lied to you." "People lied to me. If I'd known she'd throw me in a jail cell, I wouldn't have said anything. Why didn't you stop me?" "This is my fault." "You should have interrupted me or distracted me or kicked my shin or something. I didn't know how mad she'd be. I've never seen her that angry. Well, I've never seen her that angry at me. Can you talk to her? I need to get out of here. I'm this close to fixing Alice." "China isn't really speaking to me at the moment. I'll talk to her tomorrow. Can you spend a night here?" "Skulduggery? Just one night. I'll talk to her when she's calmed down, and I'll convince her. You have my word. Then you can fix Alice, okay? I promise." "You're certain you can convince her?" "Fletcher's going to teleport me to America first thing in the morning. Tanith and Oberon have found where Blackbrook operate from. I'm going to join them, and we're going to get some answers, so I'll be able to approach China with real, concrete results. I'll tell her I need you by my side. She's angry, yes, But she's not going to keep you locked up out of spite.
Okay, Valkyrie said. That sounds like it might work.
Just one night, Skulduggery said. That's all.
Her cell wasn't that bad, all things considered. It was clean. It had a desk screwed to the wall. The mattress was thin, but fine. The pillow was new. The toilet was uncomfortable, but she could handle that. Valkyrie lay there, in the dark. She wasn't wearing the shackles that bound her magic anymore, but they'd put a metal bracelet around her wrist that did the same job. She was getting worried. She hadn't been able to listen to the music box since she'd parked. Right now, she was fine. No voices, no panicking, no ghastly, no nemesis of Greymire. She just needed to stay like this, to stay calm, to fall asleep. That wasn't too much to ask. She'd been falling asleep all her life, for God's sake. She was good at it. And tomorrow, Skulduggery would convince China to let her out, and she could go straight to her car and open that music box. And then she could heal her sister. The problem was, she'd been lying here for hours. She didn't know how long exactly, but she guessed that it must have been around 2 a.m. And the more she stayed awake, the more her mind churned. And a churning mind was not a calm mind. If she didn't fall asleep soon, she was going to start to panic. And if she started to panic, Ghastly would appear. And if Ghastly appeared... She took a deep breath. No. Calm down. Calm down. She heard footsteps, and she felt her face go cold, and she sat up. She listened as they got closer, and she relaxed. Too many footsteps. She laughed to herself. Unless Ghastly had brought along a bunch of imaginary friends, that wasn't him. The footsteps stopped outside her door. A key rattled in the lock. He'd done it. Skulduggery had done it. She was getting out already. The door opened, and Sergeant Yonder stepped in. Valkyrie didn't get it. She didn't get how he could be standing there with his hands on his hips, wearing his city guard uniform and a smile. "They reinstated me," he said. "Commander Hawk called me himself. Said the city guard was understaffed and needed good people like me. The Supreme Mage was forced to take me back." He laughed. "Ha ha, that's your friend, isn't it? The Supreme Mage. Or she was your friend. But she's thrown you away, hasn't she? You're a traitor now. An enemy of Roarhaven." Valkyrie realised what was about to happen. It made her mouth dry. Her heart beat so hard she could feel it in her wrists. "You're not so chatty now," Yonder continued. "When you were arresting me, you were all chat. You wouldn't shut up, would you? You and the skeleton. You had your witty banter thing going on. Has anyone ever told you how annoying it is to listen to that? It's like you think you're the king and queen of your own little world, and the rest of us are just here to stand around and listen to how smug you both are. Where are your jokes, Cain, huh? Where are they? Where's the arrogance now that you're in a cell without your magic or your horror show partner to back you up?" He perched on the edge of the desk. "Nothing to say. That's disappointing. I told all my friends how chatty you were. You're going to make me look bad." More city guards came in. Valkyrie recognised 2 of them from the arrest at the Mortal Shop, Lush and Rattan. The other man she didn't know. They all held shock sticks, like the ones Valkyrie used, but bigger, heavier. Lush handed Yonder a stick of his very own. Valkyrie stood up slowly. It was coming. It was inevitable. There was nothing she could do to stop it from happening, and nothing she could do to defend herself. They were going to beat her. They weren't going to kill her. That would be going too far, even for them. But beating her, that was just far enough. There was no chance she could talk her way out of it, and no chance they'd have mercy. In a way, it had already happened. That made her feel better.
knowing it had already happened. It allowed her to detach.
"Careful," Yonder warned with a smile. "Any move we deem potentially aggressive shall be met with reasonable force." His friends laughed at the reasonable part.
"If you're going to do it," Valkyrie said, "do it."
Yonder lost his smile.
"What did you say? What was that, Prisoner Cain?"
She wanted to repeat it, but her mouth was too dry. He came closer.
"Are you challenging my authority, Prisoner Cain?"
He jabbed his stick into her belly. It hurt, made her step back. He hadn't shocked her, though. That was coming.
"You'd better watch yourself," he continued. "Down here, we are the only law that means anything. If you upset us, we upset you. You don't want to upset us, do you?"
Maybe she deserved what was about to happen. She'd been given a choice after all, and she'd chosen to betray the high sanctuary. She thought maybe she'd be given a slap on the wrist. She hadn't thought she'd be shackled. Maybe she should have. What had she learned in the last few years, if not that her actions had consequences? What had she learned, if not that she possibly deserved those consequences? Valkyrie looked at them, Yonder and his little gang of eager thugs, as they lit up their shock sticks. She watched them shift their weight, narrow their eyes, and grip the weapons tighter. Their adrenaline was coursing. Their hearts were beating faster. Violence was but a moment away. They were athletes at the starting blocks, their bodies ready to spring forward. All they needed was the starting pistol. Valkyrie licked her lips, got some moisture back into her mouth, and then she said, "Let's be having you." Yonder swung first. The stick connected with her skull, and the world flashed white, and the only reason she didn't fall was because her legs were too stupid to get the message. The others crowded round as she stumbled back against the wall. Their sticks left crackling blurs in the air as they swung. She felt ribs break. Every touch jolted her into a new position that she was immediately punished for. Someone, she thought it might have been Lush, broke her jaw. She swallowed blood. She swallowed teeth. Her knee buckled. Broken? And she fell. Their boots came for her then. She curled. More ribs broke. Her cheekbone shattered. Shock sticks rammed into her side and she screamed, arching her back, giving them more targets. They beat her until they couldn't touch her any more, until she fell into endless night. She didn't know what happened after that. Chapter 70. Omen sat and worried. The prison buzzed outside his cell. Convicts looked in as they passed, cracked jokes, made threats, laughed about it, and clapped each other on the back as they moved on. Omen didn't answer any of them. He just sat on the bed, knees drawn in, and did his very, very best not to cry. A big man came up to the bars and looked in. "Oh, God," said Omen. The big man sniffed.
"Remember me, do you?" he asked.
He had a cold. Omen stood up. "You're Immolation Joe."
"Last time I saw you," said Immolation Joe, "I asked you to let me out of my cell. You were worried that I might kill you because of my name and the fact that I kill people. I asked you to let me out, but you kept saying no."
He paused to blow his nose.
"The thing is," he said, "you were right not to. I wasn't ready to be released. Abyssinia, she released all of us a little bit later. And since then, I've killed 7 people.
"Please don't kill me." Immolation Joe frowned.
"Why would you think I'd kill you?
Why would you automatically assume that I'd do that? There's more to me than killing. There's more to all of us than the things we like to do. I have facets, kid. Facets.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I could do it. There's a part of me that wants to.
He clicked his fingers and stared into the flames that danced in his palm.
I'd love to just set you on fire. I love setting things on fire.
He quashed the flame.
But they've got plans for you, haven't they? Abyssinia and whoever.
I think so.
The big man grunted.
So I really shouldn't kill you. I know I shouldn't. They'd kill me if I did, you know. What would that be? Would that be ironic?
Maybe, said Omen, though he seriously doubted it. Immolation Joe looked away for a few seconds and sniffed again.
I'm considering leaving, he said.
You are? He nodded.
This isn't for me. Being part of an army and all. I wasn't born to take orders or to carry out plans. I'm just a guy who likes to burn people. Abyssinia and that lot. They want to rule the world. But where do I fit in? If we do end up ruling the world, where am I going to be in the hierarchy? Am I going to be at the top, sitting on the throne being fed grapes? Or am I going to be scurrying around with a whip somewhere, scaring the mortals and making sure they carry rocks or build pyramids?
Probably the pyramid thing, said Omen.
Yeah, said Immolation Joe. That's what I think too.
Another sniff.
I like the world the way it is. I don't hate mortals. Not any more than I hate most sorcerers anyway. I eat the food they make. I watch their movies. I drive their cars. Why would I want to do anything that'd mess that up?
Do you think there are others like you?
Who are considering leaving? Yeah, probably. No one talks about it, though. Most of them, they try not to even think about it, what with Abyssinia being able to read their minds.
Maybe you could, form a club or something. Immolation Joe frowned at him.
Why?
So you could talk about it. And if there were enough of you, maybe you could approach Abyssinia with your concerns. Like a trade union.
Huh.
We kind of had a trade union in school, Omen said. Well, I wasn't involved, but some others formed a student council and went to Principal Rubik with a list of things they'd like changed.
How'd that go?
Some things were changed, I think. A little. Immolation Joe blew his nose again and examined the contents of his handkerchief before putting it away.
I don't know, kid, he said. Something like that'd only draw attention to me and make it harder to leave. Besides, everyone's buzzing about the sanctuary thing right now. There's no talking to them.
What sanctuary thing?
Just a thing,
said Immolation Joe, and Omen didn't press it.
So yeah, I reckon I'll just split. But before I do, I owe you something.
Omen's stomach went cold. You do? Immolation Joe nodded.
I asked you to let me out, and even though I wasn't ready, you still opened my cell door.
Omen blinked. "That's right," he said. "I did."
"And I appreciated that," Immolation Joe said, "even though it was by accident, and even though Temper Frey kicked me back in, you did let me out. So, I guess, thank you."
You're welcome. Are you going to let me out now?"
Yep.
"Are you going to help me get off the island?"
Nope. I'm already doing enough for you by letting you out and not burning you alive. I'm not a charity, kid.
He nodded to Omen.
Good luck.
He walked away, and a moment later the cell door clunked slightly as the lock retracted. The binding seal broke instantly, and Omen felt his magic return. His first instinct was to throw open the door and run, but he had nowhere to run to. He stood there, beside the bunk, trying to imagine what Augur would do in this situation. It was obvious, really. Augur would find a way to turn the tables on the bad guys and either call for help or just take them all down single-handedly. The second option was out of the question for Omen, so that left him with the first. Call for help. Unfortunately, he didn't have his phone, and there was no other way to... His eyes widened. He sat on the edge of the bunk, startled by the very fact that something he'd learned in school might actually come in useful. And he did his best to empty his mind. It wasn't easy in a prison, and each time he'd get close, a random thought would blurt its way across his consciousness. He did what Miss Wicked had taught them, though, and focused on his brother's name and repeated it in his head, over and over again. He pictured Augur's face. His breathing deepened. His brow furrowed. After 10 minutes, he stopped, his head aching and his ears ringing. He waited until the pain receded a little, then closed his eyes and tried again. Immediately, there was a rush of thoughts inside his head, and he latched onto something, someone far away in the distance. "Augur?" he whispered. "Augur, can you hear me?" For a moment there was nothing, and then a voice screamed in his head. "Omen, what? Is this you, Omen?" And Omen hissed in pain, the words vibrating off his very skull as he fell sideways off the bunk, and he lost it. He lost the connection. Then he heard footsteps. Slow footsteps, and a tune being whistled. "Flowers in your hair." He stood quickly. A man with long grey hair came into view, dressed in jeans and a ripped t-shirt, with tattoos all over his arms. He had another tattoo over the lower half of his face, a grotesquely grinning mouth. His real mouth, his actual mouth, was also grinning. "I know you," he said. Omen knew him too, from Never's description. Mr. Glee, the serial killer from San Francisco. Omen was suddenly all too aware that the door between them was unlocked. "How is she?" Mr. Glee asked. "The girl I had a tussle with." Omen tried to answer, but couldn't. "I think about her, you know. I think about her a lot. The one that got away." He shrugged. "I'm sure we'll meet again, though. Life moves in cycles, does it not?" Mr. Glee shrugged, went to move away, then turned, reached over, and shut the door. It clicked, and Omen's magic left him. Whistling, Mr. Glee moved on. Chapter 71. Valkyrie woke without opening her eyes. Her body ached. Her face felt swollen. She breathed tiny daggers into shallow lungs. She was badly damaged and lying on a thin mattress, and she was cold. Beyond the darkness were the sounds of the uninjured world. Voices and machines and phones ringing. She opened her right eye. Her left wouldn't open. The ceiling was cracked. The light was a boulder that rolled into her head and crashed around her skull. She closed her eye, waited for the boulder to settle before opening it again. She saw wires and tubes. A curtain. Her tongue was thick and heavy. She probed the inside of her mouth, felt the broken teeth. She remembered losing a tooth years ago, having it knocked out. She remembered she'd cried about it. Her jaw was wired shut. Valkyrie lay there, not moving, trying not to panic, trying not to feel like she was trapped in a broken body. She closed her eyes and pictured the farm back in Colorado. She pictured the mountains, the sky. She calmed herself, using all the tricks Coda had taught her. Minutes passed and kept passing. Perhaps they became an hour. The curtain was pulled back. A doctor loomed over her, tapping the machines that beeped, ignoring her in favour of the screens. He was thin. He looked hassled and unhappy. He'd missed a spot shaving, right at the hinge of his jaw. He noticed her looking at him and took a moment, like he was deciding whether or not he should speak. "My name is Dr. Wall," he said at last. "You arrived here early this morning. Apparently you'd fallen down in your cell. This fall resulted in 4 broken ribs, 1 fractured zygomatic bone, a fractured patella, a fractured eye socket, a punctured lung, breaks in your jaw, your tibia, your—" He sighed. "You have 16 broken or fractured bones. You have internal injuries. You've lost teeth. You have first-degree burns on your back, chest, sides and legs. You are being treated for all of this, and thanks to the wonders of modern technology and ancient magic, you'll be able to return to your cell late this afternoon." Someone called him, someone Valkyrie couldn't see, and he nodded. But before he left, he looked down at Valkyrie again. "I know you're not Darkess," he said, his voice quiet. "I know you didn't kill all those people. I know it wasn't you who destroyed half the city." He leaned down. "But she was a part of you. So a part of you killed all those people 6 years ago, and a part of you destroyed half the city, and a part of you killed my friends. So I will do my job, Prisoner Cain, but I will do it slowly. I will mend your broken bones one at a time, and you will have nothing to dull the pain. I want you to suffer, you see, and I happen to know that you will. I happen to know that you're going to be falling down in your cell again tonight. So I'll see you back here tomorrow." Then he straightened up and walked away. Chapter 72. On the top of a hill on this alien planet, by a jagged outcrop of rock, Sebastian Tau found Darkess. She lay on the ground, her arms spread wide, one leg bent back at a distinctly unnatural angle. Her clothes were filthy and torn, and stretched between protruding bones. Her jaw, clearly broken, hung at an angle, kept in place only by her dried and lined skin. There was so much dust in her hair that it appeared grey. Sebastian couldn't tell how long she'd been dead. Years, maybe. He couldn't tell how she'd died either. Her body was ravaged, obviously, but everyone knew that Darkess had been through injuries more horrific than these. Maybe some magical disease had caused her to waste away, or some injury that not even she could heal. Or maybe she had just been beaten to death. He lowered himself down until he was sitting beside her remains. He'd failed. He'd been sent on this mission with no way of succeeding, yet he'd failed nonetheless. Of course he had. He always failed. That was who he was.
They'd placed their faith in the wrong person. He took off his hat, lowered his head, and cried. The world was doomed. Everyone he'd ever known was doomed. The people he loved, the people he didn't, the people he'd never met and never would. Darkess had been the answer, the only answer, his only purpose, the only reason he'd put on this suit of loneliness, of isolation, the only reason he'd come here. It was all a waste. It was all a joke. It was a joke, but all he could do was cry. Sniffling, sobbing, he pushed himself up onto his knees and pressed his hands together.
Darkess,
he said, his voice loud in his mask.
we need you. The world needs you. We need your strength, your power. I came here to bring you back. I don't know what to do now. I've come all this way, and I don't know what to do. I didn't want to think about what would happen if I couldn't find you, but I never thought I'd find you and you'd be...
Bile rose in his throat, and he put out a hand to steady himself while his stomach heaved and he clamped his mouth shut. He wanted to rip the mask off. He wanted nothing more than to rip the mask off. He could do it. He didn't know what would happen, but he could do it. What did it matter anymore? He'd failed. No one would mourn him. No one would notice. Bennett, or one of the others, would maybe come looking for him eventually. But he'd be long gone by then, and they could go back to their lives. Their sad little lives. But what could he do? What could Sebastian Tau do? Where could he go? Where was there to go? He swallowed, tasting acid, and straightened his spine. The least he could do, after all, was straighten his spine. His gloved hands rose, his gloved fingers crawling along the back of his neck, searching for the clasp. He felt a smile, and found he was looking forward to feeling fresh air on his face. Or would he feel anything at all? There was always the possibility that the moment he undid the mask, he would blink out of existence. His fingers stopped crawling. They wouldn't move when he commanded them. They were failing him, just as he was failing everybody else. A shadow fell across him, and he looked up and saw a god. It was big, the kind of big measured in skyscrapers, in mountainous peaks. It stood on two legs, its sagging grey skin mottled pink and blue. Its arms were long and triple-jointed. Its hands had 3 fingers and a thumb, all clawed. From its back there sprouted the sharp, twisted bones of what may once have been wings. Spiders as big as cars scuttled on its shoulders. Its head twitched on a thick neck. The head had no eyes, no ears, no face. It just had a mouth, a dark circle rimmed with teeth. Behind it was another one just like it. In the distance, 3 more. Faceless ones. Not the kind Sebastian had read about. Not the kind whose appearance alone would be enough to snap his sanity. These were faceless ones that had taken physical form, that had channeled their power into a shell of meat and teeth. He knew this instinctively. This was a cosmic truth that some part of his mind recognized without question. He tried to stand, but his body had grown numb. He tried to hide behind the outcrop of rock, but he couldn't even crawl. He just looked up and waited for them to notice him. The hill shook. The very ground shook. A woman emerged from behind a mountain, running,
her footsteps like earthquakes. She was as big as the faceless ones, a fierce light shining through her translucent skin, through her long hair, and she crashed into the faceless one beside the hill and gripped its wing bones, yanking it round. The spiders flew off, and the faceless one let out a scream so loud and so sharp it threw Sebastian onto his back, his hands clutching at his ears. The faceless one ripped its claws through the woman's midsection, and light spilled out. She ignored the wound and bit down on its neck. Its scream turned to a squeal. They staggered backwards together, locked in their embrace. The other faceless ones just watched as the shining woman broke off a wing bone and used the sharp end as a dagger, stabbing and stabbing until purple blood leaked from 6 stomach wounds. She released the faceless one, and it stumbled, and she shoved her hand into the bite on its neck. The faceless one struggled, panicking, but all the shining woman did was plunge her hand deeper. Then she ripped her hand back and tore the head off the thing. The other faceless ones turned and walked away. The shining woman watched them go. Sebastian managed to stand. He watched the light that was spilling from the woman's midsection start to fade as she healed herself. At the same time, the faceless one's body twitched on the ground behind her. Its neck sealed and lengthened, and it grew a new head, while the old head, the one in the woman's hand, started to grow the beginnings of what looked like a new body. She hurled the head away from her, and the horizon swallowed it. The rest of the faceless one clambered to its feet. Its wounds were closed now. Its wing bone was whole again. It shuffled away, and she let it go. She couldn't be killed. Neither could they. Yet they were locked in battle.
"Darkness!"
Sebastian shouted from the hilltop. The shining woman turned. His heart thudding in his chest, Sebastian wished he'd thought about what to say.
"Hello,"
he called.
"I'm from Earth. The other Earth. The one you're from. We need your help."
She bent over, peering at him.
"We're still alive,"
he said.
"You didn't kill us. We made you think you did, but you didn't. The whole world, I mean, we need you to come back now."
The shining woman turned as she straightened and started to walk away.
"No!"
Sebastian shouted.
"Please! We need you to come back! We need you!"
But one single stride had taken her far out of range of his weak human voice, and all he could do was stare as she disappeared behind the mountain range. The hope that had flared inside him died in an instant. Earlier, falling to his knees beside her old physical form, he had thought he could never feel worse than he did then. But to fail at a mission for which there could be no success was infinitely preferable to failing at a mission for which success was possible. He'd failed. He'd properly failed. He'd been given the briefest of chances, but it was a chance nonetheless, and he'd squandered it. It was all his fault now. Whatever happened in the world, to the world, it was all because he'd messed up. Yes, this was so much worse. Chapter 73. Morning time, and Tanith woke to find Skulduggery Pleasant standing over her bed. She yelled, thrashed around, and eventually settled back on her pillow. "What the hell are you doing here?" she asked, glaring. "I'm here to help," he told her. "While unconventional, this is still technically an arbiter investigation." "I mean," she said, "what are you doing in my motel room?" "Oh, well, I arrived and you weren't awake yet, so..." "So you broke into my room?" "I merely opened the door." "You picked the lock." "In order to open the door."
I must admit, I was surprised I was able to. Why didn't you seal it? You can seal a door with one touch.
Never mind why I didn't seal it. You shouldn't have picked the lock. How long have you been standing there?
Not long, he said. I was sitting over there for an hour, and then I got bored, so I decided to stand here until you woke.
Tanith sat up. Skulduggery, man, you can't do that.
Why not?
Because it's weird. It's frightening to wake up and see someone standing over you. How would you like it?
I don't sleep.
You kind of sleep.
I meditate.
And how would you like it if you were meditating and then I suddenly appeared beside you?
His head tilted. I would be delighted to see you.
Oh, shut up, she said. You would not. Where's Val?
In jail.
Seriously?
I'm feeling very positive that I'll be able to get her out later today. In the meantime, we have a job to do, yes?
Sure, she said. Now get out. I'm going to take a shower. He left the room, and Tanith showered and dressed, and when she was ready to leave, she grabbed her bag and opened the door, and yelped in shock. Skulduggery, standing right there, did that head tilt of his again.
Are you all right?
I'm peachy, she said, moving past him. He followed.
Where are you going?
I'm hungry, she said. I need breakfast.
I'll come with you.
She turned. No. I need food and coffee. I do not need conversation. No offence.
Why would I be offended?
She sighed. I don't really know.
You seem grumpy.
Well, I'm not, so I don't know what to tell you.
Were you expecting someone last night?
I wasn't expecting anyone, she growled. Where's Oberon?
Having breakfast,
Skulduggery said. Did you wake him up like you woke me?
Yes, Skulduggery said. He was grumpy too.
That surprises me so much. Hold on to this, would you? I'll be out when I've eaten. She passed him her bag and carried on to the diner. Oberon had finished and was paying as she walked in. He still hadn't shaved. He looked even better than he had the night before. He gave her a smile and left, and she watched him go, then sat at a table and the waitress came over. Now that, the waitress said admiringly, is a tall drink of water. You know what I mean? What can I get you, hon? Tanith sighed. Coffee, she said. They got in Oberon's car and arrived at Blackbrook Base 2 hours later. A military compound of watchtowers and squat functional buildings, it was cut into dense woodland, but didn't seem to have much in the way of actual people. Skulduggery took to the air, did a quick scout around. He landed back beside them.
It appears to be deserted, he said, apart from one building near the entrance. The security systems are inoperative. There are a few jeeps, a few transports, but everything else seems to have already been moved out, personnel included. So we're too late, said Oberon. Whatever mission they're on is already underway.
If there's someone still here, Tanith said, we can ask them about it. We don't even have to sneak in. So they walked right into the building near the entrance. To their right, there was a desk behind bullet-resistant glass, with a clerk sitting at it. In front of them were 2 doors, both made of reinforced steel. The clerk frowned as they approached.
Hello,
Skulduggery said. The facade he wore had blonde hair and a strange, drooping moustache.
Who are you?
asked the clerk. Skulduggery gave him a huge smile.
We're supposed to be here.
What?
In case you were wondering if we're supposed to be here, we are. We have clearance. Proper, official clearance. What clearance level are you?
The clerk hesitated. I'm green level.
Well, said Skulduggery, we're 4 levels above that. I'm sorry. Who are you? Figures of authority. The clerk reached slowly for the phone. Stop that right now, said Skulduggery. I just explained to you who we are, and I think I've been quite clear about the facts pertaining to our clearance levels. You're going to need to show me some identification, the clerk said, his hand hovering over the phone. Are you trying to give me an order, Corporal? I'm a sergeant. Not for long, if you keep this up. This is all very unusual, said the clerk. I should check with my supervisor. Skulduggery nodded. I demand to see him. Sorry? Your supervisor, Skulduggery said. Get him down here immediately. When I walk into one of my facilities, I expect people to at least know who I am. This is ridiculous. I've never been so insulted in all my life, and neither have my friends. Have you?
Said Tanith. No.
Not really, Oberon said. There, said Skulduggery. So go ahead. Call your supervisor. I shall be having a word. A stern word. Okay, said the clerk, and picked up the phone. Wait, said Skulduggery. Yes? Maybe I was too harsh. I do that sometimes. I overreact. I blame my upbringing. My parents didn't react very much to things when I was a kid, so I overcompensated. I'm still doing it to this day. What's your name, Lieutenant? I'm just a sergeant, sir. Not for long, with your attention to detail. My name is Perkins, sir. Perkins? Like the car? Sir? The car, said Skulduggery. They made a car called the Perkins, didn't they? The one with all the wheels. I don't think so, sir. Then what one am I thinking about?
Maybe the Ford?
Tanith suggested.
That's not it, said Skulduggery. It definitely sounds like Perkins. Perkins, Schmerkins, Flurkins, Hyundai, that's it. Sorry for the mix-up, Private. I'm a sergeant, sir. That's the spirit. The clerk started dialing. I'm calling my supervisor.
Skulduggery folded his arms and leaned his shoulder against the glass.
Good idea. Can't trust anyone these days. To be honest, I don't even know the people who came in with me. They could be anyone. Spies, enemy agents, assassins. Best you and me stick together. What do you say? Maybe open this door here so I can join you in there.
The clerk straightened slightly as the call was answered.
General, he said, this is Perkins, over at the Idaho site. I have 3 individuals who just walked in. Pretty sure they're sorcerers.
Damn it, muttered Tanith.
That's just rude, said Skulduggery.
That's right, sir, said Perkins. I'm looking at them now. Skulduggery rapped on the glass.
You knew I was a sorcerer all along, and you just let me talk.
I expected more from you, Perkins.
I really did.
At once, sir, Perkins said, and hung up the phone.
Well, Tanith asked, what did he say?
I've been ordered to leave the base, Perkins said, flicking switches, and lock you in here.
Skulduggery shrugged. That suits us fine. We'll be able to hunt for clues in peace.
Perkins' fingers danced over his keyboard. I've also been authorized to release the test subjects so that they can kill you. Skulduggery's head tilted.
I feel like this has got personal between us, Perkins.
You're sorcerers, Perkins said, still typing. You must be stopped by any means necessary in order to preserve our way of life.
We don't want to interfere with your way of life, Tanith said. We're the good guys.
The only good sorcerer, said Perkins, is a dead sorcerer. The heavy doors ahead of them clicked and slid open, and soldiers came through, blinking like animals set free from a cage. They were barefoot, wore fatigues and olive green T-shirts, and they had metal collars around their necks and sigils carved into their arms. They saw Tanith and the others, and hope flashed in their eyes. They hurried closer. Two of them had to help another who could barely stand.
"Can you help us?"
the closest soldier asked.
"They've been experimenting on us, torturing us. Please, if you can just—"
The soldier caught sight of Perkins, and he shrank back slightly, like he was expecting to be hurt. "This is where I'll leave," Perkins said. He took out his phone and tapped on the screen as he walked for the door.
"Don't let him do that," the soldier whispered. "Please, don't let him do that."
Skulduggery snapped his hand against the air, and the reinforced glass cracked into a million spider webs. As Perkins left through the door, he tapped the screen again, and the metal collars beeped before falling from the soldiers' necks. Pain crossed their faces. Two of the soldiers crumpled to the floor. The soldier in front, the one who'd asked for their help, clenched his hands into fists and held them to his chest while he moaned and shook his head. "What's happening?" Tanith asked gently, moving towards him. He raised his head and raised his hands, and she glimpsed the fresh scars that curved across his palms that were now glowing from the inside. She barely had time to duck before streams of white-hot energy burst out, shredding his skin and spraying the wall with his blood. His scream was pain and rage and utter insanity. Tanith scrambled, evading the sweep of the energy streams. The other soldiers were howling as they unleashed their magic. Tanith flipped, ran across the ceiling, following Skulduggery and Oberon over the desk and through the gap in the reinforced glass, then out the door.
"What do we do?" Tanith asked. "We can't fight them. If we fight them, we kill them, and they're not in control of themselves."
Oberon peeked back in, then jerked away to avoid an energy stream. "Who are they? They are sorcerers, right?" Skulduggery shook his head. "I don't think so." Tanith narrowed her eyes.
"What do you know?"
"There's a new drug going around," he said, "called Splash. I thought it was recreational, designed to give sorcerers a hit of someone else's magic, something to make them feel good for a short while. But the Splash sigil is the same one carved into the soldier's skin."
Tanith frowned. "So these guys are mortals, and this drug makes them into mages?"
"From the looks of things, very unstable mages," Skulduggery said. They heard a car and turned to watch Perkins speed out through the gates. "Follow him," Skulduggery said. "The two of you. He's our only lead, and we need to know where he's going."
Tanith frowned. "What are you going to do?"
Skulduggery nodded back towards the screaming soldiers. "I'll take care of them and contact you later."
"Come on,"
Tanith said to Oberon, and they ran. Chapter 74. Private Hank Mayer wasn't human anymore. None of them were. Not Ramirez, not Foster, not Cruz, nor Dixon. They were pain. They were agony. Their lives burned through their hands, scorching the walls. The people ran. The woman and the two men ran away from the monsters. He didn't want them to go. He wanted them to stay. He wanted them to kill them. He'd suffered enough. They all had. He wanted someone to take the suffering away. He was dying. The heat that was rushing out of him, it was burning up his insides. He could feel them as he staggered. His organs were liquefying. His brain was liquefying. And yet he couldn't stop moving, couldn't stop screaming, couldn't stop hurting. Then one of them came back, a man in a suit. He had something wrong with his face. He had a skull for a head. Private Hank Mayer didn't care. He just wanted it to be over. The man with the skull, he understood. Private Hank Mayer knew he did. The man with the skull walked between them like he was studying them, examining them. when he saw that they were dying, when he saw that they were in agony, he took out his gun. Blam! And Foster went down, and Private Hank Mayer tried waving, tried begging to be next. But blam! Dixon went next. It was getting hard to see now. Private Hank Mayer's eyes were failing him. The man with the skull aimed his gun at Cruz, who had fallen to his knees. But before he could pull the trigger, Cruz screeched, and all that light and all that heat burst out of his chest and out of his head, and his body crumpled, silent at last. Blam! The man with the skull put Ramirez out of his misery. Now it was Private Hank Mayer's turn, finally. Sobbing, Private Hank Mayer dropped to his knees and waited. But then another man appeared, right behind the man with the skull, and then they both vanished. Private Hank Mayer called out, begged for help, begged for mercy. And then the heat grew in his chest and his head, and he screamed, and he screamed, and then there was nothing but sweet, blissful light. Chapter 75. Nero teleported Skulduggery right into the middle of this little cave. The moment Razia saw the gun in his hand, she sent out one of her pets to snatch it from his grip. Hansel retracted into her palm, dropping the gun by her feet before he did so. What a good little boy. Skulduggery didn't move to retrieve it. He was looking around, assessing his situation, looking at the cave, looking at the weird machine in the corner. Always assessing, that Skulduggery. Smart guy. Nero stood by, smiling. He was just happy he hadn't messed up. His powers had been on the fritz lately, and he'd begun to doubt himself. Today was a win for him, and no mistake. Destrier stood beside his machine, fiddling with it, making last-minute adjustments. But that was him all over, always fiddling, that Destrier. Abyssinia stood quietly. Razia didn't like it when Abyssinia was quiet. It made her sad. Abyssinia had worked so hard to get Cain back, and she'd been so delighted when it had actually happened. But now? None of them had anticipated Cain making plans with that old woman from the loony bin. It was all going wrong. They were supposed to be one great big family by this stage, but the lovebirds were off by themselves all the time, and Abyssinia just moped. The only thing that looked like it might snap her out of this funk she was in was this part of the plan. Abyssinia had been looking forward to it. So had Razia, for that matter. She quite liked Skulduggery Pleasant. He was a laugh. Skulduggery, meanwhile, had finished his assessment and was now making his move. From where she was standing, Razia had an unobstructed view of him clicking his fingers. Nero didn't, though. He didn't see the spark, or the flame, or the ball of fire. So when Skulduggery flicked his wrist and that ball of fire hit Nero's arm, all Nero could think to do was panic and howl and slap at himself. That was funny. Razia had to suppress a giggle. In the meantime, of course, Skulduggery had crossed the distance between them and was about to grab Nero when Abyssinia held out her hand and Skulduggery arched his back, his fingers curling as she started to drain his life force. The flames were battered into submission and, his jacket now ruined, Nero backed off, glaring.
"Please don't do that again,"
Abyssinia said, approaching slowly.
"Nero is part of my family. I don't appreciate it when people hurt my family. You should know that by now."
She stopped what she was doing, and Skulduggery gasped and fell to his knees.
"It's good to see you," Abyssinia said. "But then you already know that."
She leaned down, raised his chin with her finger.
"I never could stay mad at you, not even after you killed me."
"So all is forgiven?" he asked. To Razia's ears, his voice sounded a little weaker.
"Not in the slightest,"
Abyssinia responded, walking away from him.
"You cut out my heart, imprisoned me in a box, and took me away from my son. Do you really expect me to forgive you for any of that?
Skulduggery stood, slowly. Abyssinia watched him. Razia watched them both. "Maybe not," Skulduggery said. "But there were extenuating circumstances. You were a threat that had to be eliminated."
I wasn't a threat to you. I may have been to everyone else, but not to you. When I heard that you'd returned, when I heard that Skulduggery Pleasant had come back after 5 years away, I was happy for you. I could admit, even back then, that I'd been a bad influence, that I'd led you astray.
"You led me nowhere I didn't want to go," Skulduggery said. "I take full responsibility for my actions."
Abyssinia smiled. I didn't help, though, did I?
"You did not," Skulduggery said. He was sounding stronger, back to his old self. "But I've never blamed you."
That actually means a lot to me. Likewise, I didn't take it personally, what happened between us. None of it.
You are far more gracious than people give you credit for.
I think they're thrown by all the murdering.
That might be it, yes. Thank you for bringing me here, by the way. Valkyrie has been trying to convince me that talking our way out of problems is the way to go. I'm not too sure about that. I'm quite old-fashioned in that regard, but I do like to keep an open mind.
Ah, said Abyssinia. I'm afraid you've misunderstood my intentions. I didn't bring you to this cave to talk this through and find a solution. I already have a solution. Everything goes according to my plan, and I win, and everyone else loses.
Skulduggery took off his hat, brushed dust from the brim, and put it back on. "I see," he said. "That's unfortunate. Entirely understandable, of course, but unfortunate. So, why am I here?"
In this cave, you mean? This cave is important to me. I was nursed back to health in this cave. It holds a special place in my history, I suppose.
"And are you going to try to kill me?" Abyssinia laughed.
If that were my intention, there would be no trying, my sweet Skulduggery. There would only be a pile of bones in a nice suit. But no, this world is far more interesting with you in it. You remember Destrier, of course?
"Of course," Skulduggery said, as Destrier waved. "A man who holds time itself in the palm of his hands."
Well, Destrier said, blushing, not quite. No, not quite at all. But it is my, vocation, if you will. My hobby.
"Obsession,"
Nero muttered.
Tell Skulduggery what's in store,
said Abyssinia. Destrier nodded quickly and motioned to the machine, which appeared to Razia to be little more than a square platform with metal columns at each corner.
It's a prison, he said. Or, actually, no. A prison cell. Singular. It's a... He cleared his throat. I have been working with time to isolate a moment within a given space, to focus it, to concentrate it on what you might call a...
"He's going to freeze you in time," Nero said.
Abyssinia's hands went to her hips.
Nero.
"Sorry.
This was Destrier's moment.
He was taking too long."
Everyone takes too long for you, Abyssinia said. You're a teleporter. The moment you leave, you arrive. The rest of us don't work that way. You need patience. We've talked about this.
Nero looked down.
"Sorry, Abyssinia. Sorry, Destrier.
Oh, said Destrier. That's okay. I can be annoying. My thoughts can get jumbled.
He looked back at Skulduggery.
What Nero said was correct, though. Or correct to a degree. I can't literally freeze you in time, but I am going to slow down time so much that it doesn't make a great deal of difference.
I see, Skulduggery said.
We're calling it the Eternity Gate,
Destrier said.
As a name, it's a bit dramatic for me and somewhat misleading, but I've been told it sticks in the mind and it's memorable and apparently being memorable is better than being, accurate. Anyway, I've said it to hold you for 7 days. I hope you don't mind.
Just long enough to keep me out of the action, I presume, Skulduggery said.
Abyssinia smiled. I don't want to have to hurt you, my love. I think it's safer for everyone if you miss what's coming. Now, I would ask you to step up voluntarily, but we both know you'd try a last-minute maneuver, so I'm afraid I'll have to drain the fight out of you.
She held out her hand, and Skulduggery seized up again. That was Razia's cue to grab him and move him onto the platform.
For you, Abyssinia said, only an instant will pass, and when I see you again, all the dominoes will have fallen. The mortal soldiers will be dead. First wave will be on every news channel on the planet. The White House will have launched their little missiles wherever I tell them to. And I'll be here to welcome you into the new world.
Don't do this, Skulduggery said, straightening up. Don't! Destrier flipped the switch. An energy field rose between the 4 columns on the platform, trapping Skulduggery inside like a mosquito caught in amber. Destrier did a quick check.
It's working, he said. All systems are, good.
Razia peered up at Skulduggery. He appeared completely frozen.
That is so cool, she said. When this is over, can I have a go next?
Destrier frowned at her.
Yes?
She grinned.
Bonza!
Chapter 76. Flannery needed some peace and quiet, so he left his briefing documents on the table and moved into his private cabin, shutting the door on the rest of Air Force One with their ringing phones and constant chatter. He didn't have time for briefing documents. He didn't have time for phone calls. He didn't have time for chatter. It was Friday night. This was the world's last night before magic was revealed and everything went crazy. He needed to be alone.
Nervous?
Crepuscular Eyes asked from Flannery's favourite chair. Flannery jumped back, his heart hammering dangerously in his chest. He was seriously starting to hate how magic people kept scaring him.
What the hell are you doing here? I'm everywhere, Martin, Crepuscular said. Haven't you figured that out yet? So, good news. The team's in place. We're good to go for tomorrow night, so long as Abyssinia fulfills her end.
What if someone comes in?
Crepuscular shrugged.
So what if they do? In a few days, what'll it matter? When Naval Magazine Whitley goes down, you'll order the footage to be broadcast, and sorcerers will be revealed to the world. Then the war starts. You'll need your own sorcerer bodyguards, of course, so I'll be by your side from that point on. We'll be inseparable.
Flannery dropped into the other chair.
When did we decide this?
Crepuscular always looked like he was smiling, but Flannery got the feeling that he was genuinely smiling now.
This has always been part of the plan, Martin.
Abyssinia's plan.
My plan.
Flannery didn't like this. Everyone seemed to have a plan except him. He chose his next words carefully. "Are you sure that's a good idea? How can we tell the American people that all the sorcerers hate us and want to kill us if I have one protecting me?"
There'll be a few sorcerers, like me, who will bravely put our humanity before our heritage and fight for the mortals. It'll be inspiring, trust me. The American people eat that stuff up. What's the matter? You look worried.
This is all happening very fast.
No, it isn't.
It is. It's happening very, very quickly.
Everything in the last few years has been leading up to this, Martin. This is why you were elected president.
I was elected president because the people were tired of the same old politicians playing politics instead of... Crepuscular held up a hand.
Please don't chant your campaign slogans at me. I don't think I'd be able to handle it.
He observed him for a moment. Flannery didn't like being observed.
You're a funny little man, Martin. You have an enormous capacity for self-deceit. I am entirely convinced that you believe everything you say simply because you've said it enough times. But let me remind you, Abyssinia sought you out. When she was a heart in a box, when all she could do was communicate telepathically, she looked around for someone who could do what she needed them to do. That's why you were nominated, Martin.
This was starting to anger Flannery. I was nominated because I was the best. I was the smartest and the strongest candidate the Republican Party had. Crepuscular laughed.
She chose you because you were the weakest. You were the easiest to manipulate. You had the most secrets and the most money, and so you had the most to lose.
That's a lie!
Wilkes did it all for you.
Wilkes was a traitor and a spy.
Yes, Martin,
Crepuscular said, sighing.
We know that. Abyssinia sent him in to guide you and to keep an eye on you, but he still came up with the strategies, didn't he? He arranged for Magenta's son to be kidnapped so that she'd read the minds of your opponents and push your agenda through.
Flannery shook his head. That was my idea.
He told you about her, and he waited until you took the hint. That's not the same thing as coming up with it yourself.
Flannery didn't respond. He could feel his face burning.
You entered into this well aware of what was coming,
Crepuscular continued.
This isn't happening fast. This has been happening for the last 4 years. You're just nervous because now you have to actually do something.
I'm not nervous.
No, you should be. Abyssinia is going to double-cross you.
Flannery stared. What?
You're really not very bright, are you? That's okay. That's why you have me. She's going to double-cross you, Martin. The first part of the plan will go smoothly. First wave will attack the naval base on the Whitley Peninsula, and they'll kill everyone they find, providing you with your very own Pearl Harbor. There'll be a twist, a little more bloodshed, and when it's all done, you'll receive the footage, evidence beyond the shadow of a doubt of the existence of sorcerers. You'll broadcast this footage and you'll address the nation. You'll address the world. That's your moment. That's what you'll be remembered for. Standing at that podium, The entire world listening to every word you say, thanking the Lord that at least they have a leader as strong and as smart as you. You like that idea, don't you?
Yes, said Flannery.
Well, that's not going to happen,
said Crepuscular.
You'll broadcast the footage and stand at that podium, and then Abyssinia's bomb will go off.
Flannery felt the blood drain from his face.
No. Abyssinia is going to kill you on live television. That's how you'll be remembered.
She wouldn't, said Flannery. She needs me. We have it all worked out.
What did she tell you, Martin? Can you even remember? Were you even paying attention? What did she say? War will break out, right? And she'll coordinate with you in secret in order to attack the sanctuaries and take out the troublesome sorcerers. And then what?
She'll become leader of the sorcerers and will declare a truce and
she'll run the magical societies of the world, and you'll stay in power for the rest of your life,
said Crepuscular.
And when you die, your children will take over. You leave behind a family dynasty that your father could only dream of.
That's the deal.
Abyssinia isn't any better at keeping deals than you are, I'm afraid. She doesn't want a truce. She wants to win. That's where your vice president comes into it.
Flannery frowned. Dan?
He's working with her, Martin.
No.
Yes.
Dan Tucker is loyal to me.
Not really.
How do you know?
He told me,
Crepuscular said.
He told me everything before I killed him.
You killed him?
Yep.
You can't just kill the vice president.
Sure I can. Just as easily as I'd kill the president. You're going to hear that he's missing in the next hour or so. Try to act surprised. Don't worry. They'll never find his body. Not unless I want them to.
What are we going to do? Flannery asked, the panic rising. What are we going to do?
We're going to calm down, is what we're going to do. Abyssinia wants to double-cross you, so you'll double-cross her first. Easy.
Can I do that?
So long as you have me, you can do anything.
Flannery's head dropped into his hands. It was all too much. It was suddenly all too much. Who are you? Please, you've never given me a straight answer. Just tell me once and for all, who are you? And why are you helping me?
Who am I?
Crepuscular said, his voice surprisingly soft.
I'm you, Martin. Haven't you figured that out yet? I'm a part of you.
Flannery looked up. What?
Haven't you wondered why no one else can see me or hear me? I'm not really here. This is all in your head. You killed Wilkes. You killed Dan Tucker. Why doesn't Abyssinia ever sense the truth when she reads your mind? Because you're stopping her. There's a part of you that's brimming with magic, Martin. And it is amazing.
Flannery gasped. And then Crepuscular laughed.
Ha! No, only joking. I am really here, and other people have seen me. Wilkes saw me, remember?
Oh, yeah.
When I killed him, Yeah, he saw me then. And I'm the one protecting your thoughts when Abyssinia goes sneaking. What? You thought you had a split personality? That's funny. That's hilarious. You crack me up, Martin. You really do.
He leaned forward.
Don't you worry. Things are going to get crazy in the next days and weeks and months, and let's be honest, years. But I'm not going to let anything happen to you. You and me, we're buds. We're besties. You are, by far, my favourite mortal. I could hug you. I could just reach over there and hug you. Can I do that?
Said Flannery.
No, Crepuscular said. You're right. It's silly. We're two grown men. We can't just hug. It's not as if we're people with feelings.
Flannery didn't know what the hell was going on. Crepuscular looked around. He nodded to a door behind him.
What's through there? Is that the toilet? It's my bedroom. That'll do,
said Crepuscular, and got up. Chapter 77. Another motel room. Another motel shower. Tanith and Oberon had followed Perkins for hours until he'd finally pulled in here. They'd rented a room 2 doors down from him and took turns sleeping. While Oberon went to get breakfast, Tanith sat by the window. From here, she could see into the diner as Oberon waited for their food, standing with his elbows on the diner counter. He had nice arms. Perkins stepped out of his room. Tanith grabbed her phone, dialed, and watched Oberon take out his phone and put it to his ear. "Perkins is coming in," she said, and Oberon moved casually away from the counter, keeping his back to the door as Perkins entered.
"Does it look like he's seen me?" Oberon asked, his voice soft. She could hear low chatter in the background and music playing, country and western. "No," she said, as Perkins spoke a few words to the waitress on his way to settling into a booth by the window. "Although I'm not entirely sure how you're going to get out of there without passing right in front of him." "Damn it," said Oberon. She couldn't see him any more. "Our breakfast is almost ready." She sighed. "You may as well grab a table and start eating." "I've ordered 2 breakfasts." "Better eat them both," she told him. "You don't want to raise any suspicions." The waitress crossed the length of the window, carrying 2 plates, before disappearing from sight. "Thank you," Oberon said, a little faintly. There was a pause, and then he laughed and spoke again. No, both for me. Yeah, well, you know, growing boy and all that." There was another pause and another laugh, and when he spoke again, his voice was clearer. "Our food has arrived." "Was that you flirting?" Tanith asked, a grin on her face. He sounded amused. "You'd know if I were flirting, because I'd be doing it really, really badly." Tanith watched the waitress deliver a coffee to Perkins, and a car pulled up. A neatly dressed man with a tight haircut got out. A military man, by the way he moved. "Perkins might have a friend joining him," she said. The military man went in and sat opposite Perkins. "Can you hear what they're saying?" Tanith asked. "Bits and pieces," said Oberon. The new guy put something on the table, and Perkins scooped it up and slid it into his shirt pocket. "New guy just gave Perkins a key card," Oberon whispered. Both men got up. Perkins paid, and they nodded to each other and walked to their cars. Tanith grabbed her bag and left the room as the cars moved to the road, waiting for a gap in the traffic. Perkins's car was indicating right,
The new guy was going left. Oberon ran to his car and jumped in. Tanith hurried over. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Perkins is going to meet up with Blackbrook's Black Ops unit," Oberon said, starting the engine. "The new guy is going to relieve one of the men watching my son. I'm sorry, Tanith. That's where I'm going."
"Absolutely," Tanith said. "I have to stick with Perkins, but you have to get your son back."
He was about to drive off. "You should call for backup," he said. "Getting anywhere close to Blackbrook is going to be too dangerous for one person."
"I have friends," Tanith said. "Don't worry about me. Focus on your son."
"It was very nice meeting you," he said. "I really hope I get to see you again." She smiled back.
"Likewise."
5 seconds later, he was on the road, and Tanith was running towards the nearest parked car. She dialed a number before she reached it. "Tanith," said the voice on the other end.
"Hey," she said. "Been a while. You about? I might be in need of some help."
"Where are you?"
"Outskirts of Oregon right now. Heading west."
There was a pause. "I can get there by tonight."
"Thank you. I'll let you know where I end up."
She put the phone away, pressed her hand to the car door, and a moment later, the lock sprang open. Chapter 78. There was no mirror in her cell, so Valkyrie didn't know how she looked. Her face was swollen, as was her knee, as was her left hand and most of her torso. Every movement brought new levels of pain. The city guard who'd escorted her back here hadn't said anything the entire way. He'd barely looked at her as she'd shuffled in. Valkyrie recognized shame when she saw it, which meant there were still some cops in Roarhaven with a conscience, even if that conscience didn't quite stretch so far as to compel them to do something. She lay on the uncomfortable bed, unable to take in a full breath, and waited for the footsteps, for the key rattling in the lock, for the door squealing slightly on its heavy hinges as it opened. She had just started to wonder if maybe they'd skip tonight's beating, maybe give her a chance to heal more, when the footsteps came. Moaning, Valkyrie forced herself to stand. She was able to open her left eye now. Her ribs screamed at her, but at least she was able to stand without support. The doctor, Whorl, had graciously begun the procedure to fix her broken jaw. It was halfway healed, and she gritted her broken teeth. The door was heavy and solid and closed. She wanted it to stay that way. Stay closed. Stay shut. Keep her in here. Keep them out there. The door opened, and Temper Frey came in. "Jesus," he said when he saw her, and Valkyrie burst out crying and sagged back against the wall, and he came forward and hugged her, and she gripped him and hugged him as tightly as she was able. She cried into his shoulder, and he held her up, taking her weight. When the sobs that racked her body, that sent fresh pain streaking through her spine and her rib cage, when that all subsided, he sat her down on the bed and knelt before her, his large hands holding hers. "Who?" he asked softly. "Yonder? I heard he'd been reinstated, him and his buddies." She nodded. He nodded too. "I can't get you out of here," he said. "I want to, but I can't. I don't have the authority. We never get past the inner gates." Valkyrie took a deep, shuddering breath. "You can't tell Skulduggery about this," she muttered, barely able to open her mouth. He frowned. "He needs to know." She shook her head. "Valkyrie!" "If he knew, he'd break me out. China would send everyone after us both." "Then I'll go to Commander Hawk," Temper said. "He's no friend of mine, and he's certainly no friend of yours. But from what I've seen, he's a by-the-book kind of guy. What's happening to you, I doubt he'd approve." Valkyrie nodded. "You expecting another visit tonight?" She nodded again. I'll be quick. I'll go see Hawk, then get back here. We'll barricade that door if we have to.
She went to give him a thumbs up, but her hand was broken. He straightened.
Hang in there,
he said, and hurried out of the cell. The door closed behind him. Chapter 79. Temper got as far as the stairs before Lush stepped into his path.
"You're in a hurry,"
she said. She was smiling.
"Never seen you in a hurry before. You're always so laid back."
He watched her, aware of footsteps coming up behind him.
"You're part of it?"
he asked. Her smile broadened.
"Part of what?"
Temper moved slightly, so he could keep an eye on Rattan and Ferrul as they approached.
"What's this, then? You're here to stop me going to Hawk?"
"Why are you going to see the commander, Corporal Frey?" Rattan asked. "There's a chain of command here in the city guard. Any grievance you got, you take it up with your immediate superior. Who is that in this case?" "That would be me," said Yonder, appearing behind Lush. "You have a report to make to me, Corporal." Temper smiled at him.
"What is it you're trying to do here? You trying to intimidate me?"
"Intimidate you?" Yonder echoed, horrified at the very thought. "Dear Lord, no. I mean, I wouldn't even know where to begin. You're Temper Frey. You're the guy who went undercover for years. You palled around with the bad guys, walking the razor's edge. At any moment they could have figured out who you were really working for. I'm not going to be able to intimidate someone like you, Corporal." "We could bribe you," Lush said. "Is there anything you want? Money? Maybe a promotion? We have friends higher up, and I mean higher up." "We can't bribe Temper," said Yonder. "He's friends with the skeleton. He'll do the right thing no matter the cost. Isn't that right, Temper?"
"You mind stepping aside?"
Temper asked.
"I have to get through."
Yonder sighed heavily. "Temper, I wish things could be different. I really do. But we're not here to persuade you not to report us. We're not going to bribe you or threaten you or intimidate you. We're going to kill you." Temper's first instinct was to laugh, but he'd seen that look on so many faces before. Faces of people who meant to do him the worst kind of harm.
"I'm one of you," he said.
"You wear the uniform, but you're not one of us," said Yonder as the others closed in. "You never were." Temper fought the urge to lash out.
"You're not thinking this through. Valkyrie's going to talk to someone eventually. She'll tell them you were the ones who beat her."
"We're going to kill her too," said Lush, "as soon as we get the go-ahead." "Maybe it's tonight," Yonder said, smiling. "Maybe tomorrow. There are forces at work here, Corporal Frey, that you know nothing about." They grabbed him, and he struggled, and then they put a bag over his head. Chapter 80. They drove him somewhere, loosened him up with a few shots from a shock stick, then dragged him out of the car and into a house. They pulled the bag off his head and dumped him on the ground. He blinked quickly, eyes adjusting to the light. They were still in Roarhaven, but this was a style of house he wasn't familiar with. It was small, furnished but empty. There were sheets covering the windows. "Don't bother getting up," said Lush, training her gun on him. "Rattan, uncuff him." "Why bother?" Rattan asked, frowning. "Just shoot him, for God's sake." Lush glared. "You're a cop, aren't you? You're supposed to know this stuff. If he dies with handcuffs on, the blood is in danger of pooling at his wrists, isn't it? That'd lead someone like Skulduggery Pleasant to conclude that he could have been killed by people who use handcuffs, like us. You don't want Skulduggery Pleasant kicking down your door, do you, Rattan?" Rattan scowled, then took the cuffs off Temper and returned them to his belt. "I could handle the skeleton," he said. Ferrul and Lush laughed, and Rattan's face went bright red. He glared down at Temper. "What's your discipline, anyway?" "That's a good question," said Lush, still smiling broadly.
I've never actually seen you use magic. Why is that?
I've never needed to, said Temper.
Maybe he's not even a mage, said Ferrule. Wouldn't that be something, if he was just a little mortal man, scurrying around, pretending to be a sorcerer?
Rattan slapped Temper behind the ear. Tell us what you are before you die, he said, obviously relieved that they were no longer laughing at him. Is it something embarrassing? Can you talk to plants or something? Or maybe animals? Did you devote your life to talking to animals only to discover that they don't talk back? Rattan laughed. The other two laughed as well. Lush's gun wavered, and for a moment it wasn't pointed directly at Temper. He released. The gist burst from his chest and flew, shrieking, straight for Lush, where it separated her arm from her shoulder with its first swipe, and then took her face away with its second. It twisted in mid-air, flowing back under the stream of light and darkness that connected it to Temper's chest, went for Ferrule as he stumbled backwards. It grabbed him, its claws sinking into either side of his chest, and lifted him off the ground, slammed him against the wall, and held him there, while it tore out his throat with its teeth. It locked its black eyes on Rattan. It screeched again. Rattan went for his sword. The Gist went for Rattan. The Gist won. What remained of Rattan crumpled and fell, and the Gist darted to the corners of the room, looking for more enemies to destroy. When it realised there were no more, it looked, finally, at Temper. Then it drifted downwards. Legs formed, and it stood there. That had never happened before. Despite the exhaustion, despite the rolling sweat and the trembling muscles, Temper forced himself to his feet. The Gist was as tall as him now, as broad as him. It smiled with his face. But those teeth, those claws, those eyes. As he examined the Gist examined him. He could feel it probing his weaknesses. It was patient. It had waited this long. It could wait some more. It smiled again and allowed itself to be pulled back inside. Temper's legs gave out and he collapsed. He lay on his back, breathing hard. One more time should do it. He just had to release the Gist one more time, and it would take over. And Temper would be gone forever, trapped inside his own dark side. Chapter 81. China shut the doors to keep out the rest of the world, pressed her back against them, and her apartment drank her in. She stayed where she was for a moment, her eyes closed, her head down. She breathed in the subtle aromas that the apartment sent her way, aromas that brought to mind the days of her youth and the adventures that marked them, of mountains and rivers and romance and danger. And of him, of course. She straightened, squaring her shoulders, and entered the large walk-in wardrobe. She had intended to wear a dress made especially for her by Modiste Fair, that most delicate of designers for the magical and wealthy and magically wealthy. But now she thought better of it. Serafina would be coming to dinner in an extravagant gown of her own, and if China dressed to match her, she would either succeed and sour the evening from the very start, or fail and immediately give Serafina the upper hand. This second possibility was, of course, highly unlikely, but China knew never to underestimate the inestimable Miss Day. She chose a single-strap Givenchy, brought it into her bedroom and placed it on the bed. She showered, and her man came by to do her makeup, and then her woman came to do her hair. Nothing fussy. China didn't have time for fuss. When she was done, she dismissed them both and went to stand on the balcony. The sun was going down, and Roarhaven was turning on its lights. She liked the city at this time of day. During the sunlit hours, it was imposing. By moonlight, mysterious. But at this precise moment, when it was changing its masks, if she looked at it just right, she could glimpse its true face. Her city. Her Roarhaven. The force field, mere centimetres from the balcony, shimmered slightly, sending a wave of purple hue running down the length of the high sanctuary. And China went back inside. She put on her shoes and took the elevator down to the dining room. Seraphina was, of course, early. "My darling," she said, gliding across the floor to kiss China's cheeks. "You look ravishing." "And you are, as ever, quite breathtaking," China responded. Seraphina's dress was another marvel of human bones and couture, but less showy than the dress she had worn upon arrival. She had, in her own way, also decided to dress down this evening. They were seated at the table and made polite small talk as their entrees were served. They advanced to reminiscing while they waited for the main course. Seraphina was as skilled at deflecting certain topics of conversation as China remembered, and offered up no new insights into past events. "And Corrival Academy," Seraphina said, changing the subject yet again. "What a wonderful institution! For centuries, sorcerers have only dreamed of a school like this, and now it stands proudly in the first city of magic. That's what they're calling Roarhaven, you know." China arched an eyebrow. "I'm sure the mystical cities would have something to say about that title." Seraphina waved her hand. "Mystical cities don't count, you know that. What's the use of a city of sorcerers if it only appears every 40 years? No, Roarhaven deserves every accolade it receives. Credit is due to you." She raised her glass of wine in a salute. "Thank you," said China, raising her own. "And to Erskine Revell, of course." China took a sip. "Of course. It was his foresight, his vision that led to all this," said Seraphina. "For a member of a group I used to despise and regularly try to have killed, he turned out to be quite all right in the end, didn't he?" "His friends would disagree." "His friends were self-righteous heathens, China. What do I care for their opinions?" "I would imagine nothing at all. Speaking as a heathen, however, I can only say that, while I appreciate the obvious work he put into this city, I do not and cannot approve of his methods, nor his ultimate objective." "To rule over the mortals?" Seraphina asked. "But what would be so wrong with that?" They smiled at each other, and Seraphina appeared to soften. "I do not envy you, China. Dedicating so much of your time to the tedium of bureaucracies is something I would simply not be able to countenance. You are a more selfless woman than I." She took a moment, examining China anew, and then, with her most concerned tone, said, "You look tired, my dear." China kept her smile and was about to answer when the doors opened and Cerise hurried in. "Deepest apologies, Supreme Mage, High Superior," she said, bowing, "but there's a visitor who requests an audience most urgently." "Of course," China said, frowning, and rose from her chair as Temper Frey entered the room. China strode to the lower levels. The door opened before her, and the city guard officer straightened up when he saw who it was. "Valkyrie Cain?" China demanded. The officer blinked rapidly. "I'm sorry, Supreme Mage." China stared at him. He swallowed. Through there," said the officer, pointing. "The cell at the end." China left him where he stood and walked quickly to the last cell. She waved her hand over the lock, and the door opened, and she stepped in. Valkyrie lay on the bunk. Her hair was matted, her face swollen and puckered, scraped and bloodied. Her neck was scratched. Deep bruising discoloured her arms. Her clothes were dirty and stained with dried blood. China watched her as her eyes fluttered open. She saw China and tried sitting up, but hissed and lay back down. "Don't move," China said, quickly crossing to her. "What did they do to you? What did they—" Anger choked off her words, and she took a moment to regain control. Officer! She called. She heard running footsteps, and the nervous man appeared at the door. Yes, Supreme Mage. China spun to him. Who did this? Did you do this? Do what, Supreme Mage? Look at her, China said, pointing. Did you do this? No, the officer said. I swear. Who did? I don't know, Supreme Mage. I've only just started my shift. China glared. Get a doctor down here immediately. Of course, the officer said, bowed quickly and deeply, and sprinted away. China turned back. Valkyrie's eyes were on her. I'm sorry, China said. I didn't know this was happening. Who did this to you? Valkyrie started to move. China helped her into a seated position, her back against the cold wall, and sat on the edge of the bunk beside her. I thought you'd sent them, Valkyrie said. Her lips were cracked. Her voice was a whisper. I would never hurt you, China responded. I would never allow anyone else to hurt you. I gave orders that you were to be given proper chambers and placed under house arrest. I never meant for you to suffer, Valkyrie. I betrayed you, and you were arrested for it. You had to be punished. I hope you see that. But I didn't want this. I just didn't have any other option. Greymire is a secret never to be told. What you did was an unbelievable breach of trust. I know. You could have come to me, you know, about your sister. I would have helped you. A slight smile that revealed broken and missing teeth. You're always so busy. I suppose I am, China said, looking away. You don't get an awful lot of free time when you're running the world. Must be lonely. China paused. It is, she said, but I brought it on myself. You can't take the power without taking the responsibility. Ever so gently, she patted Valkyrie's hand. How's your sister? Haven't fixed her yet, Valkyrie said, speaking slowly. China had never seen her so drained. Trying to decide if I even should. Some decisions are too big for people to make, China responded. It's the only reason I envy the religious. They can hand over their troubles to an omniscient deity, or, in the case of the faceless ones, uncaring, insane deities, and absolve themselves of the burden of morality. Why struggle with the right decision when you can pick the easy one and say your gods told you to do it? Valkyrie winced as she shifted her weight slightly. Sounds like you know the struggle well. Sometimes it threatens to become too much, China said. Sometimes I feel that my humanity means I'm too limited to make the kinds of decisions that need to be made. What I wouldn't give for some guidance. A tiny raise of an eyebrow. Could use some of that myself. China smiled. I think we're arguing for the need for a god, she said. Wouldn't that be nice? Chapter 82. Bayant, said Temper. Hey, man, Bayant responded, his usual smile in place when he turned. The smile faded. What the hell happened to you? It's definitely a story, Temper said. You on duty? About to come off. Do me a favour. Stay on for a bit. I got a crime scene to show you. What's the crime? Kidnapping. Assault on an officer. Attempted murder. Is the officer you? He happens to be, yes. And who are the perpetrators? Temper hesitated before answering. Lush, Rattan, and Ferrule. Seriously? They're all dead, by the way. You killed them? It was them or me. Yonder gave the orders, but I get the feeling this goes a lot higher. Bayant pulled him to one side. Just to be clear on this one,
officers of the city guard, our fellow officers, tried to kill you? Maybe half an hour ago, yeah. Why? Valkyrie Cain is in custody. They were beating her. I was on my way to tell Hawk, and they grabbed me. They intended to kill me, and they were waiting on orders to kill Valkyrie. Whose orders? I don't know. Yet. Temper, this is crazy. You're saying everyone in uniform is in on this? Not everyone, said Temper. Skulduggery set up the city guard. I'd be willing to trust anyone who came in when he was in charge. Anyone who came in when Hawk was in charge, I'm not so sure about. Do you have any idea what'll happen when this gets out? None at all, said Temper. Do you? No, Bayant said. But I can't imagine it'll be pretty. If you're right, if this involves more than Yonder and his little crew, you're going to have to watch your back. I'm used to it. Yeah, Bayant said, but I'm not. He sighed. Right, fine. Take me to the crime scene, and let's shoot our careers in the face. What do you say? Take my car? It's over there. Temper nodded and led the way. They were halfway to it when there was a noise, and Temper glanced back, saw the figure who had grabbed Bayant, saw the look on his friend's face that told him there was a blade in his back, and then someone grabbed Temper around the throat, and there wasn't a whole lot he could do to stop the darkness from closing in. Chapter 83. The city guard officer ushered Dr. Wall into the cell. Doctor, Valkyrie said in greeting. China stood. Is this the one? Valkyrie nodded. The doctor was taller, but even so, China seemed to loom over him. You didn't report her condition? Wall was already sweating. I tend to injured prisoners all the time. If I made a report on every single one of them, then you would be doing your job? China finished. She glared at the officer. Remove her restraints. He came forward, keys rattling. He took the metal band from Valkyrie's wrist, and she felt her magic flood her system. Away, said China, and the officer scuttled out. She turned to Wall. Heal her? I can have her taken down to the infirmary and schedule an immediate... You'll be doing all that? Said China. But it seems apparent that you can start the healing immediately. Would I be correct in this assumption, Dr. Wall? I suppose. Then heal her. Now. Wall hesitated, then turned to Valkyrie. Lie back, please. She's in pain, China said. You'll have to assist her. Wall assisted. He laid Valkyrie on her back, very, very gently, and then he knelt by her. His hands started to glow, and he placed them on her belly. She closed her eyes, focusing on the warmth as it permeated her skin. She felt the damage fade. She felt the torn muscles and the burnt skin and the fractured bones start to knit together. She felt the swelling begin to go down. It was a nice feeling. She felt Wall's power, and she pulled it in closer to examine. For a moment, she skirted along its surface, unable to delve any deeper. And then a door sprang open in her mind to reveal a room she'd never known existed. And in that room, the workings of his magic were written on the walls. She sensed him approaching the limits of what he could do, but she liked the feeling too much to allow it to stop. She reached out with her own magic and latched onto his. She heard him gasp in some distant part of the world. The warmth spread through every part of her. It was almost painful. It was painful. But pain didn't mean the same thing anymore. Wall took his hands away. She felt him fall back. She didn't care. She remembered how his magic worked, and she kept it going. Strength flowed through her blood. Chemicals flooded her brain. She heard herself laugh. And then the door in her mind, It started to close. It was getting difficult to remember his power. Bit by bit, inch by inch, the door closed, and the light from the room dimmed, until, with a click, it was over. Valkyrie opened her eyes. China and Wall were staring at her. She felt better. She felt great. She sat up, swung her legs off the bunk, stood. Dizziness washed over her, and she swayed, almost fell, but laughed again as she steadied herself. There was no longer any pain. The stiffness had vanished from her knee, from her ankle and her shoulder. She flexed her hands. They were no longer swollen, no longer broken. Her arms were no longer bruised. She felt her face, her eyes, her nose. She ran her tongue over her teeth. She frowned, opened her mouth, and did it again. "Did you just regrow your teeth?" China asked. "I don't know," said Valkyrie. "Did I?" "That's not possible," Wall said, coming closer. "The human body can't just—" He stepped away again, suddenly wary. "What did you do to me? You took control of my magic. How did you do that? How did you—" "Dr. Wall," said China. "You may return to the infirmary now." "But we have to—" "Do you remember the contract you signed, Doctor?" China asked. "Do you remember the section forbidding you to talk about anything classed as a red case?" Wall quietened. "Yes," he said. "I am classing this as a red case," China said. "Return to your ward. Do not discuss this with anyone. We will be speaking, however, about your failure to report Detective Cain's injuries. Have a good evening." Wall hesitated, then left without saying another word. "Well now," said Valkyrie. "Has this ever happened before?" China asked. "Have I healed myself? No. What about commandeering another mage's power? That's a first for me too. It was weird. I understood how his power worked, and I was able to, replicate it." China observed her a moment before speaking again. "We'll need to run tests." "No," said Valkyrie. "We have to understand this," China said. "A few days with my best people, that's all I'm asking. I'm not a lab rat, China." China sighed. "Fine. But at the very least, you need another doctor to check you over. Is that acceptable?" "I don't know," Valkyrie said. "Do I get to go free afterwards?" China narrowed her eyes. "You betrayed me. And I was nearly killed in your jail cells. Doesn't that make us even?" "Not even close." "China, I'm sorry. I didn't have a choice. This is my sister we're talking about. I have to do whatever it takes to help her. You have to understand that." For a few seconds, China's face was unreadable. Then, "You owe me," she said. Valkyrie nodded. "I do." "A favour," she said. "Agreed." China motioned to the door. "OK then, let's go get you checked out." "Thank you," Valkyrie said, leading the way out of the door. "But the favour cannot be anything to do with getting poked and prodded." "You are obstinate," said China. "Don't you want to know how your powers even work?" "We still don't know because you haven't let anyone run the tests they need to run. You don't know the limits to what you can do. What is this energy you produce? How can you fly? How can you do the other things you do? Think what this could mean. If we can learn how you did this, maybe it's something that could be taught to others. This could be the start of a whole new breed of sorcerer." Valkyrie frowned. "Do we need a new breed of sorcerer? Aren't there enough already? When I started, there were elementals and adepts. That's all. Then I learned about monsters and creatures and warlocks and witches, and now we have neoterics. We don't need more, and we certainly don't need to make the ones we already have even stronger than they are right now, do we?" Not all of them, no. But, China, not everything has to be a tactical advantage. I never said otherwise. You're thinking it. You're wondering how to weaponize what I just did, aren't you? Not weaponize, said China. Utilize. They got to the door. China waved at the officer to open up. I don't trust me to wield this power, Valkyrie told her. I'm sure as hell not going to trust anyone else to do it. The door opened, and Sergeant Yonder's eyes widened when he saw Valkyrie. Suddenly his pistol was in his hand, and he was pointing it straight at her face. She instinctively raised her hands to chest height, palms out in surrender. China started to speak at the same time as something flashed across Yonder's eyes. He was going to fire. Valkyrie moved forward a half step, both hands rising, grabbing Yonder's wrist with one hand, the barrel of the gun with the other. The gun went off, and the bullet hit the ceiling, and Valkyrie wrenched downwards, snapping his trigger finger as she ripped the pistol from his grip. He didn't even have time to scream before she slammed the gun into his face 3 times, and then she flipped it and stepped back, aiming his own gun squarely at his chest. He froze. She froze. Gradually, the world came back online. Sergeant Yonder, China said. Well, that makes sense. Who else would be stupid enough to assault a personal friend of mine while she's in custody? The city guard officer leaped out of his booth. Well done, officer, China said to him. Great reflexes. Cradling his bloody nose with his left hand, Yonder jabbed one of his unbroken fingers at Valkyrie. Escaped prisoner, he said, his words garbled. Apprehend her! So you weren't going to shoot her on the spot then? China asked. You weren't going to murder her where she stood? Yonder shook his head. Just going to take her back to her cell. He spat blood and mucus onto his shirt. It didn't look like you were going to just do anything. China nodded to the officer. Take Sergeant Yonder here to the infirmary. Don't let him out of your sight. When his nose is mended, put him in a cell. Valkyrie's cell, in fact. I'll deal with him later. Yes, Supreme Mage, said the officer, and took Yonder's arm. Yonder shook him off, glared at China, and then at Valkyrie. You, he said. Please, Valkyrie responded. Make things even worse for yourself. Please. A reasonable thought must have found its way into his head, because he swallowed what he was about to say, along with a good deal more blood and mucus, and allowed the officer to take him to the elevator. China looked at Valkyrie. You can't help but make friends, can you? People love me. The elevator door opened, and a man in a yellow jumpsuit shot the city guard officer dead. Chapter 84. Yonder cried out, scrambled back, as Valkyrie and China both stepped into different doorways. A voice. Go after him! Valkyrie peeked across at China, who held up 3 fingers. Valkyrie nodded. She'd counted 3 as well. 3 people in yellow. 2 men, 1 woman. All holding assault rifles, but not a type Valkyrie was familiar with. There had been no gunshot either. Just a snap of a hum and a flash of red, and the officer had fallen. The jumpsuits were prison issue. Cold heart. Soft footsteps coming closer. China pressed the sigils on her palms, and they glowed red before she moved deeper into the other room. Valkyrie stepped away from the door. She watched the lead shooter's weak shadow move across the floor, and waited for the barrel of the assault rifle to come into view. She breathed out. Slowly. The barrel came round the door, and she grabbed it, raised it as she stepped to meet him, blasting white lightning straight into his chest. The shooter hit the wall before crumpling. At the same time, China stepped out beside the second shooter and put her hand to the woman's head, and a beam of red energy seared through the woman's skull. She collapsed. Valkyrie stared. Did you have to kill her? Yes, China said, picking up the woman's gun and examining it. You could have subdued her. China glanced up for a moment. Someone wants to kill me. I kill them first. There was a grunt and a cry of pain, and Yonder and the third shooter came tumbling into view. They struggled for the rifle. It skittered away from them. Yonder dived for it, while the shooter tried pulling a pistol of similar design from his jumpsuit pocket. It snagged, and Yonder shot him. Yonder lay back, blood still running from his nose, his injured hand held close to his chest. An alarm blasted for all of 2 seconds before it was shut off. Valkyrie frowned. What the hell's going on? China closed her eyes, accessing the whispering. They're everywhere, she said. Hundreds of them, all armed. Camera footage has them on all floors. What are they doing? Valkyrie asked. Attacking my people, mostly. Her expression hardened. Abyssinia. She's here with the teleporter, in my apartment with Case on. They've come for you, said Valkyrie. They've got the exits sealed, and most of our operatives and cleavers are pinned down. The cleavers' uniforms don't seem to be adequate protection against those guns they're using. China snapped out of it, her eyes open and focusing on the rifle in her hands. We can't let these get out. A weapon that can take down cleavers with one shot could mean the end of the sanctuary system around the world. Valkyrie examined the rifle she held. Lightweight, with a scope and collapsible stock. A foregrip, but no magazine. There were 2 small sigils etched just above the trigger guard. No bullets, China said. Powered by magic. How do they do it? We've been trying something similar for years. We've managed it with some of the doors and elevators and various bits and pieces in the building. But to actually power weapons this way? Can you stop admiring it and tell me what the sigils mean? Of course, China answered, pressing the first one. They're settings for variations of density. The convict Valkyrie had blasted, moaned and stirred. They watched him get to his hands and knees. Slowly he stood, his back to them. He took out a pistol. It dangled by his side. He turned, blinking stupidly, as if he was trying to remember where he was. Valkyrie held up her hand to blast him again, but China shot him with the rifle, a bolt of blue energy hitting him in the chest, and he wheeled round and collapsed. Valkyrie snatched the rifle out of her hands. Will you stop killing people? I doubt he's dead, said China. Valkyrie hesitated, then hurried over, checking for a pulse. When she found it, she stood and glared again. You didn't know that for sure. So blue is stun, said China. Red is kill. Good to know. We have to get out of here, Yonder said, picking himself up. You don't get a vote, China told him. She turned to Valkyrie. We have to get out of here. Once they realise I'm not in the building, maybe they'll teleport away and stop killing my employees. Valkyrie handed her back the rifle. Any idea how to get out without being seen? Or killed? The detention wing has a secret entrance for the transport of especially high-profile or dangerous prisoners. It's a pod, big enough for 8 people, that goes from the floor above us to just beyond Shudder's gate. That's our way out, said Valkyrie. She picked up the convict's pistol. If we're going to be using these guns, set them to stun. China frowned. Our enemies will not afford us the same courtesy. I don't care how rude they are, Valkyrie answered. I care how rude we are. China sighed. Very well. Valkyrie stuffed the pistol into her waistband and hefted the rifle. Yonder, you hear me? Yeah, he muttered, making a show of pressing the sigil. There, happy. Ecstatic. She walked up to him. And if I think for a moment that you're about to shoot either of us, I won't. You didn't let me finish. I won't, though. Let me finish, she snarled, and Yonder fell silent. Thank you. If I think for a moment that you're about to shoot either of us, I'm going to break all of your other fingers. Do you understand me? Every single one of them. Okay, he mumbled. I got it.
Good. How's the nose, by the way?
It's really sore.
It does look painful, she said, and slapped it. Yonder howled, and Valkyrie left him to his howling and walked to the staircase door. Once Yonder had quietened down again, Valkyrie opened it a crack. No bad guys? No sound? She stepped through, the stock of the rifle firm against her shoulder. She swept the staircase overhead, finger against the trigger guard. When she was sure there were no shooters lying in wait, she gave China the nod. Where did you learn all this? China asked, joining her, her own rifle dangling. Skulduggery mostly, said Valkyrie. Tanith some. China shook her head. They didn't teach you this stuff. You're moving like you're military. Just some things I picked up. During your time in America? Valkyrie looked at her. Were you spying on me, China? Not at all, China answered. I was keeping an eye on you, as much as I could. I really don't appreciate that. It was only for the first few years, China assured her. Just until I knew you weren't going to be too lonely up on that mountain. The door opened again, and Valkyrie turned to Yonder. You're on point, she said. He paled. You want me to go first? What if there are bad guys up there? Valkyrie frowned at the question. Then they'll shoot you, she said, obviously. But it's better that you get shot instead of me or China. It's very much preferable, China agreed. Now hurry up, Sergeant. There are people being killed as we speak. Chapter 85. Yonder led the way up the stairs a lot slower than Valkyrie would have liked. She overtook him as he reached the landing and crept over to open the door. She could hear shouting and gunshots, the sanctuary agents returning fire, presumably. Are the cameras picking up anything nearby? She whispered to China. China closed her eyes, and a look of intense annoyance crossed her face. They're taking out the cameras, she said. They must have a tech mage with them. There are only a few left, and... She opened her eyes. All the cameras are offline? Wonderful, said Valkyrie. Where's the escape pod? Turn left out of the door, through the next door. Keep the wall on your right until you come to the statue of the cleavers. On the heel of one of these cleavers is a switch that opens the door behind you. The pod is right there. It'll seal once we're in, and we'll be at Shudder's gate in seconds. Okay then, Valkyrie said. Let's go. She crept out, keeping to the wall, moving low. They got to the doorway. The sounds of fighting were louder here. She peeked round. All seemed fine. Holding the rifle to her shoulder, she moved on until she reached the next corner. There, across a wide open space, was the cleaver statue. She motioned to China to stay put and peeked again. No bad guys, but this was such an obvious ambush point that Valkyrie found herself hesitating. Then she thought of the tune from the music box, and it relaxed her. And she broke into a run. Red bolts sizzled by her, and she swerved away from the statue and slid behind the opposite corner. 3 shooters, maybe more, and they all had a clear shot of anyone trying to get to the statue. Unless something took their minds off it. Valkyrie got to one knee, peeked, ducked again as they sent another barrage of bolts her way. She looked over at Yonder and nodded back towards the statue. Yonder understood and shook his head violently. She nodded, once, insistently. He glared, finally nodded his agreement. Valkyrie popped up, firing, and Yonder broke into a sprint. He lost his rifle somewhere along the way, nearly tripped over it, but managed to keep going. He dived behind the statue, and Valkyrie ducked back again. She watched him feel around for the switch. The secret door opened behind him. Valkyrie slid her assault rifle across the floor, and he scooped it up, rejoining the gunfight. She took the pistol from her waistband, fired at the convicts as China ran across the open space. Valkyrie leaped up, still firing, and together they ran for the pod as Yonder jumped in ahead of them. He turned, smiling. Valkyrie screamed his name, but the doors slid shut a heartbeat before she collided with them. China grabbed her, pulled her down behind the statue. She thumped her hand against the switch, but nothing happened. They looked at each other.
"Really should have seen that coming," said China.
"What do you suppose the chances are of him sending the pod back to us when he gets out?" Valkyrie asked.
China arched an eyebrow. "Slimmer than me, darling."
A bolt from one of those fancy rifles sizzled past them. The shooters were closing in, guns raised. China clasped her hands, twisted them and pulled them apart, stretching a thin wall of sparkling energy between them.
"This is usually enough to stop a bullet," she said,
and started to rise. A bolt of red went straight through the shield, and she dropped down again, the wall of energy sputtering out.
"Damn it,"
she said.
"My turn,"
Valkyrie muttered. She stuffed the pistol back in her waistband and pulled her magic into her hands, her fingertips tingling. The tingling turned to a steady itch, and she straightened, holding a wall of crackling white energy before her. She felt each one of the red bolts hit the shield. Each impact was like an extra heartbeat deep within her chest. But the shield held, and the bolts didn't pass through. China got behind her, and they started walking. China began slapping her back. "Your clothes are starting to smoulder," she said. "Yeah," Valkyrie responded. "That happens." One of the shooters tried to outflank them, but he ran right into China's line of fire. He dropped, unconscious, and the other two stopped shooting. They stepped out from behind cover, rifles still up, and followed Valkyrie and China as they backed into the corridor. The big one had a machete in his belt. "Do either of you idiots know the trouble you're in?" China asked. "Do you have any idea who you're dealing with?"
"Sure we do,"
said the bigger one.
"You're China Sorrows, and she's Valkyrie Cain."
"No," said China. "I am the notorious China Sorrows, and she is the infamous Valkyrie Cain. We're more than you boys can handle, so do yourselves a favour. Put down your weapons and walk away." The smaller convict grinned. "Nah, don't think so. Killing her and capturing you will make us. After this, we'll be up there in Abyssinia's inner circle, making the decisions and reaping the rewards." He nodded to his friend. "This is where we hit the big time." They threw down their rifles. The smaller one took a pair of brass knuckles from his jumpsuit. The bigger one took out the machete. Shadows swirled and swallowed them. Necromancers. Valkyrie dropped the shield and spun, but they had already shadow-walked behind her, and the smaller convict gathered a fistful of darkness and flung it at China. It scooped her off her feet, slamming her to the wall. The bigger convict wrapped his shadows around Valkyrie, pinning her arms to her sides and squeezing her legs together. The shadows constricted, and she almost toppled as the breath was forced from her lungs. China got an arm free, managed to flick a dagger of red light into the bigger convict's shoulder, and he grunted, stepped back, the shadows that held Valkyrie dissipating. Valkyrie sucked in air and returned the favour, sending a bolt of white lightning into the smaller convict's chest. He went flying, and China dropped to the ground. The machete came for Valkyrie's head, and she lunged to meet the arm that swung it, the edges of her hands striking the big convict's forearm and biceps. The machete clattered to the ground, and he tried to pull away, but she had him now, and her arm was wrapped round his, and she was firing elbows into his face. She turned his nose to mush and took him to the floor and continued striking him until he went limp. She straightened. China was already walking away, machete in one hand, rifle in the other, and Valkyrie had to jog to catch up. "Our next way out?" she asked. "The main elevator or the service elevator?" China said, "both of which will probably be heavily guarded, which leaves us with the stairwell." "So up we go." "I know Abyssinia. She'll have a little squad of her best shooters on the top landing. Keep in mind that this section was designed to prevent a prisoner breakout. If they even hear a footstep, they'll destroy us, and there'll be nothing we can do about it. Is there a fourth option? Not for me. What does that mean? They arrived at a small hatch. China passed the rifle to Valkyrie before sliding the tip of the machete behind the hatch door. She started to pull the machete slowly back. This shaft leads to an air vent, she said. Valkyrie frowned. How big is the air vent? You'll fit. I'm kind of claustrophobic. You'll be fine. China glanced at Valkyrie's shoulders, although it might be a tight squeeze. I'm not really good with small spaces. Well, I didn't ask you to put on all that muscle, China said, giving the machete a final tug. The hatch door sprang open. China dropped the machete and took her rifle back. You'll crawl through. I don't like crawling. I have an aversion to it also, but you'll crawl through the shaft until you reach the vent. Then you'll fly. I'm not very good at the flying thing yet. Luckily for you, the vent goes straight up. So I doubt you'll veer too far off course. You'll need to stop at the third opening, then crawl along that shaft until you come to a section you can drop through. You'll be in the car park. And how are you going to get out? Oh, that's easy, said China. I'm going to walk up the stairs after you've disposed of the squad of gunmen. Assuming they don't kill me. China smiled at her. They won't kill you. You're Valkyrie Cain. You'll outlive us all. After that, we'll get in a car and we'll drive right out of here. Valkyrie hesitated, then hunkered down and peered into the shaft. It was dark and looked small. Oh, God, she said, and started crawling. The vent was just up ahead, so the first part wasn't so bad. She just focused on the fact that in a few seconds she'd be able to stand. Her breathing was calm. Her heart wasn't hammering at her chest. She was doing good. She got to the vent. It was narrow, scarily so, but it did, as China had said, go straight up. Unfortunately, it also went straight down, too, servicing the floors below, something China had neglected to mention. Grumbling to herself, Valkyrie inched forward, reaching out to lay her hands flat against the far wall of the vent. Her head and shoulders emerged next, and cold air hit the perspiration on her brow. She leaned out further, bringing her knee out from under her, bracing the sole of her boot against the outer edge of the shaft. She shifted her body forwards and upwards, straightening her leg, bracing the other foot now, too, until she was standing at an angle. She looked up, saw the opening of the next shaft. She bent her knees, was about to take off, but chickened out at the last moment. She'd never done it like this before. If she did something wrong and ended up falling, it was going to hurt like hell. She took a breath, raised her head, charged up her magic, and jumped. Her magic kicked in immediately, white energy bouncing off the four walls of the vent like she was in a microwave about to explode, and she shot upwards, ricocheting all the way, speeding past the first opening and the second opening, and then reaching madly for the third while she cut the jets. She managed to get both arms into the shaft, and she hung there for a moment, legs dangling, before she pulled herself in. Her clothes were smouldering again. Valkyrie crawled on. Her shoulders brushed the sides of the shaft. That was getting to her. Her hair was in her eyes. That was getting to her too. She stopped. This was the third opening, wasn't it? She'd been going so fast, she could easily have missed one. If she was in the wrong shaft, then maybe there was no way out. Her hands curled into fists. She might crawl, and it'd get hotter, and her panic would rise and keep rising, and there'd be no way out. Her skin sparked. No, she whispered. No. Energy crackled along her arm. She bit her lip, bit it hard and focused on the pain. She needed to calm down, to reduce her panic, To understand that she was going to be fine, and she was going to find the way out, and she'd be standing up and free to move, and everything would be... Her anxiety spiked again, and lightning crackled up and down her body. She lay down flat, resting her forehead on the backs of her hands. She closed her eyes. She forced herself to breathe slowly, and reached out with her mind. She found Abyssinia. Chapter 86. Valkyrie slipped into Abyssinia's mind, just like she'd done before, quietly and without a fuss. Like a thief in a museum, she trod carefully, avoiding the thoughts that roared like thunder all around her. A section of Abyssinia's memories lay open, brought to the surface by the return of Cain. Valkyrie sneaked in and let herself go. Let herself fall between moments. She saw the moment Abyssinia found him, experienced the joy, the sheer happiness that came with it. Then there was nothing. No sight, no sound, and she knew these were the years Abyssinia spent in that box, deep in the bowels of Cold Heart Prison. She fell beyond them, out of the darkness and back into the warmth of the light, of Cain as a young boy, laughing, and Abyssinia caring for him, loving him, raising him. And Cain was a baby now, bundled in animal hide, and Valkyrie fell further and further, and she saw Cain's father. Chapter 87. Valkyrie opened her eyes. She was back in the ventilation shaft. For almost a full minute she didn't move, didn't make a sound. Then she said, "Oh, wow." Slowly she got to her hands and knees and started crawling again, following the shaft round a corner. She heard voices and slowed down, making sure she was as quiet as she could be. Light spilled from a grate ahead of her. She reached it, looked down, saw nothing but a concrete floor below her. No voices nearby. She tried lifting the grate, but had to drop her elbow onto it, heavily, to get it to swing open. She dropped into the car park, immediately ducked behind a car, and took a deep, shuddering breath. This was better, out in the open like this. This was much better. There was a sign for the stairwell, pointing to her left. Keeping low and scuttling from car to car, she followed it. She stopped moving when two convicts strolled by. When they were gone, she moved again. Valkyrie was almost to the stairwell when she realized her car was parked nearby. She took a detour, found her car and opened the boot. She grabbed her phone to call Skulduggery, but the signal was being blocked. Right then. She pressed the amulet to her chest, and the necronaut suit flowed over her own blood-stained clothes. She fixed her shock sticks in place, and then she opened the music box. She closed her eyes, let the delicate tune wash over her. Oh, this was better. This was what she needed. Just a little bit of calm, just a little bit of confidence. Not too long, though. She couldn't afford to lose much time here. This was an urgent situation, and it required her to be at her sharpest. Just 5 more seconds. 5 more. That's all. She opened her eyes and flicked the lid down. That was dangerous. Valkyrie laughed. She'd have to be careful of that in the future. She hurried off. The gunmen, yes, she had to take out the squad of shooters on the stairs. She found the door to the stairwell, opened it quietly. She heard whispers and took a peek. They were a little below her, peering down. She grinned and readied her pistol. She burst in, leaping over the stairs as she fired downwards. She got most of them before she even hit the wall, then fell onto the 2 shooters left conscious. There was a lot of cursing and yelling and a scramble, but their rifles were too big to manoeuvre, and Valkyrie shot them point blank. She lay there for a moment, a grin on her face. Valkyrie? China called up. Valkyrie poked her head over the edge and waved, and China hurried up to her.
I've changed my mind,
China said.
About what? We can't leave. I can't leave. You go if you want.
I'm not going anywhere.
China nodded. This is my home. I can't run from my home just because I have uninvited guests. What do you do when you have uninvited guests in your house, Valkyrie?
Oh, I never have any guests, Valkyrie answered. I have very few friends.
China sighed. You kicked them out, she said. The answer is you kicked them out.
They kept going up. They got to ground level and found Fletcher slamming a golf club into a convict's shin. The convict went down, screaming, and Fletcher sent him to sleep with another swing. You should yell 4 when you do that, Valkyrie said, walking over. Makes for a cool story you can tell at parties.
Oh, I'm glad to see you too, Fletcher responded. What's the plan? Do we have a plan? I need a plan.
Take us to my quarters, China said. Fletcher looked apologetic. I can only teleport to places I've been before. The highest I've ever been in this place is the 27th floor.
That'll have to do, said China.
Fletcher nodded and vanished for a moment. When he reappeared, he was shrugging. OK, looks clear from what I can see. He held out his hands. Valkyrie and China both took one, and an eye blink later they were on the 27th floor, at the elevators. There were voices, shouts, in fact, coming from somewhere, but they were too far away to make out what was being said.
This way, China said, walking quickly. There's an elevator that they might not know about.
What's it like on other floors? Valkyrie asked Fletcher as they followed.
Pretty scary, he replied.
But it could be worse. Our side is putting up a fight, as you'd imagine. They got to a corner, and Valkyrie peered round, then motioned for them to keep following. Nero's working overtime, Fletcher continued. I can feel it in the air whenever he teleports. He's moving the troops, I suppose, wherever they're needed before our guys can react.
Can you take him? China asked.
I'm sorry?
Can you find Nero and can you kill him?
Fletcher hesitated. Supreme Mage, I'm a teacher. I'm not a killer. China turned suddenly, and Fletcher almost walked into her.
We can't let him continue, she said. They're here because Nero teleported them here. They're winning because of him. Teleporters are the most valuable sorcerers in any battle. They have Nero. We have you.
Nero's a neoteric, said Fletcher. He can do things I can't. China turned on her heel, and they resumed walking.
Because he cheats, she said. Because he doesn't have the training you do. He doesn't have the discipline. He has tricks that you don't. This is true. But his power is unstable. You just need to push him.
I really don't think I'm the guy for this, said Fletcher.
You're telling me,
someone said from behind them. Valkyrie and China whirled, firing, but Nero, wearing a black trench coat, simply teleported to their right and grinned.
I thought I sensed you nearby, he said to Fletcher. Old man Wren, come to spoil the fun.
Old? Fletcher said, appalled. I'm 27. He disappeared and reappeared a moment later, carrying a baseball bat. Nero laughed, teleported away, and returned with an axe. They walked towards each other. I owe you one, Fletcher said.
You mean that time I stuck that knife in your back? Nero asked. You didn't find that funny? I know I did.
Your coat is ridiculous. Nero laughed again.
No, it isn't.
You look like you read Catcher in the Rye and then raided your parents' wardrobe.
Yeah,
Fletcher said, hefting the bat.
I read books now.
He swung the bat, and Nero blocked and teleported behind him, and Fletcher whirled, teleporting to his right as he did so, the bat crunching into Nero's leg. Nero roared in anger and was suddenly dropping down from above, but Fletcher vanished, the axe barely missing him, and charged into Nero as he landed. The bats skittered away, and they tumbled to the floor, wrestling for the axe, appearing and disappearing faster than Valkyrie could process. "Let's go," said China. Valkyrie grabbed her arm. "We can't just leave him here. Do you want to get involved in that? Do you have any idea where they're teleporting to? They could drop us into a volcano and they wouldn't even notice. Come on, Valkyrie. This is Fletcher's fight, not ours." China continued on. After a moment, Valkyrie followed. Chapter 88. Up they went. They reached the 33rd floor and stepped into a corridor littered with dead convicts, with Seraphina Day standing there in another weirdly awesome dress.
"Finally," Seraphina said, "some decent conversation. These people have not been helpful in the slightest. They kept trying to kill me, and then had the gall to protest when I started killing them. These are Abyssinia's people, aren't they? Is she here? With the boy?"
"Yes," said China.
"They've come to kill you, haven't they?"
"I would expect so."
"And to think," Seraphina said, "I was going to waste my time hunting for him when all I needed to do was wait for him to come here to murder you."
"I'm glad my predicament has been of benefit to you," China said. "It means this day is not a total waste."
"I know you're being sarcastic," Seraphina responded, "but I can't help but agree. So, you're going to confront them, are you?"
"If you want to accompany us."
"Oh, I do."
Doors opened behind them, and shooters came through, filling the air with those lethal red bolts. China dropped her rifle and tapped her shoulders, then flung her arms wide, and a blue wave took the closest convicts off their feet. Valkyrie threw lightning at the others. When they were down, she realized Seraphina was appraising her.
"You have power," she said. "Excellent."
Valkyrie didn't like the way she was looking at her. She preferred it when she was being ignored. 2 more shooters stormed in. Valkyrie raised a shield and China crouched behind her, but Seraphina was exposed. It didn't seem to worry her all that much. With bolts of red sizzling all around her, Seraphina held her hands up like she was praying, then flicked them apart. The shooters slammed into the walls on either side of the corridor. The first to recover grabbed his rifle. Seraphina pinched her thumb and forefinger together and raised her hand, and the shooter was picked up off his feet. He struggled, eyes wide, grasping at whatever was holding him. But Seraphina flicked her hand again, and he hit the ground with enough force to break every bone in his body. The second shooter tried to run. Seraphina closed her hand and he jerked to a stop, his arms and legs pressing into each other, his body twisting. He screamed as Seraphina squeezed, and then the scream was cut off, and he dropped like a sack of broken twigs. China brushed at something on her dress.
"We're trying not to kill them," she said. "Are we?" Seraphina asked. "Why ever are we doing that? Is that your idea, girl?"
"The name's Valkyrie."
"Is it your idea?" I asked.
"Yes."
"It's a silly one,"
Seraphina said, walking onwards.
"I shan't be doing it."
"And you thought I was bad?" China muttered, and followed. They continued like this, floor after floor, getting shot at, shooting back, Seraphina making arch comments. Valkyrie lost her pistol somewhere along the way and just started hurling lightning at people. It was more satisfying anyway. On the 46th floor, there was the crash of a door opening, some startled cries, and then the unmistakable sounds of people getting punched. Valkyrie hurried to the corner, looked round, watched Skulduggery beat the hell out of 4 shooters who were panicking too much to offer any kind of challenge. When he'd stomped the last one's head into the floor, Valkyrie made herself known.
"Where have you been?"
"Trapped," he responded, adjusting his hat slightly as he came over. in an ingenious device that slows time. A truly remarkable feat of engineering, if I'm being honest. I don't think I've ever been in a more impressive trap in all my years of being trapped in things. It really was quite something. I would have been held there for a full week if I hadn't managed to escape.
And how did you escape?
I'm not sure. I think it broke down, actually.
Said Valkyrie. So not all that impressive then.
It was very impressive at the time,
Skulduggery countered.
You know, before it stopped working. I came straight here to convince China to release you, and found the whole place overrun with killers. But you managed to get out of your cell, which is a nice surprise. How did you manage that?
We'll have time for explanations later, said China, as she and Seraphina came round the corner. We've been caught off guard, but I believe we have retaken the initiative. By now, Nero has hopefully been neutralized, which means Abyssinia's army has lost its maneuvering capability. It also means that Abyssinia is stuck here.
Skulduggery tilted his head. And do we know where she is?
We do, said China. Would you like to come with us?
By all means. Lead on.
Chapter 89. Valkyrie was expecting an ambush. The doors to China's apartment were wide open. 2 cleavers lay dead outside. China discarded the rifle like it was a toy she'd grown bored of, and led the way in. Seraphina was to her left, Valkyrie and Skulduggery to her right. But there was no ambush. Instead, Razia and Cain were standing there, waiting for them. China froze when she saw them. Cain stared at her.
My boy,
China said softly.
Cain said,
No, you don't get to call me that. He was different to when Valkyrie had last seen him. Calmer. A lot calmer. You don't have to be a part of this, China said. You can walk away. I'll see to it that nothing bad happens to you ever again. Cain's eyes flickered to Seraphina. You'll protect me from her, will you? I'll protect you from everyone, said China. And who, I wonder, will protect me from you? Before China could answer, Abyssinia walked in from another room, examining the ceilings and the walls as she did so. She had a smile on her face, until she saw Skulduggery. You're not supposed to be here, she said, dismayed. How did you free yourself?
Skulduggery shrugged. I think the Eternity Gate needs a little fine-tuning before it's ready for the mass market. It still has a few bugs in its system.
This is unfortunate, Abyssinia said. I didn't want to have to kill you. That's why I trapped you there. To save you.
Thank you, Abyssinia, Skulduggery said. But I'm long past saving.
Abyssinia shook her head, like she was ridding herself of sad thoughts. A smile reappeared as her eyes settled on China. You have a lovely home, she said. It's not necessarily to my taste, but lovely, even so. Naturally, I'd have to change the colour scheme, replace the furniture, generally make it fit for royalty before I move in. You're going to take over, are you? China asked. That's your big plan? Abyssinia smiled. That's part of it. But I'm not actually here for me. I'm here because my son needed to come. For closure, as they say these days. Cain, my dear, how are you feeling? As usual, he muttered. I'm conflicted and a little overwhelmed. But before we go on, hello, Valkyrie.
Hi, Valkyrie said back. I don't want to kill you, he said. I just want to be clear on that. I appreciate it. But you other three, Cason said. You're the three people I hate most in this world. I want to kill you. I want to kill you so incredibly violently. His hands clenched into fists, then sprang open. Skulduggery Pleasant, you murdered my mother. Seraphina, you had me tortured for decades. You ensured that each moment was pure agony. And China, oh China, you'd protect me, would you? But you betrayed me. I really don't know which one of you I want to kill more.
Seraphina,
Skulduggery and China said at the same time. In fact, Skulduggery continued, I don't think I should be on that list at all. Yes, I killed Abyssinia, but look, she got better. After a few 100 years of being a heart in a box, Abyssinia said. You're standing here with us now, aren't you? Skulduggery said. That's the important thing. It's all connected, Cason said to Skulduggery. You made sure I grew up without a mother. You made sure that she raised me instead. His eyes locked onto China. You told me I was like a son to you. We pretended that I was your son, and then you handed me over to her. Finally, said Seraphina, we get to me. I'm not going to deny what you're saying, Cason. I'm not going to make excuses. I had you tortured. The broken person you are today, you owe it all to me. And now I'm here to take you back. Oh, Cason said. You are you? You killed Malevolent, you filthy little murderer. You killed my husband. I'm not done with you yet. Cason snarled and raised his hands, and Valkyrie stepped between them. Don't, she said. Don't do this. Move out of the way, Valkyrie, Cason said. I don't want to hurt you, but I will if I have to. Abyssinia lied to you. Excuse me? Abyssinia said. Valkyrie ignored her and focused on Cason. Everyone's lied to you. Everyone has treated you terribly. I can't imagine what it must have been like to lose your mother. I can't imagine having to pretend that you were someone else, that your mother was someone else. I've been told how you fell in love with Solace, and about how Seraphina snatched her away. They told me how you sneaked back into Malevolent's castle to rescue her, about how you were the one who killed Malevolent. Valkyrie glanced at Abyssinia, and Abyssinia frowned. She looked back at Skulduggery, hesitated, then continued. Abyssinia lied to you, Cason. You were raised believing that Lord Vile was your father. Cason's eyes narrowed. Because he was. My mother and Lord Vile joined Malevolent's army together. They were together. There was no one else. He looked at Abyssinia. Tell them. Abyssinia didn't appear to have heard him. Her eyes were on Valkyrie. How did you know? How did she know what? Cason said. Mother, how did she know what? You looked inside my mind, Abyssinia said softly. Valkyrie blushed, like she'd been caught eavesdropping. Finally, Abyssinia looked at her son. I did it to protect you. Cason took a step back. What? What did you do? If the truth got out, Abyssinia said, you would have been hunted down. They wouldn't have stopped until you were dead. Lord Vile is my father. No, Cason. He isn't. Skulduggery tilted his head. "This is highly entertaining," Seraphina said, clearly loving every bit of it. "So who is the father?"
Cain.
"Answer the question!" Cain snarled. "If it isn't Lord Vile, then who is it?" Abyssinia looked him dead in the eye and gave a slow, wistful smile.
Joining Malevolent's army was everything I had worked for my entire life. My father, the king of the Darklands, had practically raised him, had taught him everything he knew, and as a reward, Malevolent killed him, and had my mother and my siblings killed also. He would have killed me too, only I escaped. I was but a child. My heritage had been ripped from me. My destiny lay in tatters. I didn't know what revenge was, but I knew I wanted it. It drove me. It consumed me. When I encountered Lord Vile, I saw in him a weapon I could wield, and we happily joined the army of the man who had butchered my family, so that I could get close to him and eventually kill him, as he had killed my father and my entire family. In my naivety, I thought I could control Vile, have him pick off my enemies, my rivals in the diablerie, while I rose to the top. But Lord Vile could never be controlled. Not really. When I realized that, I knew I had to make other arrangements. I had to form new alliances. My friendship with China was one such alliance, but I had others. I had plenty of others. The night of the feast, the night Lord Vile and I planned to kill Malevolent, was the culmination of all my scheming. I had finally, I thought, manoeuvred myself into a position where the others would accept me as their new leader. We would kill Malevolent. We would kill Seraphina, and then I would take over. I would no longer be the princess of the Darklands. Finally, I would be the queen, and my family would be avenged. Abyssinia's smile grew shaky. Mere hours before I was due to give Lord Vile the signal to attack, I discovered I was pregnant. This changed everything. My destiny opened up before me. Instead of avenging my fallen family, I could start a new one. I could walk away, leave the hatred and the ambition and the anger behind me. I didn't have time to tell Lord Vile about any of this, of course, and we all know what happened then. "Far be it from me to point this out," Seraphina said, "but you still haven't told us who the unfortunate father is." "Have I not?" Abyssinia asked, frowning. "Oh, forgive me. It was your husband, Seraphina. It was Malevolent. In all my manoeuvring, it seems I manoeuvred a little too close to the man I hated beyond all others." Seraphina paled, and Caison's legs gave out. He fell to his knees, and Abyssinia reached for him, but he slapped her hand away. "I'm sorry," she responded. "If Malevolent had found out that he had a child, he would have had you slaughtered." "But I killed him," said Cain. "I killed my own father." Abyssinia didn't have anything to say to that. "You're lying," Seraphina whispered. "I do not lie," said Abyssinia. There were tears in her eyes, but her tone was defiant. Seraphina stormed across the room, and Abyssinia went to meet her, and Nero appeared, sweating, stumbling to the floor. Razia grabbed him, hauled him up. "Get us out of here!"
she said.
Now!
Just before Seraphina and Abyssinia collided, Abyssinia disappeared, along with Cain and her little gang of followers. Seraphina screamed in rage. Chapter 90. Seraphina swept from the room, and Valkyrie watched her go.
The cameras are coming back online, China said, staring into the middle distance. The cold-heart convicts they seem to be surrendering.
They don't have Abyssinia in their minds anymore, telling them what to do, Valkyrie said, and looked at Skulduggery. He was unusually quiet. Everything all right? He didn't answer immediately. Abyssinia has sacrificed most of her followers. She attacked us and lost.
So?
So that's risky, Skulduggery said. That was a risky move. Abyssinia wouldn't risk sacrificing that amount of people if victory wasn't assured in some form or... He straightened. There's a bomb!
I'm sorry? What did you say?
China asked, looking round. On any ordinary day, said Skulduggery, what would be the chances of sneaking a bomb into this building?
Virtually non-existent, China answered. Apart from all our regular security measures, the whispering has been modified to detect explosives.
Skulduggery nodded. So Abyssinia would have to distract us with something huge, something crazy, like a full-scale attack that would set off every alarm you had. Are the shields still up?
Yes.
That could interfere with a signal, so an attempt to detonate the bomb remotely might not be successful. It must be on a timer.
Skulduggery, said China. I'm telling you, if there were any explosives in the High Sanctuary, I would already know.
Besides, said Valkyrie, wouldn't a bomb kill Abyssinia's own people too? She's already written them off, Skulduggery replied. She came in here personally because of Cain, because he wanted the opportunity to watch China die. But that wasn't the primary intent. When she spoke to me yesterday, she said the sanctuaries will collapse into chaos. The only way that would happen is if the High Sanctuary is destroyed.
But Abyssinia was practically appraising the place, Valkyrie said, planning to redecorate. Why would she be even joking about moving in if she's going to blow up the building?
Skulduggery tilted his head. Because not all bombs are explosive. He turned to China. Scan for a device in the middle levels, somewhere central. It might have an energy signature you don't recognize.
Give me a moment, China said. Her eyelids began to flutter.
Valkyrie turned to the sound of running footsteps, cleavers, and Fletcher, out of breath and bringing up the rear.
Stairs, he gasped. They're awful.
What happened with Nero? Valkyrie asked.
He looked exhausted. I think I may have short-circuited him. He started to lose control.
Fletcher sucked in a deep breath and exhaled.
Basically, I beat him, and I'm pretty sure I broke him.
China opened her eyes.
Found it, she said. Fletcher, 25th floor, now.
All of them, cleavers included, laid a hand on Fletcher's back, and the next instant they were in a corridor junction. China took a moment to orientate herself, then led the way to a windowless room with a black box about the size of a car battery sitting on a table.
What are we looking at?
Fletcher asked. It's a bomb that targets organic life, Skulduggery said, walking round the table slowly. A long time ago, Abyssinia came up with the idea for this, based on her own ability to drain the life force from living things. If this goes off, it could kill everyone in the building and not disturb a single chair.
That's okay, said Fletcher. I'll just teleport it somewhere it can't hurt anyone.
Skulduggery held up a hand. We don't know how sensitive it is. Teleporting it could set it off.
Everybody, China said. I can contain it.
She started carving a sigil into the wall with her fingernail. Are you sure? Valkyrie asked, stepping out into the corridor with Skulduggery and Fletcher.
Perfectly, China responded. Talk among yourselves while I work, or run away. Either is acceptable.
Fletcher waited a moment. So, we're staying, are we?
Yes, we are, said Valkyrie, keeping her voice low. Skulduggery, China said as she worked. Abyssinia presumably came here to kill us all because she's about to launch her grand offensive, and she requires the sanctuaries to be destabilised just when they'll be needed the most. Do we know yet what this grand offensive is?
From what I can gather, Skulduggery said, she's going to send First Wave to attack an American military post. This will reveal magic to the world, which will then push the American people towards war with sorcerers, which is where President Flannery comes in, I would imagine.
China didn't stop carving sigils. How wonderfully diabolical of her. Do we know which military post?
We do not.
Cleaver, bring one of the convicts in here.
The Cleaver nodded and left.
Caison's life is in danger, China continued, her voice a little softer.
Yes, it is, said Skulduggery. Who do you think she'll send after him?
She'll want it to be done right. She'll send her sister.
Wait, Valkyrie said. I'm missing something. Oh, good, said Fletcher. I thought it was just me. Once word gets out that Caison is Mevalent's son, Skulduggery said, Seraphina's followers will flock to him. She may have been the wife of their messiah, but Mevalent's own flesh and blood would inspire a deeper sort of loyalty. The Legion of Judgment could very well be hollowed out, and all her power and influence would desert her.
So Caison has to die, Valkyrie said, and Seraphina's sister is going to kill him? The same one we met on the steps? That's ruin, said China, and if she wanted to kill someone, she'd kill them face to face. But Seraphina has another sister, one who worked as an assassin during the war. I expect she's setting out to track Caison down, even as we speak. But Caison will be okay, won't he? Valkyrie asked. He's got Abyssinia watching over him. I don't care how good this assassin is, she won't be able to get past Abyssinia, right?
Right, said Skulduggery. Caison is perfectly safe.
So long as he stays with Abyssinia, said China.
Valkyrie hesitated.
He didn't look too pleased with her.
No, he didn't.
The Cleaver returned, pushing a shackled convict before him. A mage came with them. Excuse me, the mage said. Could we borrow Mr. Wren for a while? We've got enemies that need transporting straight to the cells. Absolutely, China said, finishing up the final sigil. Fletcher hesitated. Are you sure? Maybe I should stick around in case you need a quick evacuation. Nonsense, China said, stepping out of the room. You see, I'm all done. Go and help with the clean-up. Fletcher followed the mage out, and China looked at the convict. And what is your name? The convict glared at them all. I'm not telling you nothing. You can...
Clerihew Montgomery, Skulduggery said. Imprisoned for 2 counts of murder.
Clerihew snarled. They had it coming. You all had it coming. That's nice, dear, China said. Put him in this room, please, Cleaver. The Cleaver shoved him in, and China tapped her arm. The sigils on the walls lit up, activating the force field. His eyes widened when he realised he was trapped. As you probably already know, China said, that is Abyssinia's life force bomb. When it goes off, this force field should contain it and ensure that we out here are perfectly safe. Valkyrie didn't like this should business. China continued, You, however, will die instantly. Your life will be drained from your body,
and you'll be reduced to nothing more than a dry and empty husk.
You can't do that, said Clerihew. That's not allowed.
I'm the supreme mage, China replied. I can do whatever I want. The thing is, though, the bomb's on a timer, and we have no way of knowing when it'll detonate. Any moment now, I should imagine.
That's murder. You'd be murdering me.
Technically, Abyssinia would be murdering you. I just wouldn't let you out. But here's the good news. You don't have to be murdered at all. It's true. I will drop the force field and you can walk out right now. And all you have to do is tell me which military post Abyssinia is planning to attack.
Clerihew shook his head.
But I don't know.
I'm afraid you'll have to be a bit more forthcoming in order to escape.
No, really, I don't know,
Clerihew said.
She never bothered to tell us. Why would she? We're not involved in that stuff, that planning stuff. She points and we go. That's the drill. I don't know, okay? I don't. You gotta let me out.
I believe I was quite clear on the rules, Mr. Montgomery.
Oh, God, please.
China, Valkyrie said. We don't know when it's going to go off, so maybe you should let him out.
Yes,
Clerihew said.
Yeah, let me out.
Not until you tell me the name of the military post, China said calmly.
I don't know it. I swear to you, please. All I know is it's a base and it's got sailors on it. Get a sensitive down here to read my mind. They'll know I'm not lying. Please, let me out.
Valkyrie looked to Skulduggery for help. If Clerihew tells us where we can find Cold Heart Prison, he said, we might be able to locate this naval base ourselves. China pondered the proposal and nodded.
Yes, she said. That is acceptable. Mr. Montgomery?
It's nearby, Clerihew said. Just off the coast of Dublin, over a little island called, Jesus, I can't remember. It's a small island.
Dalkey Island, Skulduggery said. Bull Island. Colt Island. Clerihew shook his head.
No, it has these weird little things on it. Not kangaroos, not koalas.
Wallabies, said Valkyrie. Lambay Island.
That's it, yes,
Clerihew said, pointing at Valkyrie.
Abyssinia wanted it close in case anything went wrong. She's going to leave it there while everyone goes and does this American thing. Please, for the love of God, will you let me out now?
Of course, China said. I am nothing if not a woman of my...
She stopped talking. The bomb had started to hum. Clerihew stared at it, pressing his back against the force field.
Let me out, please,
he said quietly. China, Valkyrie said, tugging at her arm.
Let him out. I'm afraid I can't, China said.
Clerihew spun.
You said you'd let me out if I told you, and I told you, so please let me out.
The bomb is armed, said China. It could go off at any moment. Drop the force field, Valkyrie said. It'll just take a second. And in that second, the bomb could go off. Mr. Montgomery, I'm dreadfully sorry, but it appears I won't be releasing you today.
Clerihew stared.
You said!
Dreadfully sorry.
The bomb went off. There was no sound. There was just a flash that made the force field turn a bright blue, and Clerihew stopped panicking. He just stood there, mouth open, eyes open, and then he crumpled, like he was a collection of scaffolding that was falling in on itself. The force field burned like that for another moment, struggling to contain the forces that had been unleashed, before it returned to normal. Valkyrie stared. Skulduggery stepped forward, examining the force field. It held, he said.
You doubted me?
China asked. I doubt everyone. We're lucky it held.
I knew it would.
You hoped it would.
He died,
Valkyrie said quietly. They looked round at her. China hesitated. I did intend to let him out," she said at last. Valkyrie nodded. "I know. It was just unfortunate timing." "Okay. We'll talk about this later. Right now, we've got to find out which naval base Abyssinia is going to attack. I can send a team of mages and a cleaver squad to Coldheart." "We can get there quicker," Skulduggery said. "Valkyrie, are you with me?" Valkyrie pulled her eyes away from Clerihu's lifeless body. "Always," she said. Chapter 91. Coldheart was almost empty. There were maybe 30 convicts remaining. The others had been left behind somewhere. Omen didn't know where, but from the snippets of conversation he'd been able to piece together, their plans had not been working out, and some of the convicts were worrying. Also, the weirdo with the scars, who Omen assumed to be Cain, had walked out. Abyssinia, apparently, was not happy about any of it. First Wave were still here, unfortunately. Yenin came up with laps and gall to shackle Omen's hands and take him down to where everyone had congregated. Mr. Lilt was here, and so was Razia. She gave Omen a smile and waved to him. He didn't know what to make of that. Yenin shoved Omen ahead of him, and Gall stuck his foot out. Omen tripped. Gall laughed. Omen got to his knees, and Yenin cuffed the back of his head. "Stay," Yenin said. Omen stayed. Abyssinia and Nero walked in. First Wave and the remaining convicts went quiet.
"My children,"
Abyssinia said, then paused, her eyes downcast. When she continued, her voice was softer.
"And you are my children. Each and every one of you makes me proud. We have been through so much in our short time together that you are now family to me, and you know the lengths I will go to for family."
There were smiles and nods all round.
"We have suffered losses,"
Abyssinia said.
"As you know, the raid earlier did not go as planned, and the bomb. They must have found the bomb. The Supreme Mage still lives, and the High Sanctuary still functions. Many of our friends have been captured. For this, I blame myself. I beg your forgiveness."
Omen watched Nero. He was sweating. He looked sick. More than that, he looked like he was in pain.
"But we will see them again,"
Abyssinia said.
"We will free them from their shackles, and they will take their place by our side in the sun. It is time, my children. The night is finally upon us."
There were cheers. When they died down, she continued.
"You know that we shall be targeting an American naval base. Whitley is a quiet little peninsula in Oregon, and what they do at the naval magazine there is they stock battleships and submarines with food and fuel and munitions, and they send them off. There are 27 active duty personnel stationed there this very night, and the brave members of First Wave are going to kill every last one of them. The watchtowers, sentries, and the boat patrols have already been eliminated, and communications and alarms have been cut. Most of the sailors are already asleep in the barracks. You will go in. You will kill whoever you find there. You will let the security cameras see you. This is important. I want your powers on full display. When this gets broadcast around the world, I want the mortals to quake in fear at what a few teenagers can do. If the children can do this, I want them to say, what can the adults do?
Everyone Omen looked at was beaming at the thought. It was insane.
Mr. Lilt, Abyssinia said, do you have any words of encouragement for your students?
Lilt stepped forward. Tonight is a special, special night. he said. "It is the night you've been waiting for. It is what you've been building up to. It is the first step towards war, and the first step towards our great victory. And it all starts with you. I am so proud of each and every one of you." The members of First Wave were hugging and holding hands. Their chests were swelling.
"The dead men, the diablerie, history will forget them all," Abyssinia said. "History will never forget First Wave. You will be the heroes of the new world. You will be legends."
Her eyes found Omen.
"And you, little boy, you will have your role to play also. Your name might not be remembered in years to come, but your face will strike fear into the hearts of mortals everywhere. You will be the one they interrogate, the one they dissect. You are, in your own way, vital to our cause. My throne will be built on the bones of my enemies, but it will be built from the sacrifices that will be made at Naval Magazine Whitley. So thank you, Omen Darkly, and thank you all. Now go, and know that my love goes with you."
Nero and Lilt came forward, and they all waited to teleport. But something was wrong with Nero. He vanished without them, then came back, frustrated. It was clear that he hadn't meant to do that, but no one said anything.
"Link hands!"
he snapped. First Wave did so, and Yenin grabbed a handful of Omen's hair. Omen scowled in pain, and, after a few more seconds of trying, they finally teleported. Chapter 92. They flew through the cloaking field, and Coldheart Prison appeared before them. Valkyrie landed, ready for gunfire, for alarms, for shouting, at least. But there was only the sound of the wind and the sea beneath them. Skulduggery led the way to the Beast, the biggest and ugliest of the buildings on the hovering island. The door was open. Once inside, Skulduggery raised his hand to the air. "It's impossible to say for sure," he murmured, "but it would appear the prison has been evacuated." "We'd better search quickly then," Valkyrie said, moving past him. "Once the cleavers get here, they're likely to stamp anything resembling a clue to dust." They started with the control room. "You're quiet," Skulduggery said as he skimmed through computer logs. Valkyrie went through a handful of files left out on one of the desks, looking for anything related to a military base. "Am I? Is everything all right?" She glanced up. "Can't this wait until after we've saved the world?" "Of course," he said. "Of course." He went back to searching. She frowned at him. "How are you doing?" "Me?" he said. "Fine. Why?" "You sound angry." He looked up. "You answer me. I'll answer you." She sighed. "I'm still kind of reeling over that guy China killed." In her defense, it was an accident. "Yeah," said Valkyrie. "Maybe. Okay, now you. Why are you angry?" "Why wouldn't I be angry? You were almost beaten to death in that cell, and I was nowhere around." "You were trapped in a time-slowing thing." "I should never have let them arrest you." "You didn't really have a choice. We may be super cool arbiters, but we're not above the law. China had every right to arrest me, and there's no one to blame for what happened in that cell except for Yonder and his friends. I'm quite looking forward to seeing him again, actually." Skulduggery stood. "We're not going to find anything here, and we're wasting time." He went to a diagram on the wall beside the door. Valkyrie joined him. "What are we looking for?" "Somewhere comfy," he said. "In a prison?" "The most comfortable area in a prison will be the guards' quarters. Abyssinia will have commandeered them for herself and her lot, so they'd all be in the same area. Here." His gloved finger jabbed the diagram, and Valkyrie didn't even have time to figure out where that was before he was stalking away and she was following along behind. "That wasn't what I meant, by the way," she said as they walked. "When I asked how you were doing, I wasn't talking about how you felt about what happened to me. I was talking about Cain and the whole Malevolent being his father thing." Skulduggery didn't look back. "I told you he wasn't my son, but there had been a possibility. You're wondering if I'm upset about it. I'm not." "That's cool," she said. "It's just... it was a chance at having family again." "I already have family. I didn't need the possibility of a son I never knew about." Valkyrie frowned. "What family do you have?" "I've got over 450 years of family," he answered as they went up metal stairs, "provided to me by siblings, cousins, aunts and uncles. For all I know, I'm surrounded by family at all times." "But do you have any, close family members?" "Yes," he said. "Who?" "An older brother." Valkyrie came up alongside him as he walked. "You have an older brother? Who's still alive? And you haven't mentioned him before now?" "You've never asked. I ask you questions about your life all the time. But once I'd answered what it was like to be a skeleton, you seemed to lose interest." Oh, God, you're right. I'm a terrible friend." He patted her shoulder. "You're just a little narcissistic, that's all." She gaped. "Coming from you, that's horrible." "I know," he said happily. "But of course you're narcissistic. Why wouldn't you be? You're as unique as I am. I've never heard of anyone doing what you did when you healed yourself." "And now China wants to do experiments on me. She's not going to, is she? I mean, she wouldn't. I know she's 100% China, sorrows at all times, but she's my friend, too. She does actually care about me, ignoring the time she had me arrested." "She does seem to care," Skulduggery admitted. "But you can expect her to try to persuade you to do a few blood tests, a couple of scans, some chopping off of body parts." Valkyrie waved her hand. "I'm fine with all that. It's the written work I'd have objections to." "That's just what I told her." They got to the guards' quarters. The rooms were pretty bare, but they started to search them, one at a time. "It must have been weird for her to see Cain again after all this time," Valkyrie said loudly as she searched. "Do you think it registered on whatever emotional scale she uses?" "I'd say so," came Skulduggery's reply from another room. "I know we joke about it a lot, how we can never trust her, but I think she's proven herself. I mean, hasn't she? She tends to do right by us." "Are you sure about that?" Valkyrie checked under a bed, then straightened up. "Oh, come on! You can't doubt that the three of us are on the same side." "I've thought China was on my side so many times over the years," Skulduggery said, "only to be corrected by China herself. I should have learned it by the time I was 30. I should definitely have learned it by the time I was 190. By the time I was 300... Okay, I get your point. I could go on." Valkyrie went to the next room. "You knew her when you were a young man, then?" "Her and her brother," Skulduggery responded. "Mr. Bliss scared the hell out of me." "Really? I always thought he was funny." She raised an eyebrow at the wall. "Somehow that doesn't surprise me. What age were you when China joined up with Malevolent?" 30, he said. Her family were prominent worshippers of the Faceless Ones, so she had always flirted with joining Malevolent's cause. But I was 30 years and 5 months old when she made it official. "Your memory is that precise?" "I had just met my future wife a few months earlier. That year sticks out." Valkyrie smiled. "Fair enough." 5 years later, we were at war, and China and I were suddenly enemies. But then flash forward 400 and something years, and look at you now. Trust has finally been established. They both emerged from doorways. There was only one room left to search. China still has secrets, Skulduggery said. Valkyrie shrugged. Don't we all? Skulduggery folded his arms. What do we know about Solace? Well, from what China told us, she was one of Seraphina's handmaidens. She fell in love with Cain and ran off with him. Seraphina found her again, dragged her back, and Cain went to rescue her. In doing so, he, unknowingly, killed his own dad. After which, Seraphina went straight to China, Skulduggery said, and China surrendered Cain, a boy she had raised as her own son, without a fight. Which is weird. And once Seraphina grabbed Cain, China had Solace committed. Valkyrie frowned. She what? China's the one who put Solace in Greymire Asylum, Skulduggery said. Why? I haven't been able to find that out yet. Well, Solace must have had a breakdown or something, right? Her boyfriend has just been taken away from her, so I suppose it's understandable that she'd be upset. I imagine Cain was more than a boyfriend, Skulduggery said. As near as I can work it out, they got together in 1770, when Cain was 25. But he didn't kill Malevolent until, 1929. So you're saying Cain and Solace were together for, 159 years. Valkyrie slapped Skulduggery's shoulder in annoyance. I would have got it. Of course you would. Cain and Solace were together for 159 years. Well, then no wonder Solace went crazy. Anyone would have. She found someone she could love for 159 years, and then this arrogant cow who wears a human skull as a headdress swoops in and takes him away to be tortured. There's more to it, Skulduggery said. I don't know what it is yet, but there is something more. With China, there always is. Skulduggery moved to the last room and froze. Valkyrie frowned and joined him. A small table was filled with machine parts. There were shoes under the bed, a toothbrush in a glass. These are Destrier's quarters, Skulduggery said. Every other cell has been cleared out because they were evacuating. But not this one. Why is that? Valkyrie looked round. Because he's still here. Chapter 93. Omen wasn't very impressed with Naval Magazine Whitley so far, but considering the fact that the only thing he'd been able to see had been a map on the wall of this little office, that was hardly surprising. According to the map, Naval Magazine Whitley consisted of a 1,750-foot pier, a load of warehouses, a bunch of military and administrative buildings, one of which he was currently in, and 100 or so dome-like structures dotted across the peninsula. Also, a lot of trees and hiking trails. Omen had expected gun emplacements on the outer edges of the base. What he was seeing instead was a visitor's centre and a souvenir shop. Laps let the blinds fall back against the window and turned to Omen. Won't be long now, he said. Omen didn't respond, and Laps's face soured. Fine, he said. Don't say anything. Sit there and sulk. What would you like me to say, Laps? Omen asked. I dunno, Laps said. Something, anything. That's the first thing you said since we got here. Omen shrugged. I'm just not used to talking to you. We never really chatted much in school. Well, this is different, isn't it? We're about to attack a friggin' naval base. If you can call it that. Laps frowned. What's that supposed to mean? This is supposed to be a new Pearl Harbor, right? Wasn't Pearl Harbor full of ships and soldiers? This place it's a loading dock. So? When Yannon was telling me about it, he made it sound like it was going to be epic. How many soldiers are here? Laps snorted. You don't get soldiers in a naval base, idiot.
Soldiers, sailors, whatever. How many?
Laps shrugged. 27.
That's all.
27 is enough, Abyssinia says. She says anything more and it'd be hard to contain it. Man, the moment that signal comes, I'm out of here and I'm going to get some blood in my hands.
And how do you feel about that?
Laps grinned. Excited. I mean, I am buzzing.
You seem nervous.
What? I'm not.
But you seem like you are. A lot of nervous energy.
That's excitement.
If you say so.
If you say so, Laps echoed. Do you think I'm stupid? Is that it? You think you can convince me I'm nervous even though I know I'm just excited? You're not that clever, Darkly. Fact is, you're not clever at all.
Yeah, you're probably right. Augur's the clever one.
Big shock there.
If Augur were here instead of me, you'd be unconscious by now, Omen said. He would have found a way out of these shackles and you'd be like in a heap in the corner of the room with a broken jaw or something.
He'd never get out of the shackles.
He's the chosen one, dude.
I don't care, dude. People think way too highly of your brother. They think he can do anything, that nothing can beat him.
Nothing can beat him.
I'd beat him,
said Laps, jabbing his thumb into his chest.
I would.
Omen laughed.
You'd barely beat me. What are you even on? I'd smack the hell out of you.
Oh, really? Said Omen. Like you did when you all turned up to catch me and had to wait until Mr. Lilt arrived and did it himself?
Laps strode over. I'll beat the hell out of you now if you like.
Oh, sure, Omen said, grinning. Fight me when my hands are shackled. That'll prove it.
Laps grabbed Omen's shirt, hauled him to his feet and pinned him against the wall. You're going to want to be shutting up now.
I thought you wanted me to talk.
I've changed my mind.
Yeah, thought you might.
Laps leaned in.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. Go on, tell me.
You talk tough, Laps, but we both know...
Laps punched him really hard in the shoulder. Omen twisted his body and couldn't stop the groan, but he followed it with a laugh. You think you're being clever again, said Laps. You think you can tease me into taking off your shackles?
The word is goad.
The word is shut the hell up, Laps said and punched his other shoulder. You think you can manipulate me? Laps asked. You honestly think anyone would fall for this little game you're trying to play?
You're falling for it.
You just admitted it, Laps exclaimed. You just told me that's exactly what you're trying to do.
So?
Omen asked, straightening up again. His shoulders throbbed.
Here's the really funny thing,
said Laps, leaning in again.
Even if I did take off those shackles, which I'm not going to do, you'd still have to fight me in order to leave. And you really think you'd stand a chance of winning?
You obviously do, or else my shackles would be off by now. Laps prodded him in the chest.
I'm not taking off the shackles, all right? Because you're scared.
No, said Laps, his face growing redder and redder. Because you don't take shackles off prisoners just to prove a stupid point. He walked back to the window. Omen stayed where he was and kept smiling. Laps looked outside, then glanced back and narrowed his eyes. Stop looking at me.
Sorry.
And stop grinning. Omen made a show of trying to stop his smile. Laps stormed over, turned Omen round and slammed his face against the wall. Fine, he said, the key sliding into the shackles. You want me to beat you up? You want it so much? Great. Then the shackles go back on and nothing will have changed except now you've got a broken jaw and a busted nose. The shackles dropped and Omen turned. Laps raised his fists.
Just step back there, said Omen. Let's have some room to do this.
Laps retreated to the middle of the office. Omen followed, bouncing lightly on the balls of his feet.
Right then, should we set some ground rules?
No ground rules, Laps said. This isn't training. This isn't combat arts class. This is real life. There are no ground rules in real life.
Good point. OK, sorry, let's get this started.
Laps grinned. This is going to hurt. Omen held up a hand. Hold on, wait, sorry. What if I hurt you? Not going to happen. Yeah, but what if I do? I mean, I get it, you hate me. You want to hurt me, but I don't really want to hurt you. So maybe we should come up with a signal if you want to give up. I'm not going to be the one giving up. Well, you don't know that now, do you? Yeah, you're bigger and stronger and you'll probably win. But what if I get in a lucky shot? What if I, knee you in the groin? That'd put you down, wouldn't it? Not necessarily. But it would hurt, right? And now I'm realising that the only way to probably beat you, is to knee you in the groin repeatedly, over and over again, until there's nothing left. Laps looked appalled. You'd do that? I'd have to, said Omen. I mean, there are lives on the line, right? I can't let your groin stand between me and saving lives. I suppose. Do you really want that to happen? No. Me neither, man. So what are we going to do? You could put the shackles back on. Omen winced. Well, see, now that I'm out of them, I don't want to go back into them. So again, there'll be a fight and, well, your groin. Christ. Whichever way this goes, it looks like your groin is in for a nasty time. But that's only if you get me, said Laps. And you won't have the chance, because I'm going to knock your head off before you even get close. Now that doesn't help, Omen replied. Now that I know what you're going for, I'll just cover my head with my arms and then knee you in the groin. Then I won't go for your head. Maybe I'll knee you in the groin. So we'll just be two guys with their arms over their heads trying to knee each other in the groin. Laps dropped his hands. Then what do you suggest? I don't know, Omen said. It started out as a good idea, but now I'm not so sure. He looked at the door. I mean, I could leave. What do you mean? You could let me walk out. Without a fight? The fight complicates things, Omen said. But I can't just let you leave. I'm meant to be keeping an eye on you. Omen frowned. Or what? I'm not sure if this makes sense, but I think it might, Omen said, speaking slowly. His words started to speed up. OK, so in order to leave, we have to fight, yes? Yes, but fighting would be painful and would probably result in your groin being destroyed. Not forever. Oh, God, no, not forever. I wouldn't do that to you. It'd get better eventually. Here, I'll rephrase. Fighting would result in your groin being temporarily destroyed, which to me still sounds like a bad deal. Me too. But we're the only ones here, so we don't actually have to fight, do we? What? Why don't we just skip that part and move on to me leaving? Then you wait for a few minutes for the pain to die down, wink wink, and then come after me. You don't have to say wink wink if you're actually winking. Yeah, sorry. So what do you reckon? I don't know. Listen, is it a perfect solution? Probably not, but I think it solves most of our problems. Laps sighed. Yeah, OK. He went over to the door, opened it, and stood aside to let Omen out. Expecting Laps to grab him or punch him at the last minute, Omen walked up and stepped outside. It had worked. It had actually worked. Part 1 of his amazing escape was a roaring success. Now for Part 2, the tricky part. The part where he saved the day and managed to not get killed while doing so. Chapter 94. The main strip of the naval base was well lit, but here, between all these administrative buildings, it was dark and full of shadows. From where he huddled, Omen could see right across to where the Pacific Ocean splashed against the ridiculously long pier, with its 4 enormous mobile cranes. He could see the warehouses, which were a lot bigger than they'd appeared on the map, and set well back from them, the military buildings, which included the barracks, where all those sailors lay sleeping. Omen started sneaking forward. He needed to raise the alarm before First Wave launched their attack. Get all those sailors to grab their guns and come outside. He was pretty sure First Wave would collapse in a whimpering heap if that happened. Admittedly, that would risk exposing magic to the world, But it was probably the best way to save lives. Saving lives had to come first, Omen reckoned. Saving lives had to always come first. He whirled when he heard running footsteps. Laps sprinted straight for him. Omen held his hands out, and Laps lost the violence in his eyes and stopped just short of a collision. "I gotcha," Laps said. "Well, yes," Omen replied, his voice less shaky than he expected. "But that really doesn't do us much good, does it? We'll just go right back to where we were." "Oh, yeah." "You've got to give me a good head start, you know? How about this? I go this way and you go that way. When you meet Mr. Lilt or the others, tell them I escaped and you're hunting for me." "What if I catch you again?" "Unless you've got someone else with you, let's just pretend we don't see each other." Laps sighed. "Yeah, okay. Which way are you going?" Omen pointed. "Fair enough," said Laps, and ran in the opposite direction. Omen carried on, moving quickly but quietly and sticking to the darkness. The closer he got to the barracks, the better he felt. It was okay. It was going to be okay. It was all going to be crap. He ducked back as Yenin and Gaul walked into view. It was a miracle they hadn't seen him. He took a peek. They were strutting around, throwing fireballs. He didn't know what they thought they were doing until he saw the security camera and realised they were performing. They carried on until they were out of sight. Omen stayed where he was. The attack hadn't started yet. First wave probably needed to work themselves up to the slaughter. That was good. That bought him some time. He closed his eyes, pictured Augur's face and repeated his name in his mind. He'd managed to form a connection back in Coldheart, if only for a moment. He could do it again. He had to. Lives were depending on him. He controlled his breathing and tried to build a tunnel with his thoughts. It wasn't working. He furrowed his brow against the doubt that came creeping. It'd take over if he let it, that doubt. It'd overwhelm it, like it always did, and he'd have to give up, like he always did. But not this time. This time it was too important. He needed to believe that he could do this. He could do this. He didn't even have to do much, because his brother was the chosen one, for God's sake. Omen just had to do the bare minimum and then trust that Augur had been trying to communicate with him since that attempt in the cell. His brother would have known he was in trouble. He'd be ready. Omen may have had precious little faith in himself, but he had all the faith in the world in his brother. "Dude!" Omen hissed, hands clutching his head. "Dude, where are you?" His foot slipped and he fell backwards. "Dude, where are you? Are you okay?" "Stop shouting," Omen muttered, his eyes squeezed shut against the pain. Sorry, are you okay?" "Talk slower." "Not talking, thinking." "Then think slower." There was a blessed moment of peace before Augur replied. "Is this better?" "Barely." "Dude, where are you? No one at school's seen you." Omen swayed on his feet. "I'm with First Wave." "You joined them?" "What? No, they kidnapped me. I was in Coldheart. Now I'm in America." "What's going on?" "You need to get Skulduggery and Valkyrie and, the High Sanctuary. Yenin and the others, they're going to kill everyone on this base." "What base? Where?" "You're speeding up again. It's called Naval Magazine Whitley. It's a small base for restocking ships and stuff. Abyssinia wants them to kill everyone." "Omen!" "What?" "Omen, I can't hear you!" Omen narrowed his eyes and focused on the tunnel between them. "Can you hear me now?" "Yes." "I don't know what to do. Do I raise the alarm?" "If you do, the soldiers are going to kill everyone in First Wave." "I don't think they're soldiers. I think they're sailors." "Dude, doesn't matter." "Sorry. We can save everyone. No one has to die. I'm coming, okay? I have never with me. Hold on a second." Omen waited. "Naval Magazine Whitley. We have it on my phone. You're close to Seattle." "Okay, cool. Now what happens?" "Never says she's visited a particular bridge in Seattle. She's still talking about the bridge." "Yeah. Did you know she was so into bridges?" "Never does love bridges." "Listen, we're going to start teleporting towards you. If it's a clear night, we won't be long." "It's clear." "Then we'll be 10 minutes or so. Find somewhere to wait." I can't just hide, Augur. I have to stop the others before they hurt anyone. They'll kill you! I have to try. Stay where you... Augur, listen to me. Start teleporting. In the meantime, I'm going to do what I can. Dude, I know how scared you are. I can feel it. I can't just sit by and do nothing while people get hurt. A pause. We'll get there as fast as we can. Thank you. Please be careful. I will. And please, said the voice from the other side of the world, do not try to be the hero. Chapter 95. Temper woke. He was outside, and he was cold, and it was raining, and he was wet. His magic was bound, as were his arms and legs, and his mouth was gagged. The wind was strong. He opened his eyes. Yep, he'd pretty much known it. He was strapped to a table on a platform that jutted out from the side of the dark cathedral. Roarhaven sprawled out far below him. He'd seen this table, or ones like it, 1,000 times. It was oak, and carved into every centimetre of it were ancient prayers in ancient languages. It was an activation table. It was where the kith got lobotomized. 2 dark priests from the Church of the Faceless helped Damocles' creed into his vestments. They were all drenched from the rain. The door to the platform opened, and 2 people came forward. Temper couldn't see their faces at first, but finally they stepped into the light, and he recognized Abyssinia's son, Cain. He was with a stooped, elderly woman.
Cain,
Creed said, his giant hand landing heavily on Caison's shoulder.
It is good to see you out in the world. You look well. You look healthy. It's heartening to see that my sister failed in her mission to break you down.
Your sister? Cain said, eyeing that hand distrustfully.
My apologies, said
Creed, stepping back and bowing slightly.
My name is Damocles Creed. I am the Archcanon of the Church of the Faceless. I have friends everywhere, and they talk to me, and I have heard so much about you that I feel we are already friends.
You mentioned a sister, Cain said.
Of my many siblings in this world, the one you surely know of is Seraphina Day.
Caison's eyes narrowed, and the elderly woman clutched his arm.
This is no trap, Creed continued quickly. My goals and my sister's goals are not compatible, I assure you.
None of them had even looked over at Temper this entire time. He started making noises. They ignored him.
What do you want, Mr. Creed?
The elderly woman asked.
Merely to talk, perhaps to seek an alignment.
What kind of alignment?
Creed smiled down at them both.
My sister's presence in Roarhaven is as unexpected as it is unwelcome. As Mevlant's wife, she inspires a certain following, shall we say. This following draws numbers from my own congregation.
We just want to be left alone, said Cain.
Of course, Creed responded. That's the most any of us can wish for, isn't it? A quiet life. As I said, people talk to me, so please don't be alarmed by the things I know. But if I may offer some unsolicited advice, Cain, you're never going to be left alone. Not only are you the son of the mighty Mevlant, you are also the killer of the mighty Mevlant.
Cain tensed. How do you know these things?
I told you. People talk to me. Information like that, it travels faster than you'd think possible. It's only a matter of time before it gets out, and once it does, you will have as many people wanting you dead as worshipping you.
The elderly woman stood in front of Cain.
What do you want, Mr. Creed? My husband has just had a lifetime of lies torn open in front of him. I have just escaped from 90 years of confinement. We are both tired, sir, and impatient, and we do not appreciate your riddles."
"No more riddles, then," said Creed. "Your lives are in danger. If you proclaim your allegiance to the Church of the Faceless, you will have our full protection, and we will ask nothing else of you."
"You think we need your help?" Cain asked softly.
"I do."
"Mr. Creed, we don't care about the Faceless Ones."
"But they care about you. They care about all of us." Caison's lip curled.
"That's not what Malevolent taught."
"That is true," said Creed, "which is why I opposed him from the very beginning. Malevolent's interpretation of the message, his reading of the Book of Tears, is so far from the truth as to be downright lies. The Faceless Ones are not cruel, uncaring gods whose very appearance would turn you insane. They merely have a power we don't fully understand yet. There are deeper complexities at work here, deeper beauties. All I ask is that you allow me to demonstrate what I mean. Afterwards, you make up your minds. If you can't see what I'm talking about, you walk away. But if you do, then join me."
"The son of Malevolent joining your church would steal followers from Seraphina,"
the elderly woman said.
Creed nodded. "I suppose it would. But I promise that is not my primary motivation."
"This demonstration," said Cain. "What is it? What do you plan to do?" Creed indicated Temper.
"Our guest here has a very particular strand of DNA. 1 in 7 people share this strand, or at least a variation of it. I'm going to activate that strand here tonight, and if it's strong enough, it will unlock the Faceless One that is lurking within."
Temper made more noise and shook his head, and Cain frowned at him. "He's going to turn into a Faceless One?"
"A hybrid of Faceless One and human," said Creed. "If it works."
The old lady peered closely. Temper tried to catch her eye.
"And if it doesn't work?" she asked.
"Then his face will melt off, and his brain will be wiped clean."
The old woman finally caught Temper's eye and shrugged.
"Okay," she said. "Let's see what happens."
Chapter 96. Omen crept through the shadows next to the storage sheds. In the clearing ahead, First Wave stood. They didn't much look like the instigators of a war. Colleen and Perpetua huddled together while the others stood apart. Sabre was puking into a barrel, and everyone looked pale, nervous, terrified even. Everyone but Yenin. From his vantage point, Omen could see the look of anxious determination on Yenin's face. He was looking straight ahead, but at nothing. His lips were moving, ever so slightly, and Omen was seized by the absolute certainty that Yenin was envisioning all the ways he was going to kill people. But the others weren't killers. They had maybe deluded themselves into thinking they were, convinced themselves that they were capable of murdering some sailors in their sleep. But the sharp angles of reality were now pushing against these little bubbles. All that was needed for those bubbles to start bursting was one final push. Omen straightened. If he could take out Yenin, fast and without fuss, the others would snap out of it. He knew they would. He'd tell them that it wasn't too late, that they had committed no crimes, not yet. They could go home, back to their families, back to Corrival Academy, back to normal life. All he needed to do was knock Yenin Ispelin the hell out. He took the first step of a sprint and then sank back into the shadows. "What are you doing here?" Yenin asked as the remaining Coldheart convicts walked from between the buildings. Omen shrank even further back. "Abyssinia sent us," said one of them, a particularly mean-spirited convict from Birmingham. Omen had seen him pass his cell. Sly Boots, he thought his name was. "We're just backup in case you need us." "We're not going to need backup," Yenin replied, a little angrily. He was watching his moment of glory begin to fade even before it had started. "They're a bunch of mortals. They don't pose a threat." Sly Boots grinned. "I don't think Abyssinia is worried about the sailors. I think she's worried about you lot. Seems to me you don't much look like a pack of merciless killers." There were a few laughs from the ever-growing throng, and Yenin's face burned. "Abyssinia has been training us for this," he said. "She knows what we're capable of."
"That one,"
Sly Boots said, pointing at Sabre,
"is puking in a barrel. That doesn't instill in me an overwhelming sense of confidence."
"It's just jitters."
"Looks a lot like fear."
Yenin spotted Mr. Lilt in the crowd. "Sir," he said, Tell him this is our mission." The convicts all turned to Lilt, who seemed to shrink under their gaze, and didn't say anything.
"We know this is your mission,"
Sly Boots said, smiling easily.
"We're merely here as well-wishers to give you a little encouragement should you need it. Now, with that being said, if you start to screw this up, we will immediately and without ceremony take over and butcher this base ourselves."
Yenin stepped up to him. He was taller, but the convict was sturdier, and he wasn't quaking with rage.
"This is a first-wave mission,"
Yenin said, his voice strangled.
"We are the ones who are going to strike a blow for sorcerers everywhere. We are the ones who are going to go down in history as the people who kicked off the war that will change the world. Not you. Not a gang of criminals who are so inept, so useless, that they were sent to spend the rest of their sad, pathetic lives in prison before Abyssinia took pity on them and let them play outside. We are the future. We are your future. Pretty soon you're going to be taking orders from us, so I'd advise you to get used to the idea and back the hell off."
"Of course," said Sly Boots. "You're the boss, Mr. Ispolin. In fact, we believe in you so much that we wanted to help. Bring out the mortal." A sailor in blue and grey fatigues came stumbling from the shadows. 2 convicts followed, grinning.
"We got you a present,"
Sly Boots said.
"Your first victim, all yours to murder."
Omen watched as the members of First Wave paled.
"Go on,"
Sly Boots continued, sneering.
"I thought this is what you were training for."
"Maybe you should start 'em off,"
the other convict said, chuckling.
"No,"
Sly Boots answered firmly.
"This is an honour for the children, for the First Wave, the best and the brightest. Come on, kiddies, zap him, set him on fire. Do something. If you can't kill this one, what chance do you have of killing the 26 others lying in their beds?"
He walked up to Gaul, put a hand on his shoulder.
"Go on, my little friend. This is your chance. Start off the slaughter with a bang, no?"
He moved over to Perpetua.
"What about you, darling? You gonna do it? You gonna smash this pathetic mortal's face in? Want me to get you a rock, or do you fancy doing it with your bare hands?"
Perpetua bit her lip, trying not to cry. Sly Boots grinned again, and moved over to stand between Sabre and Disdain.
"We don't hear much from you two," he said. "This is your chance, I reckon. Start us off, get your names out there, build a bit of a reputation. What do you say? No? Too much for you? Don't worry about it."
Sly Boots took hold of Colleen's hand and raised it to point at the sailor.
"Here, I'll help you. How are you at energy throwing, eh? Go on, give it a go. Aim straight for his head, or straight for his heart. Or if you want to be really cruel, you could start with his limbs and work your way in.
He took his hand away. Colleen's whole arm was shaking. She lowered it. Slyboots shook his head.
I'm disappointed in you, sweetheart. I really am. So that leaves us with Mr. Ispolin.
He turned to Yenin.
Now we all know you can do it, you murderous little psychopath. Lord knows it's all you've been talking about for the last few months. So here it is, the moment that you've been waiting for. Your classmates seem to have bottled it. The reality of killing is a lot different to the fantasy, isn't it, my little cherubs? But Yenin here, he knows what's what. You won't get a little thing like morality stopping Yenin Ispolin. You know who his father is, right? He's a big muckety-muck in some sanctuary or other. But he is nothing compared to Junior here. Yenin Ispolin is gonna remake the world. And it all starts when he kills this little sailor boy.
Yenin had his eyes on the sailor the entire time. Omen watched him step forward, his right hand glowing with energy. The sailor stared at that hand in horrified amazement. When Yenin raised it, the sailor took a step backwards.
Do it,
Slyboots said.
Do it, or we'll have to. You understand? If you little kids can't handle the awesome responsibility that has been bestowed upon you, then we shall be forced to step in. Either you start the killing, or we do. Make up your mind, Yenin.
The sailor took another step back. A stream of energy erupted from Yenin's hand and hit the sailor in the arm, spinning him round, and suddenly the sailor was bolting.
He's messed it up,
Slyboots said loudly.
All right, lads and ladies, it's up to us. Kill 'em all.
The convicts cheered and started running, and Omen ducked back, barely scrambling behind cover as a few ran by. He stayed where he was, in the darkness, hiding. "Ah, damn," he whispered as he got up. A convict passed, and he followed along behind, sneaking between buildings. He didn't know what he was doing. This was a convicted criminal he was following, probably a killer. What could he do against a killer? Omen had to turn back. He had to. So why were his feet moving forward? Stupid feet didn't know what the hell they were doing, going this way and that, even though his legs were shaking, and his heart was hammering, and his bladder was full, and his skin was way too sensitive. His shirt was scratchy. His left sock had lost most of its elasticity. Everything was horrible, and he was going to die. A figure disengaged itself from the shadows as the convict passed and hauled him out of sight. Omen froze. He waited a moment, wondering what he was supposed to do. Then he started forward slowly. The convict lay in the shadows. Unconscious or dead, Omen didn't know. Another convict passed ahead of him. The figure dropped from the roof, and the convict crunched underneath him and lay still. Omen ducked down, waited a moment, then peeked out. It was a man in his 30s, with a beard, wearing black. A shadow fell across him, and two convicts ran into Omen's line of sight. The bearded man met them, grabbed them, spun them and broke them, and when he was done, he moved on in a crouch, and Omen lost him. Omen turned round, went the other way. He wasn't needed. There was someone else on the scene, and they were handling things a lot better than he ever could. So it was time to sit down and hide and wait for backup. Footsteps. Movement. A convict in front of him, sneaking into one of the buildings. It was Slyboots. Oh, great. Oh, wonderful. Chapter 97. Slyboots slipped in through a doorway, and there was a cry and a crash from inside. Omen got to the door, took a breath, took another one, and ran in. An office, filing cabinets and phones. A man in uniform, an officer, on the floor, bleeding from the head. Slyboots standing over him, fire in his hands, ready to kill. "Stop," said Omen. He shouldn't have said anything. He should have just run at him. Now Sly Boots was looking round. Now he was grinning.
"You're supposed to be locked up."
Omen squared his shoulders. "I escaped."
"I could see that. So what are you doing?"
"I'm going to stop you."
"From doing what?"
Sly Boots asked.
"From killing this sailor? Afraid not. I'm going to kill him. Take you back to wherever you're supposed to be, and then carry on killing."
"Get help," said the officer from the floor.
"Shut it,"
said Sly Boots, and gave him a kick that knocked him into unconsciousness. Omen rushed him. Sly Boots actually seemed surprised when they collided, but as Omen struggled against him, he started to laugh. That was infuriating. Sly Boots threw him off, and Omen came right back. His fist looped in and caught the convict on the cheek, made him bellow as he backed off. Fury washed across Sly Boots's face, and he lunged, and Omen dodged, caught him with a left hook to the ribs and a graceless punch to the back of the head that nearly broke his hand. Sly Boots turned, and Omen tried to give himself space, but his hip hit the edge of the table, and he couldn't go any further. The punches came then, and Omen ducked what he could and soaked up the rest. And then the air whooshed, and Omen flew backwards over the table, hitting the wall and dislodging framed certificates as he fell. Sly Boots grabbed him by the shirt and the hair and hauled him up, then sent a knee crashing into his side. Omen dropped, gasping for a breath, his muscles in spasm, contracting around his lungs. Now, a voice in the back of his mind said, would be a perfect time for Augur to arrive. And that's when Augur arrived. He ran in and leaped, and he sailed clear over the table, and his knee hit Sly Boots in the chest, and Sly Boots smashed into a filing cabinet. Omen's brother kicked at Sly Boots' knee and hammered at his neck, and when Sly Boots tried to grab him, Augur broke his arm and rammed an elbow into his chin, and Sly Boots crumpled. Augur pulled Omen to his feet. "What did I say about being the hero? Pretty sure I said don't do it." Omen wheezed. "Did you not see me losing that fight?" "You don't have to win to be the hero." Never came staggering in, her tired eyes widening when she saw Omen. "You're alive," she said. Omen frowned. "I'm fine. Are you okay?" She looked dreadful as she came over, pale and perspiring. She hugged him. "She's had to do a lot of teleporting," Augur said. "She's pretty much wiped." She broke off the hug and thumped Omen, then hugged him again. "Ow!" Omen said, confused. "She's angry with you," Augur explained. "We were off, stopping some bad guy from doing some bad things, and suddenly I hear you in my head, and then nothing. So we get back to school, and no one knows where you are, but no one's worried because it's you, and they all think you're just wandering around." "Like a ridiculous puppy," Never mumbled, collapsing into a chair. "Exactly. I try to get in touch with you, but I can't make contact and... well, here we are now. What's the situation?" "There are 30 or so cold heart prisoners here to kill everyone," Omen said. Augur waited for more. When there was none, he said, "That it?" "Yeah, basically. Who did you bring?" "Just us." Omen frowned. "Not even Case or Mahala? We didn't have time to find them. Did you try Skulduggery and Valkyrie? They're not answering their phones. But you have alerted China, at least." "These are good plans," said Augur. "You stay here with Never and decide who to call. I'm going to try to stop Yenin and his little band of morons, okay?" Omen frowned. "Is Never asleep?" Augur checked. "Yep," he said, and scooped her into his arms. "This has happened before. She'll be out for a few hours and then wake up starving." He carried her behind the desk and laid her gently on the floor. "Stay with her, okay?" "I'm coming with you," said Omen. "Dude, it's not safe." "There are too many of them. I'm coming and I'm not arguing about it." Augur took a moment. "Fine," he said, "but stay behind me at all times. I'll be so far behind you, you'll be wondering why I'm even there, okay? Now let's go!" Chapter 98. Destrier's workshop was small and dark and untidy, and he was at the centre of it, sitting at a desk, poking at a piece of machinery with a screwdriver. Skulduggery and Valkyrie walked slowly in. "Hello," Skulduggery said. Destrier looked up, bit his lip, then went back to work. "You don't seem too surprised to see me," Skulduggery said, "even though I was supposed to be in that eternity gate for another 6 days. Was it shoddy workmanship that released me early, or was it something else?" Destrier shrugged, released his lip, and bit it again. "Do you want to know what I think?" Skulduggery said. "I think you sabotaged your own machine, Destrier. I think you wanted me to get out, because you want me to stop Abyssinia. Am I right?" Destrier looked away. "It's okay if that's what happened," said Valkyrie. "We understand, we do. Abyssinia's plan is going to hurt so many people." "Too many," Destrier mumbled. "Yes," Skulduggery said. "Too many. You sabotaged the Eternity Gate so that I could stop her. Thank you. Sincerely. But I'm going to need you to tell me which naval base she's planning on attacking. Do you know the name of it? Can you tell us?" Destrier looked up, but didn't say anything. "You're one of us," Skulduggery continued. "You don't want innocent people hurt. The High Sanctuary would love to work with someone like you, someone with your vision. Would you like that, Destrier? The best equipment, the best workshops, the best everything." Destrier smiled. I could continue with my work, my projects. I could do my projects." "Absolutely. Would you like that?" "Yes, indeed," said Destrier. "Yes, indeed, I would." "The naval base," Valkyrie pressed. "Do you know what it's called?" Destrier nodded. "Naval Magazine Whitley," he said. "In Oregon." "Thank you, Destrier," said Skulduggery. "We have to go now, but there'll be cleavers coming, and they'll take you—"
"There's a bomb," Destrier interrupted. "In the tunnels beneath the White House. I helped Abyssinia make it."
"Can it be disarmed?"
Destrier went to another table full of junk, started searching through it. He picked up a TV remote control and held it out to Skulduggery. "Point and press the off button," he said. Skulduggery reached for it, but Destrier took it back. "Wait," he said, frowning. "No, this is for the television." He rummaged again until he'd found a second remote, identical to the first. "This one," he said, nodding. "This one, definitely."
"You're sure?"
"Yes."
"Maybe we should take both," Valkyrie said, "just in case." Destrier frowned again.
"Then how will I change the channel?" "Oh, Destrier," Abyssinia said from behind them. They turned, Skulduggery pocketing the remote as he did so. Abyssinia, Nero, and Razia stood there. Abyssinia looked upset. Nero looked sick. Razia looked crazy. None of them attacked. "Is this what always happens?" Abyssinia asked. "Do all children betray their mothers?"
Destrier looked crestfallen.
"Has Cain betrayed you?" Skulduggery asked.
"Cain has been led astray," Abyssinia said. "Solace is the problem. She convinced him to go. I know she did. He wouldn't have left if she hadn't talked him into it. He said—" She laughed. "He said he couldn't trust me any more. He said that I'm the one who betrayed him. He said I was just like everyone else, that I had let him down. Everyone apart from Solace, of course. Solace had never let him down. Solace is suddenly the only one he can trust. What has she done for him? She was locked away in Greymire Asylum while he was being tortured. I'm the one who got him away from Seraphina. I'm the one who ensured his safety when he was a boy, who sacrificed my life to save his, who then rescued him all over again. I'm his mother, she roared suddenly. I would never betray him.
Children can be ungrateful, Skulduggery said.
How can he not understand?
Abyssinia asked, starting to pace.
How can he not see that if Mevlin suspected for one moment that Cain was his son, he'd never have stopped hunting him? I didn't want Mevlin to be the father. I got close to him to learn his secrets, not to start a family.
She hurried over to Skulduggery, her hands grasping the lapels of his jacket.
I wanted you, Skulduggery. I wanted you to be his father, in whatever form you took. You would have been a good father to him. He would have looked up to you.
Slowly, gently, Skulduggery prized her fingers loose, and she nodded and stepped away.
Solace has convinced him that all this changes things, she said, quieter now. But it changes nothing. It doesn't alter who he is.
Valkyrie hesitated. He's just found out that he killed his father. He's going to need some time to adjust.
Is your father still alive, Valkyrie?
Yes.
Do you like him?
Yes, I love him. He's my dad.
I don't know if I loved my father,
Abyssinia said.
I admired him. I know that. And I definitely respected him. He made sure that everyone respected him. He was a beacon of love for everyone, I think, but maybe I was too young to feel anything but scared.
She looked over at Skulduggery.
Did you love your father?
He didn't answer immediately. No, he said.
I bet you learned from him, though. I bet you learned how to be a better father to your child than he was to you. My father,
she laughed again.
He cared about our heritage. That's what he prized above all else. We were the kings and queens of the Darklands. We had the blood of the faceless ones in our veins, and our destiny lay before us. We would be worshipped as gods.
Abyssinia cleared her throat and turned away from them. When she turned back, she was calmer.
Before I was born, there was a prophecy about how the king of the Darklands would face the Chosen One in a battle that would decide the fate of the world. The prophecy didn't specify who would win, but my father knew that he could only be killed with the obsidian blade.
And what's that? Valkyrie asked. Abyssinia smiled.
It's a dagger. A thing of legend. It began with the Big Bang, they say. Isn't that right, Skulduggery? You know the story, don't you?
The universe came into existence, he said slowly. But upon expanding, a part of it snagged. Reality continued to grow, but there was a small gap. Tiny.
Isn't that wonderful?
Abyssinia asked, reaching out to touch Valkyrie's arm.
Can't you just picture it? Now imagine eons passing, and this gap drawing particles of matter and sprinklings of dust until it attains a weight of its own. This speck of nothingness, entombed in rock, drifts through the cosmos until it falls to Earth as a meteorite.
Where it's subsequently found by the Faceless Ones, Skulduggery said, and forged into a weapon as they fight among themselves, long before the first ancients appear on the scene. When the infighting stops, and the Faceless Ones are united, they hide the obsidian blade on an alternate Earth, in another dimension.
Abyssinia took over. But the blade infects that Earth, and the planet becomes something known as the Void World, because the obsidian blade destroys everything it touches so completely that it wipes it from existence.
Ooh, said Razia. So the obsidian blade is a god-killer, Valkyrie said.
It's the first god-killer,
Abyssinia responded.
the only one worth anything, and my father knew that it was the only thing capable of killing him. According to the Darkly prophecy, it would be 1,000 years before he faced the Chosen One, so he took this as a guarantee that, for a millennium, he'd be indestructible. He killed 2 of my brothers just after they were born, because he couldn't allow a male heir to live. He couldn't permit the possibility of a son usurping him. Providing he found and destroyed the blade, or, alternatively, killed the Chosen One once he'd been identified, my father fully expected to live forever.
But his protégé had other ideas, Skulduggery said.
Indeed, said Abyssinia, indeed he had. Malevolent had no intention of helping my family become gods. Unlike my father, he wanted to bring the Faceless Ones back. He was entrusted to lead a team of shunters in the search for the blade. When the void world was finally discovered, my father was overjoyed. His immortality was within reach. All he had to do now was find out how to destroy the weapon.
Let me guess, Skulduggery said. Malevolent used the obsidian blade to kill him.
He used it, Abyssinia said. Of course he did. I was watching from the shadows, and I will never forget the look of surprise on my father's face when Malevolent plunged that dagger into his side. And as he struck, his people killed my mother, my sisters. They came after me, but loyal servants bundled me out of the castle and substituted a body for my own, and I watched Malevolent take what was rightfully mine.
She fell silent. Seconds passed.
Family can be tricky,
said Razia. Abyssinia's face crumpled.
I didn't want any of this for Cain. I wanted him to be free, to be happy.
Skulduggery hesitated. Maybe he has a chance of that now, he said. He's with someone he loves, someone who loves him back. Maybe this is the freedom you've always wanted for him.
Maybe, Abyssinia said softly. And maybe getting as far away from me as possible is the best thing he could have done. He has no interest in our heritage. He doesn't want to be king. He just wants to have a family.
She wiped tears from her eyes.
He's better off without me.
Oh, said Valkyrie awkwardly, patting her on the shoulder. Don't say that.
It's true,
Abyssinia replied.
I failed him, even before he was born.
She took Valkyrie's hand and pressed it to her face. Chapter 99. Valkyrie swam in an ocean of memories that were not her own. She had done this before, with cadaverous Gant and with Abyssinia herself, but this was different. Abyssinia had invited her in, and now she was directing her, and Valkyrie plunged beneath the surface and kicked for the light. She was in the hall, in the great hall in Malevolent's castle, and she was making a speech while they all looked on. Serpine was there, and Vengeance, and China. Others too. She knew them all. Seraphina sat at Malevolent's right, and Valkyrie stood at Malevolent's left. No. She was Abyssinia. She was... Lord Vile waited for her signal. At Valkyrie's command, he would drive his sword through Malevolent's back, and she would take control of his army. She was the only one who could. the only one who dared. But things were different now. Her plans had changed. Hours earlier, she had discovered that she was pregnant. Oh, joy of joys! Her life opened up before her. Malevolent had robbed her of her family. He had murdered her father with the obsidian blade, the first of the god-killers, a weapon that wiped whatever it cut from existence itself. But he had also given her the chance to have a new family of her very own. The universe, it seemed, was not without a sense of humour. And then, of course, it had all gone wrong, and Valkyrie discovered that Vile had betrayed her when his sword was driven through her back instead of Malevolent's. While everyone watched silently, Vile lifted her off her feet and took her to the window, and he flung her through. She fell, twisting, her screams snatched away by the wind. She was strong, she was powerful, but the rocks broke her. She looked up at the stars, unable to move, unable to even touch her belly, and she wept for her child and waited for death to claim her. But it was not death who claimed her that night. An old man with a cart came upon her. He picked her up carefully, and he took her to a cave far away from the war. He used medicines and herbs and a knowledge of the old ways, the old magics, and he brought her back from death's door. When she was able to speak, Valkyrie asked about her unborn child, and the old man smiled and told her that the child still lived within her, and that child was a boy. But the herbs and the old ways were not able to repair the damage the sword and the fall and the rocks had done, and Valkyrie began to slip back towards the doorway that stands between this world and the next. Before she died, she said, she needed to know the old man's name. The old man said he had no name, and Valkyrie looked upon the face of her father. The obsidian blade had sunk deep into his side the night Malevolent betrayed him, he said. He had staggered away, and Malevolent had let him go, confident that the weapon would do its work. But Valkyrie's father, the unnamed, the king of the Darklands, had knowledge of powers that Malevolent could scarcely dream of, and he used these powers to slow the blade's effects, and in doing so, he sank into a deep, deep sleep. He told Valkyrie that when she became pregnant, he awoke from his slumber. An old man now, weak and dying, he travelled until he found her. He could not use his magnificent powers, he said, without hastening his own end, and so he was here to pass those powers on to his only surviving daughter, to allow her to live, and in doing so, he could finally die. Valkyrie wept and thanked him, and told him she loved him. And her father told her to trap his soul in this soul catcher, and, when her son was of age, to end the boy's life, and allow her father to live again in the boy's body as the king of the Darklands reborn. And Valkyrie, mere moments away from death herself, agreed to his terms. Her father gave her his power. It filled her completely, and her body was mended, and she tasted immortality. Her father died, and, true to her word, she caught his soul in the soul catcher. The wound he had received centuries ago from the obsidian blade was finally able to continue its work, and it spread across the old man's body, and the body went from existence and became nothing. Abyssinia left the cave. She was as strong and as powerful as her father had once been, and her family had a path to greatness once again.